oftentimes overuse the phrase, I can't believe X or Y is finally happening, but seriously, it's spring of 2019 and we're finally back to the DC Animated Universe retrospective to tackle the 26 episodes of Justice League Season 1. This has been the review series I've been looking forward to the absolute most ever since I first started reviewing the DCAU 2 years ago now. To say I have the fondest memories for this series is quite the understatement. This show was my first entrance into geek culture. Without it, I don't know if I would be here on this YouTube page today. That is how much influence this show has had on me ever since I first started watching it almost 20 years ago. The Justice League is the DC equivalent of the Avengers, having been DC's greatest, or really most popular heroes teamed up, and who wouldn't enjoy that? The DC Animated Universe got its start as a gritty Batman series that gradually showed us the larger DC universe within, as we then got Superman the Animated Series, which showed us a different side of the universe from the one we were used to in the Batman show. Throughout his series, Superman teamed up with several different DC Comics characters, such as The Flash, Batman himself, Steel, Dr. Fate, Aquaman, Kyle Rayner, the Green Lantern, and was introduced to the Green Lantern Corps in said episode. Finally teaming up with Batman again at the end of the series with this intriguing dialogue.
You know, there might be something to this partnership business after all. Yeah, right.
With this many characters lurking around in the DC Animated Universe, a Justice League show was brewing, further given credence since TNBA was taken off the air and replaced with Batman Beyond, taking place in the DCAU's future, the last season of which showed us a Justice League group, meaning that it had to exist sometime between the end of Superman the Animated Series and the start of Beyond. And on November 17th, 2001, Justice League debuted on Cartoon Network to fill in the gap. It was a challenge already to make 4 main characters interesting during the run of the new Batman adventures, but Justice League touted 7 heroes in one show. A daunting task for any group of writers, but they of course pulled it off. Personally speaking, when it comes to the first season of Justice League, my last viewing of it was back in 2014, and I came out of this season with some mixed to positive feelings, as it didn't quite feel as good as the later Batman and Superman seasons, and a big reason for this was because talent that worked on Batman, Superman, and Beyond, such as Paul Dini and Alan Burnett, had sparingly worked on Justice League, having spent the last 10 years doing these shows, which is understandable, but put Justice League's first season at a bit of a disadvantage. Despite how much I've overlooked this season in the past, I could not be more enthused to come back to this season and see if I was right to think that, or if I could find a new appreciation for it. I can tell you already that I cannot wait to get to the second season of Justice League and the seasons of JLU that came after it. And to prepare for this very moment, when I first started reviewing BTAS, I didn't actually own all of the DCAU seasons. Over that summer before the Batman Season 2 review, I had gotten the stuff I was missing from my inevitable videos on them, which included the Blu-ray releases of all the Justice League seasons. Thank goodness, no more ugly DVD quality. We can have the show in crisp, clean HD as the pure digital art of this show can shine brighter than ever before. You might be wondering why I decided to review this show right after Superman, when Justice League and Justice League Unlimited were the last DCAU shows ever made, and if I was going in production order, it would make the most sense to review Batman Beyond at this point, and to that, I agree. But I have wanted to talk about my love of this series for so long now, and since I haven't actually seen the full series of Beyond past the first season and some highlights from the second and third, I figured it would just make the most sense to do the show that took place after STAS, after I reviewed STAS. So I see no better way to start this review than by talking about the intro. I love all the DCAU intros, but I don't think a single one can compare to the pure bliss I feel whenever I see this one. It starts in the darkness, but out of that darkness comes 7 silhouettes shining brightly alongside an epic piece that captures the moment beautifully as the characters come to form the title of the show. The way the music rises and goes quickly, but then slows down, like when Batman throws the Batarang at the screen, Wonder Woman blocks some bullets, but then Green Lantern charges his ring, ready for action, and it fits so well, as this is an epic series that will have fast-paced action, but will also take it slower for more character growth as the intro ends on a shot of our heroes on a cliffside. An absolutely brilliant opening for the series. The only issue I can even bring up is that the CG models of the characters are pretty dated, but much like the Phantasm opening, I like how the models are always in shadows to heighten the mystery and to hide the low quality. Except when the sparks bounce off of Wonder Woman's bracelets, then you can tell clear as day. However, Justice League sparingly uses CGI in its actual animation, which is nice since CGI was being mixed with traditional animation a lot in this time to cut costs, and the team behind this show didn't do it very often. What's really important to mention when starting Justice League is that the show adopts a new formula for the episodes that I think is a net positive. In my review of Superman Season 2, and from what I've seen from Batman Beyond Season 2, is that many episodes suffer from having great plot lines and moments, but being held back by the 22-minute time limit for the story, leading to a rushed ending. On the whole, the seasons I've looked at haven't suffered from that too much, but what is undeniable is that many of BTAS and STAS's best episodes were the ones that ran for 2 parts, like Robin's Reckoning or Apocalypse Now. Every episode of Justice League, except for one, is a 2-part or 3-part episode, meaning the writers can get everything out of the story concepts, and I am absolutely on board with this. To start the series, we have a 3-part event, much like the start of Superman. If you're keeping track, we've only seen 2 3-part episodes before this, The Last Son of Krypton and World's Finest. I put 3-part episodes on a higher pedestal than single or even 2-part episodes, since there's only 5 of them in the DCAU. And with that much screen time, you'd want it to be a cut above the rest. The Last Son of Krypton is quite literally a perfect episode, so one can only hope the opening of Justice League can match up. Without further ado, let us discuss episodes 1, 2, and 3, Secret Origins. Throughout their own shows, the status quo hardly ever changed for Batman and Superman outside of a sidekick leaving or joining or a character death. I mean, TNBA never even ended, technically speaking, since when we last saw Batman, he was doing his usual work of stopping maniacs and putting them back in Arkham. As for Superman, though, the last episode of STAS, Legacy, changed everything, as Superman was cast out of polite society because Darkseid captured him and twisted his mind till he turned loose against Earth. Superman did regain his true memories and made an attempt to battle against Darkseid, only to survive this encounter by sheer luck. Public perception of Superman was lower than ever, and that was the note STAS went out on. The show never got another season, but thankfully we have this series to continue the story. Just figured I'd establish that before we got going properly. Secret Origins starts with 2 astronauts colonizing Mars looking for traces of life as Carter finds a mysterious-looking rock that, upon contact, sends him flying down the cavern. I have to give points since this is a pretty interesting way to open the Justice League series, since it's difficult to know where they're going with this right off the bat since we don't even see any superheroes yet. Carter gets closed off from the top of the cavern, which isn't too noteworthy, but I wanted to bring attention to it since I hate enclosed spaces, so the rocks trapping the man down here adds tension for me when watching it. The tension rises when Carter opens the door to these Martian ruins. And after the intro, you'd think Carter died from that, but 2 years pass as the scene is centered on Batman sneaking into the Wayne Tech substation in Metropolis. The seemingly normal staff show strength far beyond a human level as they pull alien tech out of the wall and place it inside a satellite.
I doubt that modification's legal. Should have stuck to your desk jobs.
I love this man. Batman is back in the limelight with witty lines and a brand new costume. Batman's costume has changed numerous times in the DCAU. Now he has heels on his boots and an upgraded utility belt. But from a cosmetic stance, the spikes on the gloves are even longer than before, as are the ears on his mask, with the most striking difference in the TNBA costume being the blue highlights on the cape as opposed to the gray from his last suit and similar versions of it. The Batsuit chronology starts getting awkward in Justice League as we know he had a pre-animated series costume seen in every BTAS era flashback, then the costume he wore during Batman the Animated Series, and then the new Batman Adventures, old wounds and mad love flashbacks notwithstanding. The fact that the Justice League costume never appears outside of the Justice League show and its affiliated comics and appearances, when the TNBA suit is still in use when Batman is not with the League in this time period, has led folks to believe that the Justice League costume is not canon, since from a production standpoint, this suit was created to match the bright colors of the other League members. It can't be something he only wears on League missions, since he already has it at the start of Secret Origins when the League never existed to begin with. Superman's costume is basically the same design, although his has been brightened up as well, so it'd only be consistent to do it for both. Pardon my French, but Batman gets his ass kicked by these guys, confirming that they can't possibly be human. Part 1 is actually my favorite part of Secret Origins, as the mystery of what's actually going on is at its height.
Need a hand?
Yes, what is that? So yeah, Superman is back. Like I said, his costume has been brightened up as well, but the more pressing concern is his face. Superman just had the perfect look as both Clark Kent and Superman back in his show, but here he just looks awful every single time he's on screen in this season. They put cheekbone marks on the side of his face as well as bags under his eyes, which just makes him look really old and unappealing when a Superman in his prime should be anything but. The way he's characterized in this season is also an issue, but we'll put a pin in that for now. Superman is dazed by a series of strange images, and that's another thing about Secret Origins that I love that makes it stand out from the rest of this show and the rest of the DCAU. Another example being these aliens who just beat the crap out of Batman and Superman getting away, but before they do, the explosion leaves them all twisted together as they quickly reshape themselves back to normal. Batman claims that deep space monitoring networks have been going down en masse recently and that no group has claimed responsibility. But before they can look into it, Superman has a speech to give in front of the World Assembly as the scene cuts to protests over the vast amount of nuclear weapons built up across the globe. The world leaders are all going back and forth until Senator Carter, the astronaut from the opening, talks about how much he grew from his mission on Mars, and so he's come to put forth a new peace solution: disbanding all nuclear weapons and rallying the Earth around Superman as the protector of the world. Superman has come to give a speech, so let's hear it.
With all due respect, Senator, we can't entrust the security of the entire world to one man.
I understand your feelings, General. And when Senator Carter first approached me, I was reluctant to get involved. But after meeting with him and his advisors, I became convinced that I could make a difference. I have fought hard over the years to earn your trust. And I solemnly swear to all of you that I will continue to uphold the ideals of truth and justice, not just for America, but for all the world.
Superman is now voiced by George Newbern, who has been in a wide variety of television shows and has of course replaced Tim Daly as Superman. Daly was contracted to do a live-action show at the time of JL, and so he had to be recast, which saddens me to say. Not because of Newbern, but because I don't think there is anyone who can play Superman as well as Tim Daly did, from the wit to the intelligence or in the serious moments. Daly just nailed Superman in every scene, from The Last Son of Krypton all the way to Legacy. I'm in a funny position with these two since I grew up with George Newbern's Superman, so I'm certainly used to it, but I think Daly is better. Although, as I stated in the Batwoman review, I have rules on recasts. I'm generally against them, but if you must do it, then I'll be fine with it if it's A, a better voice, or B, sounds close enough. Superman in Justice League is an example of being close enough, as he sounds like an older, deeper STAS Superman. But in their first seasons especially, I think Daly just had the better range. But as for what Superman said, I have an issue that was a part of my resentment towards this season before rewatching this episode. In his speech, Superman makes a passing remark about working hard to make the people trust him, and while this is not untrue, my issue lies with the events of Legacy being completely sidestepped in Secret Origins. Legacy ends with Superman on the outs of society itself. Who wouldn't want to see the next step there? That was going to be the premise of an STAS Season 4, but the show was cancelled, so we didn't get that. But this was the perfect opportunity. I think this would have been a great starting point for Justice League since people don't trust Superman, but when he and 6 other heroes save the world from aliens and form the Justice League, this would be a natural point for public opinion to shift. But instead, Secret Origins runs away from the ending of Legacy by placing us after the point of Superman having dealt with that already and tells the story from there, which is a choice I'm just not a fan of. This season tries to break away from its DCAU heritage, and while it will celebrate it from time to time, but overall they wanted the show to stand on its own 2 feet, which I think makes some sense. You don't want Batman to go talk to Alfred or Robin when you could develop his relationship with Wonder Woman or anybody else. Same for Superman. You won't see Lois or the Kents in this season either. Again, I think that is a good idea, but as for the actual storylines, I think it's weak since that backstory will always be there, so it only makes sense to carry the story arcs further as opposed to pretending there's a clean slate. 6 months later, Superman's working hard to fulfill Carter's plan of abolishing all nuclear warheads. How in the heck this got ratified, I don't know, but I suppose they would rather get back to the real story instead of showing hours of deliberation. Superman gets another rush of bizarre imagery, but before we can focus on that, Batman tracks down the aliens from the opening and finds people that look just like them inside alien pods, confirming that this is an alien invasion. Batman gets attacked by a dog, but hey, this isn't anything we haven't seen before. Jeez, never mind. Shape-shifting aliens isn't something you, the viewer, haven't seen before, but it still comes as a startling moment as this is our first look at the aliens, and like I said before, Secret Origins is at its best when the mystery is high. Superman just barely gets Batman out in time to find a medic.
Don't even think about it.
But at the same time, a meteor crashes and out comes a giant alien that's completely immune to bullets and tank fire, and what do you know? All the nukes were just dismantled and the deep space monitoring networks were destroyed as well by the aliens posing as humans. The scale of the conflict is done really well in this scene as the one alien is blowing up buildings and beating the military, and you can already tell that the world doesn't just need Superman since he's having trouble with just one of these things, and Batman's missiles are barely putting a dent in it as well. This season will overuse that effect, but in the first episode I think it makes a lot of sense for Superman to struggle here since the carnage that took 40 minutes of Apocalypse Now to reach is happening within part 1 of Secret Origins. As more of these same alien meteors are popping up all over the city and the rest of the globe.
Whatever that thing is, I've got to stop it.
What the kind of line is that? Superman gets hit with another blast of images, and this time he goes straight to the source as Batman gives chase. Meanwhile, on the island of Themyscira, we are introduced to the Queen Hippolyta and her daughter Diana, who's worried about mankind's current predicament. But the Queen isn't concerned as they are an isolated world protected by the gods. It's a pretty brief moment, so there isn't much to analyze there, but the story progresses as Batman tracks down Superman at a military base, finding countless alien pods holding people, but more importantly, Superman breaks his way into a room holding a Martian hostage and sets him free. The Martian is responsible for the images Superman was seeing since he was calling for help, and of course, Superman would be trusting of someone like this, but Batman would be more pessimistic, and he's just on point in this scene.
What's he doing here?
The invasion. I came to warn you, but I was captured and imprisoned here. They wouldn't listen.
Big surprise.
I sense you do not trust me. Perhaps this will help. I am Jean Jones.
Don't take it personally, Jean. He doesn't trust anyone.
A wise policy.
Jean is voiced by Carl Lumbly, and he's absolutely excellent. As the most reserved member of the League, he just has this wise, tenderly deep voice that can get serious whenever needed and is a joy to have on screen at all times. As he said, he tried to warn of the invasion but was captured here, and this is the moment when the mystery is at its peak as the three of them get blocked by a military squad.
Wait, I'll vouch for him. You must let us go.
I don't think so.
But the world's security may be at stake.
That's why he'll never leave here alive.
That is great imagery and suspense. I mean, who can you trust at this point since the aliens have taken over a significant portion of the army? Ending part 1 of Secret Origins, which again is my favorite part of the episode. The writing takes a bit of a dip in part 2 as Diana steals the Wonder Woman gear to help man's world in this conflict. Batman, Superman, and Jean get flanked by the aliens as they have an entire fleet of ships to chase them down, with Batman getting shot out of the sky and is saved by Green Lantern. Not Kyle Rayner, but John Stewart, as Hawkgirl appears to help as well. Jean has many powers like his already demonstrated ability to telepathically communicate and read minds, but he can also fly, has super strength, and can phase through solid objects. Poor Batman, he has no power, so he's useless here. We have seen what Green Lanterns can do, and Hawkgirl can fly as the name suggests, and she does massive damage with her electric mace, as well as possessing super strength of her own. Diana makes her debut as Wonder Woman here to save Hawkgirl from enemy fire, as she can fly, has super strength, can block any bullets with her bracelets, and has a lasso, with the Flash appearing at the end of the battle, and he of course has super speed. This battle seems pretty good as it demonstrates the abilities that all the new characters possess while leaving room for the rest of the story to keep expanding on that. But I just can't get over how contrived the Justice League forming feels. Superman has been working on this nuclear disarmament plan, so I'm sure his name would have come up at the military base, and that is why Jean reaching out to him would make sense to me, and Batman just followed Superman here. Jean telepathically called the rest of these heroes here as well, but I have a problem with that since why this exact group? We have seen so many heroes in this universe already, so why does Dr. Fate not fly in, or Steel? Also, why does Kyle Rayner not show up? I don't have a problem with this lineup of characters, but the episode does not try to explain that. After the battle is done is when Jean explains that he called all of them here.
It was lucky you showed up when you did.
No, not luck. I telepathically summoned them.
But how would he have known all of them? Evidently, Batman already knows who Hawkgirl is.
Hawkgirl? What's she doing here?
But how would Jean know? Maybe he searched Batman or Superman's minds for other heroes to help out, or maybe he just called anyone he could. Even worse for Wonder Woman, since this is her first appearance doing any kind of superheroics. It just feels like a contrived way to move the story along with the 7 characters present without having to build it up properly. Which just feels like a slap in the face, as we've seen this universe gradually expand over the course of years. Ciel is voiced by Phil Lamar, a great actor with wide range as he pulls off the hardened space cop voice with ease. Maria Canals as Hawkgirl compliments him really well as the bad cop of the team, while also shedding her tough exterior as the series goes on. Michael Rosenbaum is the Flash's new voice, and he fits into the first rule of recasts. This is just a much better voice, since this is the Flash's real actor as opposed to getting a guy to play him for one episode. He just fits the character's carefree attitude beautifully. He does develop into the role as we go, as he's a bit awkward towards the start of the season, but not as much as Wonder Woman, voiced by Susan Eisenberg, who will become great in the role, but in Secret Origins especially, she seems to have a really hard time balancing Wonder Woman's role of warrior and princess at the same time. With the cast established, time for some backstory. About 1,000 years ago on Mars, it was a peaceful and prosperous world at its height of development, and then the aliens currently on Earth had attacked Mars, with battles being waged for hundreds of years as the aliens absorbed the Martian shape-changing ability, which explains why they used it earlier in the episode. The great civilization of Mars is completely destroyed, which created the wasteland we saw at the beginning of the story, which wouldn't raise any red flags for viewers since Mars just looks like what you'd expect it to at the beginning. But anyway, the remaining Martians left led one last desperate attack at the alien citadel using a powerful nerve gas that the Martians realized was the only weakness the aliens had. However, the other Martians aside from Jean had died in the battle. As the last Martian standing, Jean sealed off the aliens in the frozen state as he would stand guard over his ruined world. That was until the astronauts from the start of the story set the aliens free, causing Jean to try and help Earth, only leading to his capture because the aliens were already there. Back in the city, the aliens have set up factories that project dark clouds over the sky as they want to blot out the sun since they're nocturnal creatures. It's short-lived, but at the end of the scene, we're given a good demonstration of these characters bouncing off one another as GL is dismissive of Wonder Woman's battle experience and Superman tries to mediate the issue.
We'll have to take out those factories.
Lady, this is no job for amateurs.
We Amazons are warriors born. Want to test me?
Let's not fight among ourselves.
While Flash lightens the mood.
Dibs on the Amazon. You are no fun.
This isn't supposed to be fun.
It's at this point when Secret Origins kinda starts losing me. You might have noticed that I keep referring to the aliens as the aliens. That is because I don't know what their race is or where they come from. Their leader is called the Imperium, but these squishy guys don't have a name or anything like that. This also means that they don't have a motivation. These aliens have come to take over the Earth because they're evil and they want to. What more reason do you need? I just think it's really weak writing, and I'm not just saying this out of hindsight for later Justice League seasons. Just compare this to the invasion of Earth in Apocalypse Now, when 2 seasons had built up to Darkseid's grand voyage to Earth. Darkseid was not a character rich in depth, I'm aware, but he was the perfect example of a villain you aren't meant to relate to, as he's just got no redeeming qualities. But we know that he seeks the anti-life equation in an attempt to spread as much misery as possible. It's not complicated, but it gives us a reason as to why Darkseid fights so relentlessly in his quest as he leaves destruction everywhere he goes. Meanwhile, the aliens in Secret Origins just don't have that, making them villains you don't care to see beaten because they're all henchmen and not villains. This is such an issue because we're just at the middle of part 2 of this 3-part episode and all the cards are on the table. The mystery element from part 1 is gone, so the episode just feels dry from this point, and as the 3 teams each break into the factories with numerous complications coming from that. This is a great moment for Hawkgirl, but Superman kinda sounds like an oaf.
Stay back! I'll...
Whoa. Superman and Hawkgirl get captured, Flash and GL retreat, and the remaining 3 find a stone they need to defeat the aliens, but before Batman can get through the door, it shuts. Are you serious? That's how part 2 of Secret Origins ends, and that ending is just really lame. I'll expand upon this in the next video, but for right now, I'm just going to say that character deaths that you know won't be permanent are actually okay if that character's temporary death is worth exploring. The late Mr. Kent was an example where there was no chance Clark Kent could stay dead, but the point was not the shock value of Clark dying. It was there for a second, but the real meat of the story was showing how great Superman is by having him continue his investigation to save a death row inmate despite the fact that his whole identity is on the line. In addition to Lois realizing how much she cared for Clark now that he's gone. Clark dying might be a cliche trope, but it is a means to get us to these great ends. So Batman just died in the midst of the first Justice League episode, so you already don't buy it. And this is the sole root of the drama. There's no bigger picture from this cliche moment, which means that we're just left with a cliche moment to end part 2 on. Part 3 begins as the situation is grimmer than ever as anarchy rules the streets and the Imperium, the alien leaders, coming to Earth. The remaining heroes lead a desperate strike on the main base to rescue Superman and Hawkgirl and stop the aliens, but this is a trap as everyone else is captured. Before the Imperium arrives, it turns out that Carter was one of the aliens all along. The real Carter never came back from his mission on Mars. This alien Carter was just using his political position to use Superman to destroy the nukes on Earth, which is a well done plot twist, I must say. The Imperium then arrives and is a giant jellyfish looking thing. But anyway, the height of weird looking imagery in this whole episode has got to be the Imperium trying to kill Jean. But then this happens.
Now!
Batman?
It can't be.
I mentally shielded him so he couldn't be detected.
Well, isn't that convenient? By that I mean cheap writing. As I said, Batman's death does not actually contribute to anything other than shock value, but it failed at that, and now he's back because Jean mentally shielded him so he could not be detected? If so, why didn't he just say that to everybody else so they all knew what the plan was? In fact, the plan wasn't even to get caught and put in front of the Imperium anyway. They tried to rescue Superman and Hawkgirl, but this was a ruse. Unless Jean wanted them to think that, so this could happen? The more I sit here and think about it, the less sense this makes, as Batman reverses the ion charge to make the beams that were blotting out the sun instead destroy the dark clouds. That is because the aliens are not just nocturnal, they can't survive in the sun as they come from the depths of space. This was foreshadowed in part 2 when Batman observed that the aliens carefully avoided the sun patches left from Wonder Woman breaking through the wall. Despite the rocky road here, I really like this ending. It might be weird to say, but it's just seeing these 7 characters I love so much wrecking the aliens as a team for the first time just brings a smile to my face. And there are some great moments, like with Jean and the Imperium.
No! You live underground and shun the light. Why? Does it burn your pale, putrid skin?
It's odd that the big ship doesn't get destroyed. They get away to never return, but hey, the Imperium and the alien slaves are dead, and the Justice League has won. In the coming weeks, the heroes stamp out the remaining aliens and save Earth, but General Wells makes a good point.
We got lucky this time. What will we do if the invaders ever return?
Incredible. Do your stockholders know about this, Bruce?
A line item hidden in the aerospace R&D budget. This watchtower will act as an early warning system for detecting other threats of invasion from space.
So the Watchtower is established, and with that, Superman gives a really good speech to close out the episode.
I once thought I could protect the world by myself, but I was wrong. Working together, we saved the planet. And I believe that if we stayed together as a team, we would be a force that could truly work for the ideals of peace and justice.
What? Like a bunch of super friends?
More like a Justice League.
In the Batman Beyond episode, The Call, it was established that Bruce Wayne's Batman never actually joined the original Justice League, and the writers remembered that and set it up here.
What about you, Batman?
I'm not really a people person. But when you need help, and you will, call me.
Understood.
Last is Jean, and his dialogue with Superman's also great.
Are you all right?
My family and loved ones are long gone. I am the last of my kind.
I know the feeling.
Now, Mars is dead, and I am alone in the universe.
Jean, we can never replace the family you've lost, but we'd be honored if you could learn to call Earth your home.
That's going to be a setup for Jean's character in this series. The Loner, as Superman can relate to having lost a planet and family, however, Superman at least looks like a human and had the Kents and his friends to heal that wound. But Jean doesn't have that, but for now he joins the League. Ending Secret Origins.
Come on.
It was this episode that I was really curious to see my opinion on when rewatching it because of the fact that I remember thinking it was a bit weak as far as 3-part episodes go. This is partially why I put so much stock in them back in STAS Season 1. But upon rewatching it, Secret Origins is not bad. I was both right and wrong remembering it as being weak. The episode is well above watchable and has so many great moments to speak of, but on the flip side, there are a lot of aspects of Secret Origins that are weak, like skimming over the Legacy ending, the Justice League's meeting, the whole situation with Batman's death, and the really boring antagonists. And while this is a small list of issues, these are 4 things that really hold the episode back from being anything more than pretty good, pretty alright. I love the ending, but the story loses a lot of steam in part 2 up until the ending, which is just how I feel about it. Compare this to The Last Son of Krypton, for example, and you'll see the difference. That episode, as I said earlier, was just perfectly handled. And when looking at it up close, there was a lot going on in the story, like the emotions of Clark learning that he's not a human, his trying to establish himself as a non-threat to the good people of the city, Lex's introduction and underhandedness, Lois's proactivity, the story of Krypton that continued on in several other episodes, or the story of Metallo starting there. It was truly loaded in content. Secret Origins just feels really rudimentary by comparison. The Last Son of Krypton stands on its own 2 feet pretty well without the series that followed it as a definitive take on Superman's origin story, but Secret Origins is a complete story, but on its own merits it just feels like a setup for the series, and for that it does its job, but not in a great way. World's Finest was also not perfect, but I think that episode has the edge to Secret Origins since it was still a fantastic romp with our favorite characters meeting, besides the Lois love triangle. So on that note, Secret Origins is the weakest 3-part episode in the DCAU thus far. We have one more this season and another in the next, so we'll see how they fare. I don't have anything else to add on this episode though. It's a good watch, but it's really flawed. So let's move on to episodes 4 and 5 in Blackest Night. This episode is one that really stands out amongst this season's roster of episodes since it's really good. On the planet Ajuris 5, a trial is being held and the atmosphere is already built up as dozens of weird aliens have gathered to see this, and there's all kinds of futuristic technology as these 3 faces are the judges. The accused is still at large as the robots, the Manhunters, are sent after him, and the accused is John Stewart, the Green Lantern. Cut to a suburban street on Earth as GL is taking a stroll. John Stewart does not hide his identity as a Green Lantern since he doesn't even think he needs to, and because of that he can just stop a robbery in the middle of the street. I really like this slice of life here as John meets his old high school teacher and his grandson playing basketball. He sees people getting excited over sports on TV. It just shows that this man has a home and a life beyond the superheroics. He does seem detached throughout, which further reminds you that John had to have done something terrible for another planet out to put him on trial, which just intensifies the dramatic irony. Meanwhile, at the Watchtower, already these characters are bouncing off one another.
Is there a Hawk Boy?
I'll be doing maintenance.
What? Don't you ever get lonely?
More than you could imagine.
Until the Manhunters arrive on Earth as the League heads into action. This scene of Jean and Hawkgirl in the jet called the Javelin also establishes an important fact.
Wonder Woman is on another case. Superman's dealing with an earthquake, and Batman would only say that he's busy.
Typical.
It was funny dialogue since I could just hear Batman saying, "I'm busy," and hanging up. But more importantly, this is the second Justice League episode, so they need to establish what the show's regular formula will be like. During the new Batman adventures, I discussed the exact same idea where 4 characters is already a lot for one episode. So one episode is just Batman and Nightwing, or Batman and Batgirl, or Batman, Robin, and Batgirl. Justice League is the same way, since all 7 characters are just not needed for every episode. You know the story is a big deal if all 7 characters are in it, which is why they reserve that for a big event or like a season finale. This episode is just Superman, GL, Jean, Hawkgirl, and the Flash, but A Night with Shadows won't have Superman in it, Paradise Lost won't have GL in it, and I love that. Keeping the show fresh as we get to focus on different characters playing off each other in every episode. The opening action scene's pretty good, although the League members do look pretty incompetent getting beat by such basic attacks, but what really gets me about this whole sequence is the music. This track lasts like 8 seconds and plays for the entire fight, and it gets really annoying. And it doesn't help that it continues to play throughout the action scenes of this episode. When GL arrives at the fight, he accepts his arrest and gets beamed away, which makes you think, geez, whatever it is, clearly he thinks he's guilty as well. This is another pro of having a brand new GL for the show as there's no existing background to go off of. So you really want to know what on earth GL is being accused of as the crowd on Ajuris 5 hate him so much, with his fellow Lanterns talking down to him.
Gallius? Arcus? Kilowog? Good to see you.
I wish I could say the same, Stuart.
You're a disgrace to the Corps.
Get me out of here.
Hey! Stupid robot.
No, not yet.
I don't like that line. I think it reveals an evil plot being afoot way too early, but now we just have to find out what it is. Jean tracks GL down on Ajuris 5 as Superman and Hawkgirl have this small but really good exchange.
John's a strange one, that's for sure.
I'm beginning to think all you humans are. Sorry.
It's all right. I take it as a compliment.
That's the best part of having these 40-minute episodes. We got time for the little things. Of course, a fleet comes out to attack the Javelin.
It's clear what they want. I say we give it to them.
No, we're not here to start a war.
So instead of starting a war, Superman has devised a much better plan. Writing. But Flash does provide some good comic relief.
Well, they say any landing you walk away from is a
I can't stress how much suspense is built into the trial here. The prosecution is just piling on GL. The JL joins the gallery as the prosecution calls a witness a space pirate called Kanjaro. The need for cross-examination and questioning witness reliability are eliminated since the witness's memories are probed and the moment of the crime is displayed on the screen for all to see. So accurate that a criminal can testify with no questions asked. So let's hear the testimony.
I figured he was going to try to stop me, so I shot first. His ring tore out my engine, but he still wasn't done with me. He wanted to know if I was working with anyone. I told him to turn around, see for himself. He tried to shoot my friends, but his beam bounced off their deflector shield and shot toward Ajoris 4. There, it hit a volcanic fault line, starting a devastating chain reaction. $3 billion. That's how many were on that planet.
I completely forgot the plot of this episode, so I was shocked when I saw that. GL accidentally annihilated an entire planet with 3 billion lives left on it. Is GL gonna get out of this by the end of the episode? Sure. But now that we know what he's charged with and saw the evidence, it adds to his character. Once again, let's talk about Batman dying in Secret Origins, for example. It just felt like a plot contrivance to move the story along without Batman being captured by the Imperium in the climax since he was the one to rescue everyone. As I said when GL first arrived in Ajoris 5, we don't know anything about him before this episode. We know from In Brightest Day that the Green Lantern Corps only takes people with will and moral character to follow their code. GL blowing up Ajoris 4 by accident could very well be true, and that would just be baggage his character would carry as he still tries to do his job anyway. And that's pretty feasible, unlike Batman's fate in Secret Origins where it just feels cheap.
I told you to stay out of this.
That scum's an obvious liar. Give me 5 minutes alone with him, I'll get the truth.
Hawkgirl, Flash, all of you, listen to me. Nobody's lying. Do you see that? I did it. I'm guilty.
So the setup for part 2 is Superman and Jean investigating the remains of Ajoris 4 as Flash and Hawkgirl have to buy them some time in court, as GL certainly isn't going to.
Listen to me. With something this important, you've got to hear both sides.
Flash, I told you not to get involved.
They're railroading you, pal. Hey!
Wait! This being may have a point. We don't want any lingering doubts about our final judgment, do we?
Of course not. But who would speak for John Stewart?
Don't you have any lawyers here?
We solved our lawyer problem a long time ago.
However, you could speak for him if you wish.
But be aware, if you lose, you'll share the same penalty as the accused.
The same penalty? You mean... That's crazy!
No, that's how we solved our lawyer problem.
Alright folks, welcome to a brand new review of The Flash, Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, the latest game in the acclaimed Ace Attorney series, as the Flash travels to a foreign land that has disdain for lawyers and testimonies are delivered via memories. Just kidding. Although as a big Ace Attorney fan, it got a laugh out of me for the similarity to Spirit of Justice, but we can get back to Flash's abysmal job as defense attorney in just a moment. For now, Hawkgirl finds the other Green Lanterns having completely given up on John.
Don't get so high and mighty, lady. If you're smart, you'll stay away from him, too.
Otherwise, you'll wind up reeking of his stench yourself.
Cowards!
Hawkgirl's another character that's finally getting a moment of screen time to show off her strength, and her character as she comes from a very loyal society and is offended by the Lanterns turning on John Stewart and just wrecks them. Great scene, as I can't wait to see more of Hawkgirl. But once the Lantern, Kilowog, is convinced to help John, Hawkgirl notices Kanjaro talking to one of the Manhunters, and as a space cop herself, her instincts already gave her the feeling to not trust him. But now she has suspicious behavior backing her distrust.
Have you asked yourself why this rush to judgment? If the ring wasn't lit, you must have quit. And furthermore...
Enough!
I can't even picture how bad Flash was in the full trial, but what I really noticed was that line. If the ring wasn't lit, then you must have quit. Clearly the team making the DCAU thought that line from the O.J. Simpson trial was really funny because this is the third reference to it, although this being the most direct. During TNBA's Joker's Millions, the lawyer towards the beginning said,
"If a man's filled with glee, that man must go free."
Also during TNBA's Over the Edge, the same lawyer came back to say,
If the bat's on a spree, Wayne must pay the fee.
Nothing deep about that, but it's just kind of a funny gag recurring in the DCAU. Back to Superman and Jean. This scene is really well done. Superman in this season misses way more often than he hits, but here he makes a great deduction.
See anything wrong with this picture?
Where do I start? The loss of life, the echoes of our own pasts?
No, not up there. Down here.
It can't be.
But it is. This moon is still orbiting a planet which doesn't exist.
It should have flown off into space the moment the planet was destroyed.
But it didn't, did it?
I've said in previous DCAU videos that the mark of a good mystery story is when the pieces have been in front of you all along so you could figure it out if you thought about it, but it makes perfect sense even if you didn't. Mask of the Phantasm or the late Mr. Kent do really well at this. And In Blackest Night's no different, and I'm glad that a brilliant deduction came from Superman in a season where that usually isn't the case. The trick is that the asteroids are an illusion projected from the device on the moon as Kanjar-O tries to kill them, but Hawkgirl comes to save the day. The trial rages on as the Guardians of Oa themselves arrive to give their input, and then we get a really cliched scene with the Manhunters.
Our plan has worked flawlessly so far. We've sown dissension among the Lantern Corps and stained their reputation forever. But beyond that, we've succeeded in luring the leaders of our most hated enemy away from their home planet of Oa. Yes, they're here.
Do these guys not know their own plan? Things get really intense as GL gets the guilty verdict as he and Flash get put in the gas chamber until Superman arrives with the evidence of GL's innocence. Phil Lamar gives a really passionate delivery of the next line.
It was all an illusion. A frame-up, as they say on my planet.
You! Why'd you do this to me? Why?
For money.
Whose money?
The Manhunters.
The backstory is that the Guardians of Oa created the Manhunter bots to keep the peace in the galaxy. However, the Guardians later replaced them with the Lantern Corps as they would add a layer of humanity to the job. The Manhunters have been plotting their revenge ever since as they lead an assault on Oa. I don't know why the League members couldn't defeat a small squad of Manhunters, but now they can take on an army, but GL did stop them at the beginning, but they got their butts kicked even still. Otherwise, the battle scene's pretty unremarkable. The lead Manhunter absorbs the energy that powers Oa, the Guardians, and all the Lantern Rings and turns into a monster as GL gives the famous oath to close out the episode. And Phil Lamar kills it here too.
In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power! Green Lantern's light!
On that note, GL realizes that he has been a Lantern much longer than a Leaguer, but in this moment when he doubted his own innocence, his fellow Lanterns turned their backs on him, yet the Justice League was still there doing their best, trying to save him, even when he didn't believe it himself.
Hey, what are friends for?
Let's go home.
That was In Blackest Night, and while I don't think it's the best DCAU episode ever made, but for this season, I think it's pretty top tier as the trial setup was really fascinating, the action scenes were all pretty good, the quality of the storytelling has increased from Secret Origins, the episode has strong themes of friendship, as GL's true friends are the ones that risk their lives for him. The crime was shocking, the mystery was on point, voice acting was well done, and there was great fan service as we actually got to visit the Green Lantern Corps of Oa that we only heard of in the last season of STAS. Also, the title's a really good callback to the Green Lantern Corps Oath because of the fact that the STAS Green Lantern episode was titled In Brightest Day, and this, the next Green Lantern focused episode's called In Blackest Night. Not an all-time classic, but I think it's a really great example of a really damn good episode that checks off all the boxes you would need for a good episode that I would gladly rewatch. And for the second Justice League episode, I think it's a great job done. So let us continue that trend with episodes 6 and 7, The Enemy Below. The United States Navy submarine is exploring the ocean as an unidentified craft approaches and repeatedly crashes into the submarine. The way the enemy ship is revealed is pretty cool as we first see it in the distance, obscuring its size in comparison to the submarine, but then it scrapes past the submarine and vastly overpowers it in a very Star Wars-esque kind of shot. The enemy is Atlantis, and Aquaman is leading the charge to destroy the ship. Superman, Wonder Woman, and GL lead a rescue as the Atlanteans fire back, The pacing is really good in the opening of this episode, as thanks to GL's piloting skills, they dodge the one ship as more arrive on the scene. This is small when watching the show, but when scrubbing through the footage for topics, I like how it's evident how much more Superman can do with the other heroes regularly helping him. While GL blasts a laser through the Atlantis ships, Superman and Wonder Woman can get on opposite ships and push them into one another. It's small, but adds a lot. Aquaman lets the League rescue the crew, and now is a good time to mention how this episode, much like Secret Origins, doesn't acknowledge Superman and Aquaman meeting just recently at the end of Superman Season 3. When going into this episode, I plan on criticizing this like I did in Secret Origins, however, unlike that episode, I don't feel like the events of a fish story are very important for the story of the enemy below. The only thing that does is demonstrated through actions rather than words. At the end of that episode, Aquaman tells Superman this.
Tell the surface dwellers to respect the sovereignty of my seas, or we'll return and finish what we've started.
And by attacking the submarine, Aquaman's resolve is being demonstrated. I also really like the new effects they have over the scenes in the ocean. It was most clear when rewatching the climax of a fish story again. Before taking off, Superman makes a great point to Aquaman.
You know, all this could have been avoided.
How?
Come and air your grievances at the World Assembly. Negotiate for peace.
You'd have me crawl to them like some beggar?
No. Stand before them like a king.
In the last episode, we were given cool fan service as we actually got to see Oa, and this episode actually does the same thing as the next scene takes place in Atlantis, as this will be one of the main settings of this episode. With one more episode this season expanding upon DCAU history only lightly mentioned before. In Atlantis, General Brack is ready to strike the humans, but Aquaman tears him down as Lord Orm establishes himself as Aquaman's second in command. As Mera, the Queen of Atlantis, walks in with their young son. Up to this point, Aquaman has been portrayed as merciless, but this scene with his family is important because it humanizes the man and makes his actions more relatable.
Mera, what kind of future am I making for our son?
Whatever you decide, I'm sure it will be the right choice. Your hands are strong and noble. I would gladly place my fate in them.
I don't think any of us will ever be the king of Atlantis fighting off surface dwellers, but the emotions behind trying to make the best world for your child is something anyone could get down with and understand, as you wouldn't want a species of what, from Atlantis' perspective, all seem to be polluters in your society. But Superman's words will ring true. But before we get to that, GL is angry about the submarine being left down in the ocean for Atlanteans to pilfer, as the sub was nuclear. Side note, I see what they were going for with this scene, however, the way the characters are lit doesn't really work with the setting inside the watchtower, as it's incredibly well lit, so what is this shot? GL explores the sub wreckage, which is being patrolled by Atlanteans, and of course, the plutonium inside is missing. Aquaman goes to the surface to meet with the World Assembly, and he's quite literally a fish out of water.
Out of the way, meathead!
No better time than right now to comment on Aquaman's new design. As opposed to the classic comic book portrayal as seen in STAS, Aquaman now resembles his 90s comics portrayal with long hair, a full beard, and no shirt. It's just more memorable and easier to take seriously than his last appearance. He, much like the Flash, also has a more defined voice actor, as his actor from A Fish Story had played with other characters on the show with the exact same voice. His meeting at the World Assembly doesn't change anything, as he wants decisions to be reached this second, which would obviously never happen, but when it looks bad enough... Upon hearing the news, Lord Orm takes this moment to rally the Atlanteans against the surface world as he takes command in the King's absence, possible death. At the hospital, despite a team of medical professionals, Batman knows what's up when the doctors are out of ideas.
Maintain saline at 3.5%.
But how could you possibly guess that?
He's a fish out of water, Doctor. Salt water.
Aquaman says he had nothing to do with the plutonium theft and has to investigate immediately, but with the assassin still at large, Batman has a great plan. Have Jean pretend to be Aquaman and use him as bait to lure the assassin out and stop him, which works wonders and contributes to what I said at the beginning of the episode. This is a good way to write stories with multiple heroes where everyone's unique powers can be of help in some way or another. That doesn't stop this from happening to Superman, though. This chase scene has the same flaw as the opening battle from the previous episode, where the same music goes on forever and loops so quickly, but the scene ends with this great interaction.
I'll take it from here.
You can't scare me, Batman.
Let me give you one word of advice.
Okay. I'll tell.
What did he say?
You don't want to know.
A traitor from Atlantis was the one who paid Deadshot to try and kill Aquaman, who despite the wishes of the JL, has gone back to Atlantis, only to find Orm in total control of his kingdom, about to wage war against the surface dwellers.
What treason is this?
No treason, brother. I thought you were...
Dead? That's no reason to plunge Atlantis into a foolhardy war. I left specific orders.
I'm only doing what you never had the courage to do.
Enough! I'll hear no more. Arrest the traitor!
You heard him.
Part 2 picks up right after as Aquaman tries to fight back but is captured and taken away as Mera wonders what's going on. From this point on, the episode becomes near biblical in the way the story is structured, and it's wonderfully cinematic as Orm tells Mera that he's placed her son in his protection.
I've already taken the precaution of placing him under my protection. These are dangerous times, Mera. We can't be too careful.
The Justice League tries to go to Atlantis but get attacked by the fleet and taken as hostages and set to be executed by the way of drowning. Although, now that I watch this set piece, is this death trap meant for humans? I mean, how do you drown an Atlantean? Well, whatever. Mera frees the Justice League so they can help save Aquaman as the scene cuts to Aquaman chained to the rocks above lava as Orm plans to kill both Aquaman and his infant son to make himself the rightful heir to the throne. And this is the emotional high point of the episode. I was making this point about Aquaman's characterization earlier, but that comes back in full force as he loves his son, and in the face of death, he will do anything to save him. As the storyboard artists, animators, the composers, Aquaman's actor, they pulled this scene off magnificently. You perfectly relate to Aquaman struggling here as it's a larger-than-life concept, but close to home emotionally. To think some folks believe Aquaman is a character you can't take seriously because of controlling fish and such, I find it just as silly as any other comic book character on a conceptual level. But in a story like this, he's a fleshed-out character and I love it. Although there is one thing I should address. Sometimes in this season, characters will come in from off-screen, but there's a part of the screen that they just go past. I think this is because the Blu-ray release is the wider aspect ratio of any version of this season, and so things like this that you wouldn't see on a CRT are here on full display. However, that doesn't excuse it since it's really noticeable, really like all the animation errors in the DCAU. But anyway, Aquaman returns to Atlantis with his son safe as well. The reason the baby has been in red blankets this whole episode is for the very purpose of tricking the censors. Aquaman sacrificed his hand to save his son and has wrapped the blanket around the wound. We all know he's bleeding into the blanket, but the blanket was red anyway, so censors be damned yet again. I've been making this point since the Batman Season 2 video. The soft censorship the DCAU applies only amplifies the drama, as everyone can grasp the weight of the situation without even having to see the gory details. Using the stolen plutonium from the start of the story, Orm is powering up the nuclear reactor in the glaciers that Atlantis set up as a last resort in time of war.
Orm must be stopped.
What the f kind of line is that? The JL alongside Aquaman battle the Atlantean fleet in a great action scene as Aquaman, GL, and Batman make it inside of the reactor with more teamwork as GL shields Batman from the heat and radiation with his ring as Batman knows how to shut the machine down from the inside. The end fight with Orm and Aquaman is also great as the structure is melting on the outside as the ground inside is easily cracked and destroyed as the brothers battle to death. Cowards like Orm view themselves as powerful until they have none, like so.
You weak and gutless! Please, brother, help me!
This scene could play out one of two ways. The writers could pull a Sly 4 and see Aquaman be a fool and save Orm, his brother, or he could do the thing a wise leader would do and let the treacherous baby-killing scum fall to his death.
I believe this is mine.
With the threat eliminated, Aquaman fires the traitors who served Orm and plans on changing his own ways with the surface dwellers, thus ending the enemy below. And that was easily the best episode yet. We get to see Atlantis for the first time, the action scenes were well spaced and done to perfection, the shots were really well done, the team dynamic of the League is put to great use, but at the core of it, the episode's focus on Aquaman and his family gives the story an emotional center to get behind, and his character was great to have on screen as he goes through a transformative arc in just 40 minutes. And won't come back till next season for one appearance, and won't come back until the season after that. I really like this episode to the point where I don't think it has anything going against it when making the review of it. I just found myself watching the episode because I was that into the story, and that is the mark of a great episode. The hits for Justice League Season 1 just keep on coming, so let's see if we can keep that up in episodes 8 and 9 in Justice for All. From the very start of this episode, I'm hooked. We see a pan of Metropolis with LexCorp shining bright green lights. Lex has bested Superman with his kryptonite yet again, as Superman asks Lex how he managed to commit his latest criminal act, and in his hubris, he tells Superman about the plan.
How did I get them through customs? A gift here, a bribe there. When money talks, people listen.
This would just never happen in an STAS episode, since as I hammered in numerous times, Lex was an obvious criminal, but there was never any evidence to pin him on any of it. Lex also had this kryptonite since his second appearance, so Superman couldn't get close to him if he tried. So the status quo of Lex stayed the same throughout all of Superman, as he appeared less frequently in seasons 2 and 3 because of that. In the last episode, it became really apparent how useful it is to have 7 heroes instead of 1, and honestly, there is no better example of that than this.
Sounds like you're going to have company in prison.
It can't be. The kryptonite
won't protect you any longer.
No!
You're usually more careful, Lex. You slipped up.
And you're going down hard.
Mission accomplished.
Just think about this. In the 4th episode of Justice League, the very thing Superman could never do, take down Lex Luthor's image, has been done. From this point, Lex will never be the corrupt businessman we saw in Superman ever again. He's gonna be a more active villain in the series. But this is not gonna stop Lex from trying to escape, but on the way, he has a seizure and almost crashes the plane before Superman saves him. But this was no ordinary seizure, as the next scene between Superman and Lex shows.
Listen.
Mr. Luthor, you had a seizure. Has this happened to you before? My tests indicate you have a rare form of blood poisoning.
Impossible.
Remember that chunk of kryptonite you carried around for years?
What about it? Kryptonite only affects you.
Actually, we're finding that it can affect humans too, but only if they're exposed over a long period.
Lex Luthor is slowly dying from kryptonite poisoning. Of course, his first action is to blame Superman, but it's not his fault.
This is your fault. All of it. What's the treatment? Radiation? Chemo?
Unfortunately, there is no cure.
Then find one. Price is no object.
I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. It's terminal.
Happy, Superman?
Lex, if there's anything I can do.
You've done more than enough.
Lex was the one who hated Superman so much that he surrounded himself with kryptonite for years trying to kill Superman. It doesn't feel like a contrived setup either, as the Doctor says we're just now learning of the effect kryptonite has on humans over a long period of time, since it hasn't been around that long. One of Lex's scientists wanted to expose kryptonite to the whole world, but Lex wanted to keep it in private because he wanted it to be his weapon against Superman.
You work for me, Peterson. Don't forget that. There shouldn't be an opinion in your head that I haven't put there.
So now it's coming back to bite him. As now he's not only a criminal going to jail, but he's also dying too. True dramatic, cannon-shaking events in the first 5 minutes of one episode. The writers take full advantage of Lex in prison as he gets really triggered by the noise going on around him. As we're introduced to the guy listening to the loud opera in jail, the Ultra-Humanite.
Humanite! How can you stand that caterwauling?
Music is one of the meager pleasures I'm allowed in here, along with a few other necessities.
The joke speaks for itself, but I didn't see it coming, and so it got a laugh out of me. But seriously though, who would want to escape a prison in Metropolis? If you're a model prisoner, you can get wine, lights, a dresser, and a chair, and a TV.
And the premium channels.
But regardless, Humanite makes a deal with Lex to bust them both out of jail when the prison guards bring Humanite his steak dinner, and after escaping, to cause distraction, they blow up an apartment building that keep the authorities busy as Batman is the first responder to the fire. This scene is really interesting as Batman tries to save a girl from the fire, but when all the exits get closed off as the ground slips from beneath them, there's just nothing he can do about it until Hawkgirl saves them both.
I'm used to being thanked when I save someone.
I'm not used to being saved.
This is an interesting spot for Batman to be in, since every time we've seen him, he's always been in the power position over his various sidekicks as the one with the most wisdom and experience. And while you could make the same case for his position in the Justice League, he is inarguably not as powerful as Superman or Wonder Woman. He can't fly, he can't run fast, or any of that. So a battle his character has to face is his own mortality when standing toe-to-toe with aliens, gods, and metahumans. Lex escapes to a rundown building, and is that the Mega Man 2 font? That is one weird thing I noticed in this season. This strange 8-bit text when text is in the distance. I'm telling you, man, nobody knows how to cut time on trifling details like the DCAU team does. Several new villains: Cheetah, a human-feline combination; Copperhead, a human-snake combination; Solomon Grundy, a zombie-like brute; The Shade, a guy who can cast darkness; and Star Sapphire, a woman who can shoot pink lasers out of the gem in her mask, appear at Luthor's place to discuss a job where they'll all be paid to fight alongside him and Humanite against the Justice League. These villains will appear throughout the show, but in their debut episode, they're just villains with powers to fight against the League. Whether they were new characters with these powers or from the comics, it would make no difference, as we care about Lex, and the Ultra Humanite has already had plenty of character injected in, but for the likes of Star Sapphire, you can expect next to none.
And I had those flames out before the firemen even stepped off their trucks.
That's fast.
Fastest man alive.
Which might explain why you can't get a date.
Yeah. Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Quiet.
The Injustice Gang has set up a fake hostage situation to lure the League into a combat situation in a pretty messy fight scene. Not because it's bad or anything, but because the Injustice League aren't a well-oiled machine, so it's just clumsy. The point isn't lost on me, it's just not the most interesting thing to watch for a few minutes either. But Copperhead gets Batman with his venom as we get a funny scene between Batman and Superman.
I'm headed down to Stryker's to interrogate him.
All right. Let's go.
No, you're staying here. That venom almost killed you.
So
You're staying here.
But a more serious scene with Batman and Jean.
I know this must be hard for you, feeling vulnerable. You're the only one of us without special powers. But you don't need to prove yourself. You're a valued member of this team, and we're only trying to...
I'm taking the shuttle.
That's basically the height of what I was talking about when Hawkgirl saved Batman. He's just such an odd man out that it must have some kind of effect on him, not that he would ever let it show. It's best to come from Jean, as he can read minds, so therefore it doesn't just sound like preaching. But stay tuned, as there is no Batman like JL Batman. But I just love how everybody is afraid of Batman despite the fact that they're all like more powerful than him.
Unless you want to try and stop me.
No.
This might have been a season-wide thing, but I certainly noticed that this episode has a thing for horizontal crossfades like it's Star Wars. It's just kind of funny that when you watch this in 2002, it looks pretty neat. When you make videos, I can put one in right now. Superman and Flash try to interrogate Copperhead, and they completely make fools out of themselves.
I'm warning you.
What are you gonna do, Boy Scout? Short my sheets?
Superman has been able to do interrogations before, but to be fair, that was just a government agent that he wrecked. In general, the supervillains have never been very afraid of Superman, so it makes sense that his interrogations in Justice League never go that well. That's Batman's forte, and I like that, as it shows just how much of a valued contributor Batman really is, despite looking like he has more limitations. Luthor is scolding his team for failure, which, now that I think about it, really sets this whole team up for failure, as everyone just wants Luthor to sign a check, and he's berating them for failure, whereas the Justice League has the exact opposite attitude as demonstrated in the previous two scenes. But now that Copperhead's down and in jail, Luthor is down a teammate, and we all know what this episode has been missing so far.
You're crazy.
And what's wrong with that? It's done wonders for me.
Get out of here.
Oh, Lexi, I'm hurt. How could you have this little party without inviting me?
It's not a party. Grundy, get rid of him.
I can't accurately explain how much I love that scene. They've just kept Joker out of the story so far, so we want to see him, but at the same time it makes perfect sense why he wouldn't be here since Luthor already made a deal with Joker, and to say it didn't work out would be the understatement of the century.
I love to personalize all my stuff.
Very amusing.
I love the way he just dashes up to Luthor, pulling party hats out of thin air, and proves his usefulness to the point where Lex has no choice but to allow Joker to help out.
But seriously, Lex, you need me.
Like I need skin rash.
Maybe so, but I know something you don't know. I know how the Bat thinks.
It's just a perfect introduction. Another understatement would be saying people didn't like Joker's design in the new Batman Adventures. I did like his animated series look more, but I had no problem with the TNBA approach either. It was in the film Batman Beyond Return of the Joker where a flashback scene had every TNBA character with their regular design, except Joker, who had a new look that served as a middling point between the red-lipped, yellow eyes appearance in Batman the Animated Series and the soulless eyes and no lips from TNBA. Justice League reuses this design, although the purples and greens have all been dyed down from Return of the Joker. Batman does indeed arrive to find Luthor and company, but this is just what Joker expected, as Mark Hamill delivers what has got to be the most passionate Joker laugh I've ever heard him give. So I'm not sure how to even review part 2 of Injustice for All without just playing Joker clips.
Wakey, wakey, Batman.
Joker. I should have known you'd be in on this.
Really? I must be falling into a rut.
Batman's presence just completely wrecks this team. Batman barely even has to speak. That's the real drive of part 2. Batman just trolls the out of these guys, and by using various tactics that don't require him to move at all.
Now, Batman, you must have some kind of passkey or access code I can use against your friends. Where is it?
Guess.
Grundy?
I told you.
Shut up!
Humanite and Grundy are forced to watch after Batman, and he just effortlessly turns them against each other.
Money. Lots of it.
As much as he's getting?
It's like a sitcom, as then Luthor has to rush in and get pissed off.
You did this, didn't you? Well, it won't happen again. Cheetah!
Cheetah may not be as easy to manipulate as Grundy, but Batman is adaptable.
And now I'm a freak.
That's not what I see. I see someone who was willing to give up everything for a cause she believed in.
How do you know so much about me?
Let's just say cats aren't the only ones who are curious.
As for the other conflicts here, Luthor opens Batman's utility belt and finds the switch that opens the Watchtower and sends some of the other villains there with a bomb. Certainly the less interesting part of the story, since it just happens. Someone leaks the bomb to the League, they spread, try to find it, and get rid of it as Luthor gets mad. That's the end result of 4 minutes of screen time. It's only really here to set up the fact that somebody has turned traitor on Luthor, and Cheetah was caught on the feed playing into Batman's game as she's dragged off.
And they say I'm not a team player.
Every time Batman's on screen, it's great. But the rest of it is a bit scattered as Luthor builds himself a suit to harness kryptonite energy, the bomb plan fails, and there was a 5-second hunt for the traitor. And the bomb hunt, as I said, was just boring, as we know the Watchtower is not going to blow up. Which, going back to Secret Origins, that's not the issue. That's the setup for the issue, that nothing is beneath the surface of such a basic and predetermined outcome. The League tracks down the Injustice League and have a real battle this time around. And never underestimate the Joker, by the way. He might look weak, but he has a deadly arsenal of innocent-looking weapons.
Catch!
I also like how Shade is beaten by his own staff twice by both Wonder Woman and Hawkgirl in the exact same fashion. But things really get interesting as Lex starts blasting Superman with kryptonite lasers, something I'm sure fans had waited a long time to finally see, as it turns out that the traitor was Humanite.
Neither were you, Lex.
Bit too Humanite.
Before we close, Joker tries to kill Batman, and we've got one of my favorite Batman scenes of all time right here.
What? No fair! How'd you get free?
I could have escaped any time, but I thought I'd stick around to keep an eye on you clowns.
You're despicable.
With another plot twist on top of that being Batman is the reason Humanite betrayed Lex Luthor, because off-screen, he offered to pay Humanite double what Luthor was paying.
Wait. You'll keep our bargain?
Yes. Double what Luthor was paying.
What was that all about?
Which would explain why Humanite was really penny-pinching Luthor towards the end of the episode, as Humanite just wants the money and the opera. He was overjoyed to portray Luthor, go back to jail, and watch TV. He was the one who tipped the League off to the bomb, and Batman sowed dissension amongst Luthor's ranks. Again, Justice League Batman is best Batman, with the final scene being Lex back in jail with the lovely sounds of the opera on the other side of the wall.
Humanite! You'll pay for this, you turncoat! Do you hear? You'll pay!
This program was made possible by a grant from the Ultra Humanite and viewers like you.
Injustice for All was a really strong episode. I don't think that this was as good as In Blackest Night or The Enemy Below, but I really enjoyed it. Starting off strong with the defeat of Luthor, the revelation of his condition, Batman's mortality, these are really strong foundations for a great story. However, the episode is really lacking in an interesting character dynamic with the heroes and villains. I get this is how the writers set it up to be, but the villains are not interesting and don't contribute to the actual story of the episode, and the conflicts themselves are ankle deep because of that, which describes Justice League Season 1 really well overall, as Secret Origin suffers from this, and others this season will as well. Batman, Joker, Lex, and Humanite made Part 2 a lot of fun to watch, but the story itself isn't the greatest, and I'm sad to say. So let us just dive into episodes 10 and 11, Paradise Lost. A hurricane runs rampant throughout a city as the fire truck goes over the rails, with Superman really struggling to save the day as Wonder Woman arrives to back him up. A little girl gets caught in a tree, and Wonder Woman saves her. The girl and her mom remind Diana of her life back on Themyscira and her having left the island against the wishes of Queen Hippolyta. In a really good moment for Superman, he offers the simplest but most effective advice.
What's wrong?
My mother used to say the planets revolved around me. She called me her little sun and stars. You know, I left Themyscira against her wishes.
Maybe you should go back and set things right.
But what would I say to her?
Try the truth.
The way Diana thinks of different scenarios to try and explain her absence from the island adds some humanity to her character, as everyone can relate to that.
I didn't go anywhere. I was in my room. Alone. For 8 months. Definitely not.
But it's cut short as the island is on fire and the Amazons have all been turned to stone. A sorcerer called Felix Faust is responsible. He committed a triple offense. Not only did he cause the Amazons to be in their current stone state, but he also is a man who set foot on this island, which is strictly forbidden. Most importantly, he's seeking 3 pieces to complete an artifact, and that is why he's here. He gives Wonder Woman 24 hours to find the artifacts for him, or else the Amazons will be stoned forever. When it comes to plot development, that is basically it for the good portion of the story. Wonder Woman's now on a MacGuffin hunt, and the setup suffers from the same issues as the bomb hunt in Injustice for All. We're gonna see scene after scene of characters looking for artifacts, which is the sole point of the scene, nothing beyond that. So it makes Paradise Lost not that interesting to talk about. Even though I do really like how much devotion we can tell Diana has for her family, just going off her lines in reaction to Faust in the brief scene we just had. But anyway.
Batman, it's Diana. I need some background information on a man named Faust. Felix Faust. He's some kind of sorcerer.
Care to tell me what's going on?
Something about Batman's face there just tickles me. As well as taking advantage of the fact that he's not a full League member. We can see him just working on something else at the Batcave. The Batman Beyond Batcave, not the one from TNBA, which I could get annoyed at, but I guess I can save it for when it actually matters. Wonder Woman is also like hundreds of years old.
Menelippi. Good for you. I always said your work was museum quality.
The battle Wonder Woman has with this statue is a perfect example of what I was just talking about. I mean, what is the actual danger with this? I like the demonstration of just how powerful she is on her own, which was just given a demonstration in Secret Origins, but from a review perspective, there's nothing outstanding to say about the fight itself. And the character depth is not there. Superman, Flash, and Jean arrive to discuss this with Wonder Woman. Much like in Blackest Night, I just love how willing the team is to lend a hand in matters that don't concern them personally.
I'm afraid that leaves us but one course of action. We'll have to help you.
Now that is an example of what the series has done well so far. These little character moments in a large pool of differing personalities.
Picture it. The sun, the sea, hundreds of women just like her running around, and me, the first man they've seen in, oh, maybe forever? Oh, and look what I brought. Iced mochas for everyone. Sweet.
I fail to see the attraction.
Man, you really are from Mars.
The scene couldn't just end there though, as we have another fight with Flash, Jean, and a giant snake. I like how Flash uses his arms to make mini tornadoes to spit the fire back at the snake, but let's be honest, this fight scene exists to fill time, it only really took one hit to beat. But here's another good character moment between Superman and Wonder Woman looking for the artifact that's somehow buried in the mall.
It's like some kind of temple.
Yes, for those who worship their credit cards.
The trap here is that the artifact makes both Superman and Wonder Woman think the other is a demon. Come to think of it though, how would this work if there was only one person? I don't know. But, writing. I like how this fight keeps shifting perspectives between the two to show what they're both seeing, and it's pretty simple in concept and execution, but I enjoy that part of the scene nonetheless. Superman is really getting his butt kicked here though, which is especially true once he realizes the trick. So I get he's going easy on her at the end, but it's just so pathetic to watch Superman get beat like this. I honestly was laughing my ass off when I saw this scene.
Diana, stop! It's an illusion!
He's literally scraping against the floor as she pushes him back. It is ridiculous. He just looks so weak. Ending with a hilarious line from Superman where he just sounds like he's gonna die.
I tried to tell you.
Powerful forces are at work here.
Tell me something I don't know.
Tell me something I don't know? What is going on with Superman this season? He's an absolute buffoon. But hey, at the very least, Batman gets a good scene.
No conferences without an appointment. See my secretary and...
Tell me about Faust.
And another one as the League investigates Faust's old study.
Where'd he get this stuff? Warlocks are us?
Don't touch that.
Oops.
Don't touch anything. We don't know what kind of powers we're dealing with.
Now comes the brief exposition, as Batman explains that Faust was once a professor of archaeology. When he became obsessed with magic powers, he was cast out of the university as he then took vengeance by turning the executives to stone. Faust wants the artifacts to open the portal to the Pit of Lost Souls on Themyscira, where the Dark Lord Hades resides. A long time ago, Hippolyta fell in love with Hades, and in a time of war, Hades sold his people out to the enemy to gain power over the entire human race. The battle was long and bloody, but ended with the gods victorious as Zeus cast Hades out into the Pit of Lost Souls to rule over the dead for thousands of years, with Hippolyta charged to stand guard over the gate, and that was when men were forbidden from setting foot on the island. Diana having broken that trust by bringing the Justice League here to help stop Faust. That is all important stuff, but we have to talk about this. What the f was that? Rewind that. Are you kidding me? The animators did not feel like making a shot of Flash running towards Faust, so they instead decided to take the footage of Flash running towards the Weather Wizard from Speed Demons, Flash's sole appearance in Superman. This is not a terrible idea in theory, as they reuse the same explosion effects all the damn time. However, it utterly fails here, as first, STAS's Flash design looks basically the same as JL, but the subtle differences are really noticeable. There's also almost no sound during the 3-second sequence to distract from it. Next, STAS and JL are not animated with the same technology, so the visual noise from the older animation just sticks out like a sore thumb. The contrast looks like it was upped significantly to account for that, but just makes it look more obvious. With the worst part being how the setting isn't even the same, as Speed Demons' climax is in a house, and here we're in ancient ruins. I can laugh at the DCAU team cutting corners sometimes when most folks would turn a blind eye, but laziness on this kind of scale really shows, and cannot be forgiven when reviewing Paradise Lost. I can still laugh it off as a viewer, like Robin or Superman being black and white in previous seasons for a few frames, but the overall point is that this is the 21st century of animation. Let's not let things like that slip through the cracks. Kevin Conroy also gives an insanely passionate grunt of pain when getting electrocuted here. Yes, these are the things that I notice while watching TV. I do it so nobody else has to, okay? Faust releases Hades from the underworld and is predictably betrayed. In this final battle scene, no matter how many witty lines Flash may have, nothing is as funny as Superman still going flying through walls. On the conflict side, the League is literally fighting an army of undead, brainless zombies. Can you get a better summation of this season than that? Upon destroying the key to the underworld, the gate begins sucking everything inside as the League just barely escapes as Hippolyta and Diana seal Hades away once again. I originally thought that this story was going to end with Hippolyta getting angry at Batman, Superman, and the others for even setting foot on the island in spite of their great work to save it, but I was pleasantly surprised as the male League members are honored for having fought tooth and nail to save the island from Hades, which would have been a good way to go out already. However, none of this has actually changed Hippolyta's mind on men being on the island, and in a really impactful moment, Diana is banished from Themyscira for what she's done.
But as your queen, I am obliged to uphold the laws of Themyscira. And in bringing these outsiders to our island, you have broken our most sacred law. This cannot be overlooked.
But Mother...
Diana, I have no choice. It is with a heavy heart that I must exile you from Themyscira.
What? You can't do that! She risked her butt to save all of you. Hey!
Please, she did this because she loves you. You can't punish her for that.
No, Mother's right. I did break the law, and I humbly accept your judgment.
Paradise Lost is a good watch at the end of the day, but again, it's just suffering from those fundamental issues that have plagued this season, which I said about Injustice for All, but it's even more prevalent in Paradise Lost as fight scenes before the very end feel soulless as the League fights a thing. Superman continues being a loser, and there were some really obvious budget cuts. None of this stops the episode from being entertaining anyway, since the little character moments were a lot of fun to watch, as this is a great cast of characters. I also like how much backstory Themyscira was given, as the DCAU's lore just keeps getting bigger and bigger every season. With all that said, this episode is fine. I would rewatch it, but it's just not great. However, next up is an episode widely despised in the DCAU fan community, one that brings Superman to the forefront. I am of course talking about the infamous episodes 12 and 13, War World. Superman and Jean are investigating a meteor with Hawkgirl in the Watchtower analyzing the data. When trying to destroy the asteroid, the hydrogen pocket blows up and sends Superman and Jean flying through space as Hawkgirl thinks they might have died. Cue intro. Okay, people almost dying is starting to become a really overused trope this season. GL and Hawkgirl bicker about what just happened before deciding to take action. But I can get back to them later because those two are the best part of the episode. Superman and Jean are picked up by a space freighter as the aliens think Superman would do well on War World. So the entire setup of the story is caused by a coincidence. If Superman and Jean did this any other time, or the freighter picked up a different route, the story would end with GL and Hawkgirl finding them, bringing them back to the Watchtower at the end. I usually don't like to discredit a story by rewriting to make it not happen, since more often than not you need to be making mountains out of molehills to reach that point. But it's stories like Sly 4 where I do this, since fundamentally the story just feels contrived at the offset, which is not a recipe for success. If you're curious what World is like, picture something like Dread Zone from Ratchet Deadlock. Gladiators are captured and forced to compete for their very lives. This introductory scene is very similar to the one at the start of Ratchet Deadlock, where we see Ace Hardlight take down the opponent, demonstrating how the game works before the main character is put into it. But listen to me, I'm talking about much better stuff. Superman's rival for the episode is Draga, the undefeated champion, as World is hosted by Mongol, the oppressive leader on the planet that uses this competition as a substitute for good governance. Draga kills his enemy, and the people are kind of disappointed by that, since they want to see a real fight where Draga can lose. So the episode suffers from a lot of issues all at once. The most perplexing of all is the fact that the episode runs for 40 minutes, and it's loaded with plot points, while at the same time it feels like nothing is happening, as this episode is horrifically paced. We're nearly at the 10-minute mark and almost nothing has happened, which changes as Hawkgirl and GL pick up the trail to find Superman and Jean, and at the same time, Draga meets Superman.
You're the biggest disappointment of all.
Yep. Superman, everyone. Getting spat on by a nobody. Superman fights a giant croc that was going to eat Jean, and they try to escape, but that is when another ridiculous thing happens. Jean uses his phasing ability to get through the force field because the writers needed him to be on the outside to help Superman, and at the same time, they can't have someone as powerful as Jean be with Superman since he'd really even the odds. To account for this, we have what might just be the worst plot device in the history of the DCAU.
Something in the atmosphere is sapping my strength.
That thing sapping Jean of his powers? Yeah, we never find out what that is. It just is. Do I really need to give you a speech on why that's bad writing? This really speaks for itself. You cannot just nerf a character because their abilities get in the way of the story. The beauty of this show is that if Jean's powers hinder the story, you don't have to include him. I talked about this format back in Blackest Night, when the story did not include Batman and Wonder Woman since they had no place in the story. Green Lantern and Hawkgirl didn't appear in Paradise Lost because they just had no role in that story. That's just the thing. Jean does have some roles in this story that could only be fulfilled by him, so they tried to have their cake and eat it too, and it just fails, leaving a massive stain on this episode. So, how many shots does it take to beat pathetic. Mongol is dismissive of the poor quality of life his citizens endure because if he keeps giving them fights, they'll forget about their lowly issues. Until Superman is brought before him and... Oh my god! What the hell is that face? Okay, I have ignored this for far too long. What on earth did they do to Superman this season? Simple. They made him a complete loser. When Superman first appeared in Secret Origins, I commented on his changed appearance where they decided to age Superman up. A decision that did his character in this season no favors as he just looks ugly throughout the whole first season of Justice League, to the point where it never stops being distracting from the first episode to the last. But I also remarked on how this season has gone out of its way to ignore the finale of STAS, which, like I said, I get having less continuity here in the first season, but they went too far with it in that case. From a writing standpoint, Superman in this season still has plenty of good moments with Batman or the other characters, but in general, the wit of Clark Kent, or really all of his emotional range, just feels like it's been deprived. A total downgrade from the Superman we had for 3 straight seasons, who was a real character with flaws, genius, happiness, anger, sadness, jealousy, enthusiasm, and the list goes on. Once again, he still has some of that here, but not nearly enough. The lines they give him are also just awful. The writers have made him the butt of every action scene too. Pay close attention to any action scene Superman is in this season, and you will quickly notice a trend where the enemy will fire at the League and Superman is the first to get hit and be knocked on his ass, or through walls, or into walls. All of which stems from a misguided idea that showing Superman getting smacked around by the big enemies will make you, the viewer, subconsciously think that the Justice League will be really needed if Superman is taking hits like that.
Season 1, we got called on the carpet for making Superman a wimp.
Yeah.
And guilty as charged.
Sure, yeah.
We didn't know we were doing it. We were actually kind of using it as a kind of a dramatic crutch early on. It's like, oh, well, hey, if Superman can get taken down really, right away, well, then now this is a really bad threat, and now the rest of everybody else is all in trouble. We didn't realize it had become like a recurring gag until we started getting the internet comments and everybody's saying, well, wait a minute, why is Superman such a wimp now? And it's like, oh, you know what? There's a pattern.
This kind of trick would work in moderation. In fact, I said I didn't mind it in Secret Origins because there you would need a conflict Superman couldn't do alone if there was going to be a launching pad for this whole series. This tactic became so overused by the end of the season that a lot of fans heavily criticized the show on the message boards, which inspired the team to try and clean up this mess in Season 2. But this loser is just not Superman. And when he really feels like Superman, it just makes you miss STAS Superman even more than you already did. While writing this mini rant, I wasn't sure if I was being too harsh or not, and while I do think there are probably way worse Superman portrayals out there, and his characterization isn't so antithetical to STAS Superman to where it's not the same guy, it is instead the same guy, just devoid of all of his great qualities that elevated him from a fine character to a great one. A good comparison is that Jean was also depowered from his comic book incarnation, but I'm actually fine with this since this is their version of J'onn J'onzz. So they set limitations for him that work well with the rest of the team. I'm taking issue with Superman being a total downgrade from what we saw back in Superman's solo series. J'onn in this season stays consistent throughout JL Season 2 and JLU, so there's no issue, except this episode anyway. But Superman was given way more credibility in Season 2 and Unlimited with numerous STAS tribute episodes because what we have here is a weak offering. With that glaring issue out of the way, back to World. This whole episode was the perfect chance to talk about this issue since the premise is Superman in a gladiator competition. You can't kill Superman with an axe and a strong opponent, so there's just no threat to Superman in the conflict, which the episode thankfully understands that much, but then the ways they try to go around it are weak. Superman does not want to fight for anyone's amusement, which makes sense, until he just takes this much abuse. Yes, Superman, get him! No? Great. In a very Superman-like moment, he won't kill Draga and tries to ensure that Draga doesn't get fed to the croc, but to stop Superman from being executed, J'onn cheers for him, the crowd joins, and Mongol doesn't execute him. Back to the good part of this episode, GL and Hawkgirl find a transport to World, and these two are just arguing like an old married couple.
Sorry.
Why do we have to ride in this rust bucket? What's wrong with your ring?
Lady, the galaxy's a big place. I need my Navicomputer to find World.
He's got a point.
Great. Take his side.
I'm not taking his side. I'm just saying...
I'm wrong again.
This episode, as bad as it may be, is the start of something really important as these two share dedicated screen time together for the first time in the series, and the chemistry between the characters and the actors is just great. Right when it's getting good, the transport just dumps them off the ship as we get more dialogue between them.
Any idea where we are?
Not a clue.
Great. So we don't know where we are. We don't know where World is, and we don't even know how to get back to Earth. How much worse can it get?
Draga then burns Superman's logo onto his chest. and just happens to meet GL and Hawkgirl to take them to Warworld. And this oddly got a laugh out of me.
How will we ever find them?
That's your problem.
This is getting really boring. Let's finish this. Superman learns that Drago once tried to start a revolution, but Mongol threatened to blow up his planet if he did, hence why he was a gladiator. Jean tries to pretend to be Mongol and shut the laser cannon down, but since his powers don't work in this episode, this plan fails. GL and Hawkgirl destroy the cannon. Superman is challenged to a fight with Mongol, but he's forced to lose or else Drago's world would be destroyed. Drago tries to interrupt the fight and kill Superman. He learns Superman is losing to save his world. The other heroes reveal the cannon is destroyed, and Superman is robbed of finally beating up Mongol because Drago does it and will now lead Warworld with Mongol defeated, with a really good line from Superman to close it out.
Drago, the real test of honor isn't how you die, it's how you live.
Yeah, that was Warworld. I wasn't looking forward to rewatching this one, and it certainly didn't defy expectations. It was pretty bad. The nature of the story is just contrived, the plot is all over the place, the writing is so sloppy that I can't believe nobody called for a second draft of this script. The ending isn't very conclusive, the whole episode is riddled with filler, and with the story elements feeling incredibly surface level. Green Lantern and Hawkgirl's relationship beginning here was great, but better served in better episodes, with more screen time spent on it, since that definitely cannot save an otherwise awful episode. This has got to be one of my least favorite DCAU episodes, since the story is just nothing interesting. Much like a Prophecy of Doom, or an I've Got Batman in My Basement, only double the length. It's still not unwatchable, but for DCAU standards, it might as well be. Let's waste no more time on this and see the quality rise back up in episodes 14 and 15, The Brave and the Bold. I really like how this episode opens, as some archaeologists are digging in the ground and discover a pre-Homo sapien skull. A great find. Pretty normal so far. Then this happens.
Humans!
What was that?
Not an ordinary day in the jungle after all, eh?
So there I was, cornered. Solomon Grundy thought he had the drop on me, but he didn't. And you know why? Because I'm the Flash. The fastest man alive.
So this episode's going to give the Flash some much needed screen time, as he's just been the comedic relief character, which is not a problem, as he's going to stay that way in the episode. It's just that he's never been the focus character before now, as that clip I just played makes really clear that this guy is just desperately trying to pick up girls in his off time from superheroics, and fails miserably. A truck driver goes mad and is running people off the road as Flash tries to stop them. Super speed must suck as a power for fighting evil. I mean, the whole chase scene is just trying to catch the truck. Without super strength or some well-placed trap, you can't bring the car to a halt without just asking nicely. All jokes aside, I like this chase scene as Flash hops over obstacles and cars like Raiden in Metal Gear Rising. Another moment worthy of praise would be Flash stopping the debris by starting a tornado and moving it into a safe direction. I started to bring this up in Secret Origins and again Paradise Lost, but the overall point is just that I like how much the writers try to get use out of every character's unique skills in the scene. Since Superman would have just flown the bystanders out of the way, and GL would have cast a shield around them. It just diversifies the scenes, and I like that. Speaking of GL, he arrives to assist Flash in the investigation. In Blackest Night had only just given a sample of the relationship Flash and GL will have, but this episode gives us far more of that. GL bounces off of Hawkgirl so well because of the fact that she's so hot-tempered and quick to draw compared to his mild-mannered personality. His buddy cop dynamic with Flash works for many of the same reasons, as he gets easily annoyed at Flash's immature behavior. Case in point, this scene where he and Flash look into the place that these two professors who somehow unknowingly drove the truck and stole the isotopes in the back used to work. There is some foreshadowing here, as the opening established a gorilla on the run, and the gun that the passenger in the truck chase fired is the exact same model as the one the gray gorilla was holding in the intro of the episode. Dr. Sarah Corwin is dismissive of the duo's investigation, and Flash is a fool.
Want one? Hey!
So she's a suspect, but before the plot can really progress, Flash buys hot dogs.
We're supposed to be conducting an investigation.
Can I help it if I have a hyper-accelerated metabolism? Besides, it's just a little snack.
Now what?
I'm on it.
Wait, I'll go with you.
Not without paying for that.
I love that because the next scene requires Flash to be alone to work, and so they found a really natural way to separate the two for the chase of a wild gorilla that hijacks a car.
Get your stinking paws off me, you filthy human.
And can talk.
Say what?
Flash is blasted by Corwin, and if you thought Superman's visions and secret origins were weird, give this a look. Flash wakes up in the middle of a prison cell and is brought in for interrogation. Remembering nothing, the cops show Flash a security tape of himself stealing the isotopes from the truck at the beginning of the story. Mind control is clearly a part of this plot, as the laser Corwin fired makes the victim just think random nonsense while they do whatever the ringleader orders. GL arrives to get Flash out of there, and I think this interaction here is funny.
You actually posted bail for this lowlife?
If he were really guilty, do you think you could have held him here with a pair of handcuffs?
But what I thought was more entertaining was GL and Flash on the outside of the department.
All right, then let's start with the last thing you do remember.
Let's see. After I caught the gorilla, he told me that...
The gorilla talked to you?
Yeah, right after I stopped his car.
I'm supposed to believe this?
Hey, we both got a Martian's phone number on our speed dial. I think I deserve the benefit of the doubt here.
Let's check it out. Together this time.
They find Solovar, the chief of security for Gorilla City, the ape Flash met earlier. And Gorilla City is a well-established part of DC lore, although I don't think it makes any sense. Not the talking gorillas part, it's comic books. But I have just a hard time picturing a giant force field that blocks the whole city from outside intervention to be feasible. Themyscira is off-continent, and if men went to it, they'd get kicked out or killed. Atlantis is at the bottom of the ocean, and if you went near it, you'd get killed. The force field that protects this advanced society of gorillas is lethal, of course, and you get captured for going there, but since this show takes place well after the age of imperialism, I'm not questioning how nobody's ever gotten in. I'm just wondering how nobody's never found the force field to begin with, as the explorers at the very beginning have no idea what they were stumbling upon. This is obviously just me nitpicking, but I did think about that. It's also another utopia, which isn't anything new, but it's not bad in its own merits. Solovar explains that there was a mad genius called Grodd who tried to use his mind control helmet to take over the city, but was stopped as he escaped with the security plans of the city with a thirst for revenge. Grodd had been emailing Dr. Corwin back and forth as she's helping him with his plan to use the isotopes to get his revenge on Gorilla City. Flash rushes in as another repercussion of his hasty actions is soon to appear, but this scene also exists so that Flash can get screen time with Grodd, who is a Flash villain in origin.
How?
You blinked. Where's Grodd?
I don't know what you mean.
Don't play cute with me, Doc. Grodd, your little monkey pen pal.
That's for the banana. I hate bananas.
It also gives Grodd a chance to achieve his plan while he mind controls Flash into fighting with GL.
I hate to do this.
What Grodd is trying to do is unknown as a wave of energy sweeps the city, wiping it off the map, ending Part 1. Part 2 begins as Wonder Woman, Hawkgirl, and Jean realize this and try to in vain contact GL and Flash and vice versa. Unfortunately, Part 2 suffers from the same issues we've seen. The story just unfolds. Grodd takes over the city.
Humans are slow, ugly, immoral, and have an unpleasant body odor.
Hey, who you calling slow?
Flash, don't heckle the supervillain.
We don't have to listen to this. Hey, monkey boy! Why don't you go climb a skyscraper?
Intruders!
Batman joins the other League members to investigate the force field, only for them all to be captured in Gorilla City and interrogated. Grodd makes his way to a missile base, and his target is Gorilla City with 4 missiles. GL tries to stop them, but is knocked out halfway through. The rest of the League escapes captivity in what was a pretty cool fight scene. Felt very closed in and spontaneous. Everyone here except Batman can fly, so he just has to run on the ground, which really got a laugh out of me. Jean, Hawkgirl, and Wonder Woman contribute to the effort to stop the missiles, and I like how Wonder Woman's efforts to slow down this rocket is consistent with the laws of physics presented when Superman tried to stop an airplane in the first Superman episode. The strength is there, however she just needs ground to push the weight against something, which makes sense, even if no human has these superpowers. More importantly, Wonder Woman is seemingly crushed under the debris, making another time a character almost dies this season. But what is interesting is that Batman desperately tries to save her, showing us that these two have some kind of a relationship brewing, but I can talk more about that in the next video. As you guys know, I have mixed feelings on Bruce dating anyone, but I'll leave it at that. Flash and Solivar try to stop Grodd, and for the first time in the episode, Flash uses his seemingly immature nature and speed to his advantage by rewiring the cables in Grodd's mind control helmet, which is something nobody else could have done. Dr. Corwin was also never under the influence of mind control and instead loved Grodd.
You'll be okay, now that you're free from his mind control.
What are you talking about? He never used that on me. I loved him.
Internet romances, huh? Go figure.
That's literally all we get on that. Corwin never returns to the show, so I must say this is a really weak development. Grodd, however, is going to return as the ending shows. I really did enjoy this episode, but it still falls victim to the fact that Part 2 is an enjoyable series of events, but still nothing more is going on there. I do love the banter of GL and Flash, which did make a strong impact, and some kind of Batman Wonder Woman thing's been set up. However, I don't have anything to add in this episode that I haven't already. So let's move right along to episodes 16 and 17, Fury. The Injustice Gang is back at it, only instead of being led by Luthor, they're led by this mysterious blonde woman called Arisia. The Ultra Humanite and Joker are also not amongst their ranks, which doesn't surprise me, but in their place we have this ninja woman. I can't be bothered to look up her name as I don't remember and she never appears outside of this episode, so who cares. The Shade, Star Sapphire, Copperhead, and Grundy are all back though. Weirdly, this episode was aired before Injustice for All, despite having to take place after it with the Injustice Gang already existing, and more importantly, Shade claiming that this gig is way better than working for Luthor. They steal a tiny tree branch as Batman tries to stop them, and it's a good time to bring this up. Action scenes in Justice League, especially ones with Batman, are really well done as the action is faster paced than ever before in the animated universe. Arisia beats Batman and gets away, and after the intro, Wonder Woman has found herself in the midst of a woman's clothing store. She really hates it.
Why would anyone want to cover up her natural beauty?
Easy for you to say, Miss Cheekbones.
Although this makes me wonder how she got to the point of wandering around this store in costume to begin with, as we bear witness to this cringeworthy sight.
Come on, I'm late for a doctor's appointment.
Keep your shirt on, lady. I'm on a break.
Men.
Who would actually do that? I struggle to come up with commentary. That's just not a human interaction. Batman tells Wonder Woman that he thinks an Amazon is responsible for the theft as the necklace he got from her is an Amazon design.
Besides, Amazons don't steal. It's against our code, and we never leave the island.
Never.
Since Diana is not interested in pursuing Batman's lead, he instead has Hawkgirl travel to Themyscira, as even if Diana wanted to, she was banned back in Paradise Lost, so good continuity all around. Hawkgirl is caught and the scene cuts to the Injustice Gang pulling off their heist as it was planned well in advance, which is the main improvement over Luthor's team, where the villains were just a joke compared to the League. Superman tries to stop Arisia, and it is a truly pathetic display.
You'll have to take it.
Have it your way.
I intend to.
What more can I even say? Thankfully, we don't have much more of this awful Superman to survive, as he's not even in the next 2 episodes for the most part. Arisia throws a gas on Superman that causes him to, start dying of some kind of poison. Alright, let's see here. Wonder Woman meets Arisia, but instead helps Superman, leaving GL and Flash to find Arisia. Hawkgirl meets Hippolyta, and that's when she tells Hawkgirl that Arisia was a girl from a land ravaged by war and went on a refugee ship that was sunken into the water, and she was left on a wooden plank and survived in Themyscira and was taken into given powers of the Amazons, but secretly had been reading forbidden books from the outside world and is now plotting some kind of scheme. GL and Flash also succumb to the poison Superman has, and Arisia uses the gas on Copperhead, the Shade, and Grundy, as Hawkgirl and Batman have a decent exchange, showing us what Batman is reminded of almost every day.
It's hard to imagine what that kind of trauma could do to a child.
Half of the city starts falling victim to Arisia's gas, the male half. And finally, part 1 is over. What a load of exposition, seriously. I like how in spite of what's happening around him, Batman's still putting himself on the front lines as he then gets the virus too. So basically, Arisia hates men and wants to destroy them all, and that's what the gas will do, as she takes over an Air Force base to secure her plan to disperse the virus. But out of thin air, Hippolyta appears to stop Arisia, but is captured. How did she get here? How did she even know Arisia would be here? She has not appeared at all since talking to Hawkgirl on the island. Like, maybe show her taking off with Batman and Hawkgirl, like something. That is just awful writing. Awful writing also sums up Arisia's plan. How does this even work? This gas just makes men start dying. But how does it target men in a way it doesn't target women? The only thing I can think of is a little R-rated for this show. It just feels like this was written by a kindergartner, as the episode never explains this process. It targets Grundy and Jean indiscriminately. So this gas is set to target men of every species? Wait, Superman was the first victim, and he's not even human either. I don't know what's with this episode, but I can't get mad at it like Warworld, as I was interested enough to not get bored, but the writing here is just horrible. To the point where you really wonder how some of these plot points ever made it past the first draft of the script. Also, this happens.
I've got you, sisters.
I guess you don't have them, Diana. I'm sorry, I thought that part was hilarious. Star Sapphire helps Hawkgirl and Wonder Woman, but only to betray them, and I'm not joking here, 60 seconds later. I'm guessing the writers didn't know how to get the heroes to the climax in time, but they certainly didn't mind dragging Hippolyta thousands of miles to do the same. Wow. It's really dawning on me while recording this how bad this episode is. Like, I was already realizing how bad this episode is while writing the review, so it just gets worse the more you think about it. When the villains escape, Hawkgirl finds the antidote. What? It's getting worse. It's getting worse. The climax is home to a really good action scene with Wonder Woman and Arisia, but that cannot save this mess, as the Javelin gets really pixelated when on autopilot, and Hippolyta breaks herself free and explains that men aren't all evil, and what really happened to Arisia was that a man was the one who saved her from the shipwreck, but he died when they reached the island. Come to think of it, how does Hippolyta even know any of this to begin with? The guy died before he explained her past, and Arisia wasn't conscious to remember him. So needless to say, the story from the setup, to the backstory, to the climax, to the conflict, it is all contrived. Every single aspect of it, and despite good action, that just leaves you with an awful episode as Arisia dies to never return. I did get a good chuckle out of Flash at the ending, though.
If only Arisia could have learned to see the noble qualities in you men.
I definitely could have taught that bad babe a thing or two about guys. Too bad we never met.
Maybe it's just as well.
But yeah, the foundation of this story is just rotted. I'm going to assume this episode had to be a Batman in My Basement case, an unfinished script rushed to production. Looking back on it, the acting also feels dull. It's like nobody wanted to be here with this one. The whole episode just feels completely obligatory and boring. From the stupid scene with the woman and the man in the cars, and the aforementioned issues that causes this episode to completely cave in on itself. I went into this script thinking this episode was mediocre, but not awful, but this is honestly, from a writing perspective, another one of the DCAU's worst showings. It doesn't enrage me, but garbage is garbage. Thankfully, one of the season's best is next. Episodes 18 and 19, Legends. I don't just mean to say that this episode's better than Fury, because that's not saying anything. I mean that this episode has proved time and time again to be one of the most popular Justice League episodes of all time. I don't think it's that amazing, but it's great nonetheless. One of the best things about it being the simplicity of part 1 is a pro for the overall story, and it makes my life far easier when writing about it. Green Lantern, The Flash, Hawkgirl, and Jean are fighting a giant robot that upon destruction warps them to this 1950s world in a place called Seaboard City, as the local music center is being robbed by a villain who rides a recorder turned car. Despite the DCAU team giving us such thoughtful stories with these characters, it's important to remember that a lot of the production crew had grown up in the era of superheroes where the primary media for them was comics. And if not that, then TV shows like Batman 66. Either way, the storytelling back then was extremely simplistic with good guys and bad guys. It was a simpler time in every sense of the word. As a result, the DCAU team had an endless amount of reverence for the origins of these characters, like that throwback scene in Legends of the Dark Knight. This episode is basically that, but for the full episode, and with our serious characters contrasted well against them. These heroes, Tom Turbine, The Streak, Black Siren, Green Guardsman, and Catman are campier versions of heroes that currently exist within the DCAU, where they have no backstory, no need to wonder about the deeper reasons behind why they fight. They just serve justice with a smile, spouting lines right out of an after-school special to the kid, Ray, that they let tag along and face danger for no stated reason.
And this is our official Justice Guild Junior Justice Guildsman, Ray Thompson.
When I grow up, I'm gonna be a crime fighter.
So long as you remember to eat right and stay in school.
Can I come? Can I? Can I?
I would hesitate to put the boy in harm's way.
Sure thing, little buddy.
Black Siren fulfills all the typical housewife roles from the 1950s, and that annoys Hawkgirl. And another example of timely commentary being this part where GL is talking to the Streak.
It's an honor to fight beside you.
The feeling's mutual. You're a credit to your people, son.
Thanks.
I love these examples because it's nothing negative. This world is just based on a different era, to where that line with GL is supposed to be a compliment, but obviously nobody says that now, and for good reason. It's just so charming to see a portrayal of a past time period in such a celebratory fashion, warts and all. Green Lantern recognizes these characters from his childhood, as in the DCAU's world, the Justice Guild of America was a comic book series that the Justice League seems to have found themselves in the midst of.
This is too weird. I know it sounds corny, but those comics taught me what it meant to be a hero. Without them, well, maybe I wouldn't have this ring today.
The villains also hide out in a dark cave on a mountainside, as they have gimmicks like Batman's or Superman's villains do, only played up to 1,000,000. Sir Swami, Dr. Blizzard, Sportsman, and Music Master. The word choice for the script is just on point, as Swami poses a wager to make the heroes disappear. Sportsman is game for the wager, as he says Music Master dropped the ball. Or how when battling the police, Music Master doesn't take requests. I totally see that I'm pointing out the painfully obvious here, but the camp is just so unapologetic that I love it. As Tom Turbine explains multiverse theory.
I have a theory on how you came to be here. As an expert in nuclear physics, I have long hypothesized that there are an infinite number of parallel dimensions, each containing its own planet Earth. Each Earth occupies the same location in space, but vibrates at a different speed. Flash, the energy blast you absorbed caused you to match the vibration rate of our Earth.
So he created a tear in the dimensional barriers which brought us here.
Hey, it was an accident, okay?
The episode quickly skims over how this dimension could be portrayed as comics in the main DCAU timeline. The writer had a subconscious link to this world, and what he thought were his own ideas were just instead that link showing him the guild's activity. Meh, that's kind of a weak explanation, as we have no idea how that actually is supposed to work, but at the same time, the episode's not really about that. This is just a statement thrown out to get that out of the way as they could focus on the real story. The Injustice Guild literally announces their plans as the heroes take action, and this is where all the wackiest antics happen, as nothing here actually makes sense. My favorite examples being the part where the Green Guardsman has the most absurd weakness.
Steady the scaffold. I'll go after the plane.
I can't. My ring has no power over aluminum.
Terrific.
Or when Flash sees a truck of TNT about to crash into a bus of nuns. But things take a darker turn when Jean sees this. And Hawkgirl is knocked out in a cemetery.
Here lies Scott Mason, the Green Guardsman? No.
Ending part 1. Dr. Blizzard captures Flash and Black Siren in a block of ice, which didn't stop Flash before, but whatever, as this happens.
Hello?
The Injustice Guild has just robbed the Seaboard City Mint. Now they're escaping by blimp.
Only they would commit such a heinous act. And on a Sunday. Thanks for the tip, Sergeant. We're on the case.
Above all else, that one just gets me every time. Now that the story's gotten more serious, I admit that I don't have too much to say in regards to analysis, but I can tell you that it is a great watch, as the tension is built up when GL tries to find the truth of this place.
What can you tell us about those graves on the hill?
Sorry, I've got to finish my route. Can't keep my customers waiting.
What customers? I noticed you before. You never stopped.
Business has been kind of dead.
When's the last time you actually sold any ice cream?
Please, no more questions. He might hear you.
Who?
I can't say anymore.
A few minutes are spent on the heroes fighting against the villains, which is well done and all, but it's certainly just a background element at this point. If anything, the whole scene just keeps you more focused on what could possibly be the truth, as somebody is the cause of all this. GL and Hawkgirl investigate the library only to find a bunch of blank books. It has been established in this universe that unreadable books is an element of reality being bent, although garbled words is only for dreams, apparently. This is just a fake reality of some kind, as down in the archives there's a whole other side of the world completely torn apart from some kind of battle. The scene where GL and Hawkgirl confront the guild is one of the best of the season.
They are not the Justice Guild.
How can you say that?
This is a serious accusation, young man. Explain yourself.
No. You explain this.
Justice Guild killed in battle.
It's a hoax. Some kind of sick joke.
It's no joke. The real Street, Green Guardsman, Tom Turbine, they're all dead. I've seen their graves.
You must hurry.
We're on our way, Sergeant. We're needed downtown.
We're not done here. Haven't you noticed that nothing here makes sense? Library books with blank pages, ice cream trucks that never stop.
Dangers that spring up whenever someone gets too close to the truth.
What truth? That your world is an illusion. A living memory of a civilization destroyed 40 years ago. when the Justice Guild gave their lives for this Earth.
Basically, the Justice Guild gave their lives for this world, and someone has brought it back through psychic powers, and if anyone asks questions, then bam, a killer robot will attack the city, or something similar like that.
Who or what is creating this illusion?
I suggest you ask Ray.
Ray?
Why would I know anything?
Because you are the source.
Ray has been the odd man out throughout the whole episode, and his being the villain is unexpected but logical at the same time. Jean explains at the end of the story that the nuclear fallout that destroyed this city 40 years ago mutated Ray's DNA, giving him these powers, and that was when he created the fake society. But does he only take this mutant form now that Jean stressed his mental powers past the limit? Ray being a kid from the destroyed world makes for a great parallel between GL and Ray, as the comics stopped being published in our world once the guild died. And John's child self just moved on with his life and then later became a hero in his own right, having been inspired by the guild he adored as a kid, as opposed to Ray, who could never move on and desperately clung to what he couldn't have. I've discussed this kind of theming in my videos before, moving on versus clinging to the past are defining characteristics when analyzing a contrast between heroes and villains. What I will give credit to is the fact that yes, this is not the kind of mystery the audience can follow along with during the story like the best mysteries are, but I'm giving it credit since the story is not about solving the mystery, it's about the tension leading towards the reveal, which is of course there in a detective story, but that doesn't need to be there in a suspenseful story that starts out comedic but has taken a twisted turn with a sad ending. The League can't stop Ray, and instead of living their fake lives, the Guild, even though they aren't real, live up to the motto and sacrifice themselves by fighting Ray.
You can't! I made you!
Let justice prevail!
As the townspeople all turn out to be real themselves.
But now all that's left is this nightmare.
Being stuck in an ice cream truck for 40 years. That's a nightmare. Compared to that, rebuilding our world will be a piece of cake.
GL manages to power up Tom Turbine's dimensional portal with his ring, bringing the League back to their own world, ending Legends on a really satisfying note.
Are you okay?
It's stupid, really. Why should I feel like this? I mean, they weren't even real.
They gave their lives for us. That's real enough for me.
Legends, like I said at the beginning, is one of the most popular Justice League episodes ever made, and I can see why. It's not my favorite episode of the show or in my top 5, but it has a heartfelt story as Green Lantern works with and is saved by his childhood heroes, contrasted well with the villain. The reveal and the ending are both great, action is well done, the campy nature of part 1 is nostalgic and unapologetic, and I really love that about it. The episode was a tribute to Gardner Fox, the man who created the comics The Justice Society of America, which the Guild was based on. This is one of the creative team's favorite episodes of all time since it was just such a loving tribute with that great ending, and I definitely think it's one of this season's best. And on that note, you must have noticed how I have described this season's best now that we're so close to the end, but I can save that for the conclusion. So other than that, I'm basically rambling on at this point. So let's not waste any more time and jump into episodes 20 and 21, A Night of Shadows. For the longest time, I thought this episode was called A Night with Shadows since the DVD menu calls it that by accident, but let's get into it. The opening of this episode is really interesting as it takes place hundreds of years ago in Camelot as a woman and her demon army are raiding the castle with one man relieving the guards to do the job himself only to then open the gates. Before moving on with the plot itself, from a DCAU perspective, I just love how much lore there is in this universe. There were heroes in the Manifest Destiny era, there's lore from the future, there's lore surrounding the Greek gods, stories from other planets like Krypton and Mars, history in the Middle Ages. There's just so much to the DCAU and I love it. I mean, this exists in almost all DC universes, but it's so well realized in the animated universe. Anyway, the treacherous knight and the woman seem to be partners, but she betrays him as she's a witch herself and poisons the man, Jason Blood, as Merlin himself appears and curses the man to share a body with a demon and he will live forever until he atones for his betrayal. All this should remind you of something.
Who's this? Sure is ugly.
It's Merlin's demon, Etrigan. When Camelot finally fell, Merlin decided to keep the demon in the service of humanity, and merge the creature with one of King Arthur's noblemen.
Look, there's something on the back of it. It looks like you.
You think?
In TNBA's The Demon Within, we were introduced to Jason Blood, who can transform into Etrigan the Demon. That episode introduced us to the kinds of powers that Jason had as he fought alongside Batman and Robin to get the branding iron of Morgan Le Fay from Clarion the Witch Boy. Not too important, but what is noteworthy is Morgan Le Fay. She is the woman who almost killed Jason back in the Middle Ages, since she wants her son, Mordred, to rule over Camelot. Since Jason is still alive and can transform into Etrigan by the time of TNBA, clearly he never accomplished his mission of defeating Le Fay. Cue the intro, and then we're brought back to the modern day as Batman and Jason meet up to discuss Le Fay seeking the Philosopher's Stone, as Merlin sealed it away when Le Fay stormed the castle at the beginning of the episode. She has been on the hunt for hundreds of years since then. She can use her magic powers to drain the life of young people to keep herself middle-aged and her son prepubescent. They fail to find the stone but leave a trap for Batman and Jason. I mention this loosely when Batman appears and is not with the League, but I just love how all these cool adventures that Batman's going on by himself. I mean, if they found the stone here, then this wouldn't have been a Justice League episode. It would just be Batman fighting demons by himself. Around this time, we got a whole comic series about what Batman was doing when he wasn't with the League, and I've heard that it's pretty interesting stuff. This action scene is the first of many great ones this episode. There's just something cool about Batman in a sword fight against these indestructible statues, using ninja moves and a bunch of other techniques. And he's also not impervious, which makes the fight way better.
Gone, the form of man. Rise the demon Etrigan.
Etrigan wasn't too invested in the conflict of his last appearance, but given how Morgan Le Fay caused him to have to live in this eternal hell, he's out for blood this time. And no, I wasn't trying to make a pun. Okay, let's move on. He's just a much better character here in this episode than in The Demon Within. He was fine there, but didn't leave much of an impression, which starts with the better actor in this episode, and the more menacing design. It's basically the same, just far more detailed, and it works very well. Batman gets Wonder Woman, The Flash, and Jean to help out with this case, starting with Jean trying to find Le Fay through telepathy, but when dealing with a middle-aged sorceress, you should pick your battles wisely. Jean is knocked out but wakes up on Mars, and this part is really gut-wrenching since you know this has to be some kind of Le Fay trick. But for Jean, it just feels real as the Martian civilization from before the Imperium attacks is all back to the way it was, and there's nothing this man wants more than that. The music, the visuals, it's all something that should be the ending of a beautiful love story, but it can't possibly be real as his family's been dead for hundreds of years. Carl Lumbly's delivery of Jean's lines just put the cherry on top of that sundae.
Father! Father!
My dear children.
Are you staying home this time, Father?
Yes, I am truly home.
Etrigan busts into the dream and brings Jean back to reality and no longer trusts him, as his desire to take Le Fay's bait could get in the way of the mission as it did for Jason himself hundreds of years ago. Meanwhile, Le Fay and Mordred find out that the two archaeologists, Henry Morse and Harv Hickman, explored the castle we just saw after the end of World War II, and one of them has to have the stone. Morse doesn't, but Jean poses as him to lure Le Fay into battle with him alongside Batman and Etrigan, while the Flash and Wonder Woman go to Harv Hickman's place only to find him hosting a big Halloween party.
This is an emergency. We are with the Justice League.
Sure, lady. So are they.
Hickman lets them in anyway because he thinks Wonder Woman is hot and looking to get a modeling job with him. Oh boy. Before the episode shows us more of that though, part 1 ends as Le Fay sees through Jean's disguise and his desire for his old family causes Batman to get injured as he reflects on Jean's struggle at the start of part 2.
Sometimes I believe I would do anything to see my loved ones again. You can't imagine how that feels.
He doesn't have anything to say, but we all know what he's thinking. But anyway, back to Hickman.
And this is one of my most prized possessions, a genuine Greek...
Roman.
Excuse me?
This statue is a Roman copy.
How do you know that?
Trust her on this one. I'm guessing she posed for the original.
Oh, a model, eh?
I'm sure some won't find that funny, but Flash just playing into how much of a perv Harv is just got a laugh out of me. But when Le Fay arrives to steal the stone, she almost gets away with it before Etrigan steps in, as his hatred for Le Fay is put on full display, as you really feel it with the delivery here.
Stand aside, beast.
I stood aside for you once. Never again!
Is that the best you can do, my immortal beloved?
But you also see just how unstoppable she is, making you really want to see her stopped even more. Although earlier in the episode it was established that LaFay has an amulet to let her know that Etrigan's nearby, but it doesn't go off in her raid of Morse's house or Hickman's house, as he's close in proximity both times. I mean, it's not a big deal, as she's after the stone and knows it might be there, and she also knows she can beat Etrigan no problem, since I'm sure they've met countless times over the century, so I'm sure she's willing to take that gamble. But I still figured I'd point that out. Either way, the League gets the stone.
Be careful what you wish for, little man.
Well, aren't you a ray of sunshine? As far as I'm concerned, this mission's over. The world's safe again, and I, for one, am gonna kick back. So go find some other house to haunt.
He didn't mean that.
Do you think I care?
Even though you understand Etrigan's hatred of LaFay, he's also a bit of a dick here too. That's just Etrigan though, as Jason is far more respectful than that. It makes me really wonder how much of a split personality there is between Jason and Etrigan. Remember, I don't read comics, so I don't know. Someone can fill me in on this? I was just curious to ask. Not long after, LaFay sends an infinite army of demons after the League to distract them as she manipulates Jean into stealing the stone and bringing it to her. You really feel bad for Jean here, as you know he wants what LaFay is promising, and you know he's now fighting it, but just gets weaker every time, leading to his betrayal here. The fight scene between Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, and Etrigan against the Demon Horde is one of the best action scenes in the whole season. In an episode like Paradise Lost, I complained about the League fighting against an army of undead skeletons, which should be the same issue here, and yes, the threat is the same on a sheer mental level, to where you could swap the models out and it would literally be the same thing. But in Paradise Lost, it just didn't feel like there was any danger to the fight, whereas here it's in the Watchtower, the home base. This gives the fight a feeling of claustrophobia, as no matter how many hits the heroes land, the demons just keep reappearing when one of them goes down. And let's not forget a small but important detail, is that like the armored statue fight, the heroes take damage here, leading to an extra bit of intensity.
A little help here! Thanks. How many of these things are there?
Once the dust clears, the heroes find the stone missing.
I've pursued that witch for centuries, yet you blindly ignored my warnings and doomed the world.
Enough!
The truth hurts, doesn't it, Princess?
Why don't you go straight to...
More bad news. The Javelin's gone, and Jean's access code is still punched into the hangar controls.
Before the final fight, the episode pulls some antics, like Morgan Le Fay being so confident that they'll have the stone, that she uses her own magic to transform the entire city into a twisted Middle-earth demon land, which comes clean out of nowhere. And while, yeah, they say it won't last because she needs the stone to keep it going, but come on. They just did that to make the final fight look cooler. Etrigan can also teleport from the Watchtower to the Earth, getting us past the issue of there only being one jet to use. The final fight is just okay. Etrigan goes after Jean to try and get the stone back, and...
You'll embrace them again, after the worms devour your bones!
What was that? Jean can just, turn to stone now. That might have been useful before this point, or after this point, but the rest of the team just kind of feels like a background element here, as they just get disposed of when the episode doesn't need them anymore. Especially Batman here. But putting all that aside, can you just imagine being somebody just walking around the city, minding your own business, but then the world magically turns into a demon castle but goes back 5 minutes later? That must have been a strange story to tell at dinner that night. Besides Jean turning to stone, the fight with him and Etrigan is actually pretty good, as both are equally determined to complete their tasks as this whole episode has been building up to, ending with Jean about to give the stone to Le Fay.
Jean, my love, we're waiting.
No.
What have you done? You could have had anything you dreamed of. Your family, your whole world could have been yours again.
The price was too high. I see that now. You can no longer tempt me.
For the longest time, this seemed like the biggest 180 I had seen in the DCAU. I mean, out of seemingly nowhere, Jean just destroyed the stone, but when I took a step back and I thought about it really long and hard, and by that I mean reading the DCAU wiki, the animation tells all, as Jean dove into Etrigan's mind before defeating him, showing Jean what Jason suffered for betraying everyone he knew for Le Fay, and can clearly be seen changing his mind at the end, which I think makes a lot of sense and is great, as Le Fay thought for sure she had him. But a seemingly underpowered telepathic is the victor at the end of the day, and I think that's a great ending. With the world saved, Jean is about to quit the League for his poor performance, but Jason stands up and says that he never had the strength Jean had to resist Morgan Le Fay, and it was for that strength that the day was saved in the end, and what else really matters.
I only wish I had had your strength centuries ago. But I'm still cursed, and must walk alone throughout eternity.
Poor man. May he someday find the PC-6.
You know, I really planned on giving this episode flack for the ending, but after reconsidering it, I don't have that many issues with this episode. What Aquaman did for the enemy below, Etrigan's backstory and conviction does for A Night of Shadows. But what this episode really has going for it is Jean's turmoil, as we see what he's been wanting for this whole series but is kept quiet about. This desire will manifest itself at other moments throughout Justice League, so pay attention to that. But anyway, episodes that really try to focus on a character's struggle often get a good review from me, barring having other issues like Paradise Lost, for example. A Night of Shadows does suffer from some scene-to-scene transitions being a bit awkward, but that's pretty small potatoes in comparison to conflicts that are resolved in your mind minutes before the episode gets to that, like Secret Origins and Injustice for All, or having soulless action like Paradise Lost, in addition to the many other flaws that Warworld and Fury scarf down our throats. Suffice to say, I can forgive the issues of A Night of Shadows and declare it my 4th favorite episode this season. And there are just 2 episodes left, and honestly, neither one really gets much of a response out of me. Especially the next one, episodes 22 and 23, Metamorphosis. So let's just make this quick. It's not even because I hate this episode, rather because this season's formula is getting old, and whenever I get to this point in a season 1 rewatch, I just start dozing off. So this company is growing tired of potential construction fatalities. I mean, they're the ones with the equipment that can be blown up by a rock. So look at yourselves first, guys. Anyway, Simon Stagg of Stagg Industries has developed a new kind of worker that can thrive in any environment. Nobody buys it, so he needs a test subject. Meanwhile, this gorilla man that works for Stagg has a thing of hazardous chemicals that get stored in the back, but not securely, so it destroys the train. And is it that guy with the red shirt again? This poor man is always there when havoc is being done to the city, and it's pretty hilarious to think of that. GL saves the train, and one of its passengers is Rex Mason, the guy who is smooth with the ladies, unlike GL. Of course, these two are friends, but we're given foreshadowing for the next episode, as it turns out that before he became a Lantern, John Stewart was in the Marine Corps. I like it, fleshes his character out. But seriously though, as this episode goes on, there's just something about it that bugs me. To start, all the dialogue and plot points early in the episode just feel like they exist to set up the story, which is pretty much how every story works, but it just feels artificial in a way I can't really articulate, but I'll try my best. GL sees that Mason lives in this gorgeous apartment working for Stagg, which makes you realize instantly that he's going to be the test subject for the Metamorpho project because there's no way that a character can go up from this point. Mason is also dating Stagg's daughter, Sapphire. She, of course, casually mentions the fact that Simon doesn't know that they're dating, and the next thing mentioned is this.
I take it the old man wouldn't approve.
Nobody's good enough for Simon Stagg's little girl.
He'd blow a gasket if he found out.
But what Batman concludes from the train crash is that there was an illegal mutagen on board. Now GL and Mason are mad at each other, but Mason asks Stagg about it anyway. A misstep here is that clearly Simon thinks highly of Mason, so I don't know why he would have a problem with a wealthy employee of his that looks like this dating and marrying his daughter. But now he hates Mason for trying to get involved. My brain is starting to hurt. Like seriously, this episode is just hurling plot all over the audience. Like the very next scene where Mason and Sapphire tell Simon that they're moving to Chicago, and now he decides he's gonna make Mason Metamorpho. The contrivances don't stop there, as Stagg fixes a break-in, he knocks out the security guard, and then Mason decides to check it out himself. A mysteriously placed lab glass lures Mason into the trap, but when Mason goes to the hospital, we start watching Two-Face Part 1 again.
Give me a mirror.
Harvey, maybe you should wait until...
I said give me a mirror.
What's wrong?
Brace yourself, son.
No! No!
Harvey, what happened? Harvey.
Darling.
Despite all the jokes, I do feel bad for Mason as the story goes on. I mean, he really didn't deserve it. As GL promises Sapphire to find Mason, Stagg gets the photo of that and shows Mason, who now wants to kill GL, on what is going on anymore. Once more, I'm not confused, but the episode is just so much of a plot dump. Hey, it's the Justice League. Surprised to see them in this episode. As GL and Hawkgirl stop a bank robbery.
Well, that was pretty darn sloppy.
Sorry.
Care to talk about it?
Running into Mason after all these years. Guess it got me thinking. Wondering about the choices I've made.
The road not taken?
Yeah. Maybe I could have been like him. Wealthy, successful.
Engaged to a beautiful woman?
Mason tries to kill GL as Stag gets the footage for the board members from the start of the story. Amongst all these plot points, Stag really is a piece of crap, which is a constant amongst every other version of him I've seen. But seriously, I just love how much of a 180 Mason has taken to where he literally wants to murder GL. It's just so stupid. Ending part 1 on that note as the rest of the League finally enters the story in part 2. I know you aren't going to believe this, but Superman actually has a cool moment. Mason somehow turns his arm into kryptonite though. I don't know how he mustered that one, but okay. After being defeated by the League, Mason escapes to Sapphire's place and is convinced of her and Geo's innocence in 3 seconds. Okay, is Mason an idiot? That certainly seems like the case, but let's see here. Simon tries to kill Mason, but he comes back and destroys the mutagen, which transforms Simon's consciousness to the body of a giant jelly monster that attacks the city, and it's that guy in the red shirt again! He really should move somewhere else. With Superman involved, let's watch him go through walls. It always is my favorite part, isn't it? Mason is now going to help the Justice League fight the monster, and then to close the lid on cliches, the Stag monster captures Sapphire and scales a building. But before I could make a joke about that, the episode does it for me.
What I wouldn't give for a couple of biplanes right about now.
Batman finds the formula to destroy the thing, Mason turns himself into it, and is presumed dead, until he comes back to life 40 seconds later.
I wouldn't want to do that again.
Again with that almost dead thing. This season, man, this season. With Mason and Sapphire back together, the episode ends.
Still dreaming about the road not taken?
What do you think?
Again, I don't despise this episode with all my might, it's just really lame. If this was one of the first season 1 episodes, it's possible that I would have been nicer to it or given it more time to digest, but I don't know. This episode at best is just kind of boring and run-of-the-mill. At worst, I was laughing at the serious moments since it's just so been there, done that with this bizarre pacing where the episode is next to no downtime, plot points just continue to occur one after another, and I just don't find it interesting in the least bit. Mason was a tough character to relate to, as he starts off competent and then just does whatever anyone tells him from that point, and while he is likable enough to where I don't mind seeing him in JLU, I just think his introduction episode is boring and leaves no impact. I'm definitely never watching this episode again. That's all I really have to say on it. I hope you don't feel shortchanged by this episode. I'm being honest when I say I've got basically nothing. But after a marathon of a video like this, we have finally reached the last episode. The 4th 3-part episode in the DCAU, a very strange one at that. I'm of course talking about episodes 24, 25, and 26, The Savage Time. I have a lot of appreciation for the unorthodox nature of this episode, but at the same time, I'm kind of indifferent on it. Superman Season 3 ended on a status quo shakeup that was never resolved. Batman Season 4 just ended on a normal episode, and Batman Beyond Season 3 ended on a non-conclusive ending as well. So one thing that the team wanted to improve with Justice League was making sure each season ended on a satisfying note, so that if they didn't get renewed for another season, at least they went out with a bang. This episode definitely is that, but at the same time it's just so weird for a Justice League season final. But enough beating around the bush. The League is returning from a mission with Batman monitoring at the Watchtower by himself until some cosmic shakeup causes the Watchtower to disappear, but when landing it's clear that Batman and the Watchtower aren't gone. The League have arrived in some kind of parallel world where you need to show ID just to walk around.
You heard me. Let's see your identity papers, now!
Sorry, but my identity's a secret. Chicks dig that whole man of mystery thing.
With this one man's face plastered everywhere you go, an alternate universe Batman arrives to save the League and bring them back to his hideout, the Resistance Base. Hey, that's Nightwing and Batgirl, and that's Robin, and an Annie lookalike. Can't possibly be her since there's no way Clayface exists in this timeline, but look, it's the BTAS Batmobile. Only it's a tank. But now it's time for some answers. The episode has some serious cojones just for the concept alone. In this timeline, the Allied powers lost World War II and the Nazis took over the Earth.
Since World War II.
But we won that war, didn't we?
No. They did.
You're telling us we lost World War II? That's insane. The Allies invaded Europe on D-Day and—
It was a disaster. D-Day was the beginning of the end for the Allies.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
I mean, geez. I talk about beating censors a lot in these videos, but this really wins the medal. I mean, the Nazis took over the world in a Justice League episode. That's why my first thought in this episode is how weird it is, since I could never have seen this coming, nor would I have ever thought of such an idea. But anyway, the Nazi regime is led by Vandal Savage, and Bruce Wayne's parents were outspoken critics of the dictatorship, and because of that, they were killed when Bruce was 8 years old. Hence why he started the Resistance. It's at Savage's base where the League discovers a time machine, meaning that Savage was from the present day and just sent back the knowledge of how World War II ended to his past self so that the Axis powers were aware of D-Day and defeated the Allies, as well as sending futuristic 21st century weapons to help the Axis dominate. Vandal Savage is a character that will appear later in the series to expand upon his origins, but in this episode he's wonderfully mysterious. It's like that part in The Demon's Quest where Ra's just casually mentions his talks with Napoleon to Batman, only to later find out that he has the Lazarus Pit keeping him young for hundreds of years. We don't really know what the deal is with Savage here, so we'll just have to wait till season 2 for that. So the League is going back in time and fight Savage and his army to restore the timeline back to what it once was. Alternate dimension Batman's going to stay behind because if they fail, the Resistance has to go on. We get some great dialogue between him and Superman over it though.
Then doing this could save my parents. I can't promise that.
By the way, in case you didn't know, Superman is the only one of the League who at this point knows Batman's secret identity and vice versa. But now that they're on the battlefield, seeing the League tear apart the illegitimate weapons the Axis powers have is a great scene. I mean, in one of history's biggest conflicts, who doesn't just want a scene of the good guys kicking ass? This is minor, but I like how the Nazis all just speak perfect English as we're introduced to the power of Savage.
What if it's not propaganda? What if these supermen are real? Are we prepared to deal with them?
You have a short memory, Hoffman. You've obviously forgotten about the weapons I've already created. Weapons the Allies have never even dreamed of. And more are coming, like this.
Meanwhile, a US spy named Steve Trevor steals a plane but is shot down and saved by Wonder Woman. With this being time travel though, I have to ask, are the League members a part of World War II history in the DCAU? I mean, Steve needs to meet with a codebreaker to relay info to the Allied powers, but he almost died here and was saved by Diana. The thing is, Steve is spying on Savage, who went back in time and interfered with the war's history, changing the outcome in the alternate timeline we see at the start of the episode. The League is brought back to that reality, and then goes back in time from there to fix World War II. There are several ways to write a time travel story, all of which are confusing and hard to wrap our minds around since it doesn't actually exist. If your story centers around time travel, you can't screw this up, since this is the very foundation from which the story itself is built upon. The Savage time isn't really about the time travel itself, since that was just a way to get us to the conflict of the League fighting in the war, and the references to classic comics. From what I can tell, Savage sending his past self info about the war's ending created an alternate timeline where the Axis wins World War II, and the League traveling to this alternate world via the anomaly, and then going back to the point of origin where the timeline splits, and then by defeating Savage, that just means that there is a time when the Axis powers were winning, but the League tipped the scales back in favor of the Allies, which means that either way they win the war and history plays out the exact same from there. It's basically the multiverse perspective of time travel as the two timelines reconverge as the day is saved. See, this stuff is confusing, but when working within the confines of good writing, we can figure it out. Wonder Woman helps Steve reach the codebreaker and Jean infiltrates the weapons lab and finds this. Wow. Hitler himself is in an episode of Justice League. What on earth can you even say to that? It's just so shocking that it almost becomes comedic. In a good way though. Back on the battlefield, Flash, Hawkgirl, and the rest are working to get people out of the line of fire, but after how much use it's gotten today, GL's ring runs out of power. So now he's no different than any other soldier in the battle as he loses contact with the rest of the League. Pays that he was a Marine as set up in the last episode. There are a lot of references to Marvel Comics characters and imagery in this episode, as both DC Comics and newly introduced characters like Captain America were less comic books and more propaganda machines. I don't mind that because it was a good cause, of course, but World War II definitely is a part of superhero comics history, so it's good that this episode pays tribute to that. I also really like the air battle scenes with the biplane sound effects fitting in perfectly. But there are a lot of good scenes to talk about, like with Hawkgirl and Flash right here.
I couldn't find GL anywhere. I still can't believe you left him behind.
Do you see that?
Yeah, so?
Look again. The casualties would have been much worse if we'd stopped to help John. We had to make a choice.
Some choice.
GL is, of course, alive, and he joins a stranded company that's supposed to find the Axis airbase and destroy it. While Jean is in captivity, he learns about Savage, and basically all the stuff I told you a few minutes ago is revealed in this scene. But when he escapes, Jean destroys the computer that future Savage sent back, meaning no more weapon plans. So in desperation, Savage wants the invasion launched, but before they can do that, they need to make sure the Codebreaker and Steve die. But since they have Wonder Woman with them, the strike is a failure. But since nobody found the bodies, Savage prepares to launch the invasion. No more weapons can be built though, as Superman, Flash, and Hawkgirl meet a team called the Blackhawks, a group of renegades from Nazi-controlled territories that have formed to fight against them, as the Blackhawks and the League destroy the factory that Savage is using to build his weapons, and again, the laptop with the plans is destroyed. This is a very fantastical World War II, but much like the opening, I get this patriotic joy out of watching this factory go down, especially with the music in the background. GL and company find the airbase that the invasion is beginning from as he boards the ship to fight Savage himself, and this part is straight out of Captain America the First Avenger, as GL is vastly underpowered but fights anyway as the League fully reunites to destroy the invading jets. As the Flash was able to alert the Navy in time for them to shoot down any jets the League missed, and man, it's just fun to watch. Hawkgirl finds out from Jean that GL is on the ship with Savage, and she saves him as Savage goes down in the water. One of the most impactful moments of the episode for me was this part at the end. Pay attention to the music.
What took you?
I had to fix my hair.
That theme is going to become the GL Hawkgirl romance theme, and having not seen this season in a long time and being such a big fan of season 2, that part really got me. To establish what I was saying earlier about time travel, the Nazis, now without Savage and his weapons, release Hitler from his iced captivity, and that implies that the war takes place like normal from there. The League hops in that time machine and returns home. I love this ending. Just watch.
I should have known you'd be here. The instruments in the watchtower picked up this anomaly a few hours ago.
Batman, it's really you.
Am I missing something?
Sorry, it's just that...
With the last shot being Wonder Woman visiting Steve Trevor, now decades older.
Steve?
Angel.
I didn't really play up the connection between them throughout the episode, but Steve and Diana have a touching connection as he doesn't come back in the series, but it was a loving tribute to Wonder Woman's origin as a character, and for that I loved the ending shot. But yeah, that was the Savage time. Of all the 3-part episodes, I probably spent the least amount of time on this one, and you know, it's not because I have any issues with it. Remember what I said at the start, I don't really think of this episode very often because it's so unorthodox. However, writing this proved to me just how much fun this episode is. It's a really well done, self-contained story with great moments that just get you feeling patriotic. For an entry-level history fan like myself, I really appreciate it as it felt like everyone had fun with this episode. I have used this descriptor a few times in this video, but I don't really think of it as an all-time classic, but I would gladly come back to this if I felt in the mood, as there really weren't that many issues with this episode even if I didn't dive into many of the scenes like I have for other 3-part episodes. How it stands on that ground is interesting since again, I had a lot of fun watching this episode since it is really darn good. However, I would still take The Last Son of Krypton and World's Finest over it since those stories actually forward the DCAU, whereas this is just a fun standalone story that managed to pull off time travel in a way that isn't hair-pulling and that is most certainly worthy of praise. It's far better than Secret Origins, of course, but overall, don't let the 3-part episode ranking get in the way. This was a great episode, just not the kind of episode you'd see me talking about much after the credits roll. However though, that was it. That was Justice League Season 1. Justice League Season 1, as this really long video has shown, is obviously full of faults. When I finished watching this season for the video, I quickly realized that the individual stories being told weren't the biggest issues that the season suffered from, but instead it was the overall production that I ended up taking the biggest issues with. More specifically, the corners that were cut, like Flash and Paradise Lost, or characters not fully coming in from off screen, are very glaring. Which, yes, happen more often than the 2 examples I'm showing because I just don't feel like diving for the footage. Those things could have been forgiven, but the whole season just reeks of new show syndrome. From voice actors just getting into their roles to the aforementioned animation issues. Once again, I don't mind that too much since Batman the Animated Series had a bit of that too, but Justice League Season 1's new show syndrome had lended itself to various issues with story or creative decisions I simply didn't like. Superman's face and characterization outside of a few diamonds in the rough was just a complete joke, and a shameful performance following the phenomenal characterization throughout all 3 seasons of Superman the Animated Series. Speaking of which, Superman Season 1 was pretty spotless outside of the 3 episodes I didn't like, as it was a great DCAU season that never, even in its weakest showings, suffered from being a new show. I speculated in the STAS Season 1 review that was probably because of how much the team learned during the original run of Batman the Animated Series, so for Justice League Season 1 to give us a showing like this after the likes of TNBA and Superman Season 3, it just fails to impress, as while the production is something I didn't care for already, the stories themselves saw a dramatic dip in quality from the A+ tier episodes from the last video like Apocalypse Now, Nighttime, Little Girl Lost, Where There's Smoke, The Demon Reborn, and Legacy. My favorite episodes of Justice League Season 1 do come with no strings attached, and that is noteworthy since what made those episodes, In Blackest Night, The Enemy Below, The Brave and the Bold, Legends, A Night of Shadows, The Savage Time, and the best aspects of Injustice for All and Paradise Lost work so well was the strong characterization and emotional moments that came from that. Think about it, guys. These reviews are a retrospective where I dive into every episode. Do I give you concrete analysis on animation techniques and such? No, because admittedly I'm not familiar with that type of media, so I don't like to force it in like I used to in my earlier days on YouTube. These videos are a series of observations where I run you, the viewer, through these seasons, comparing and contrasting episodes and highlighting what I love about these characters with the emotions that come from them. In the episode In Blackest Night, after a shocking testimony, we want to see Superman find the evidence to free John, and when he's exonerated at last, he kicks ass against the Manhunters. A great moment. We grew to know and understand Aquaman, the Enemy Below, and therefore we can be on the edge of our seats when he has to save his son, or be happy when he lets Orm die. Despite the amount of campiness and Legends, when the Justice Guild fight to essentially destroy themselves to save the League, it's a great moment, regardless of the corniness coming before that. A Night of Shadows, and my other favorite episodes are full of moments like that, as those episodes can join the DCAU Hall of Fame, as they are no different than the countless moments I've praised throughout these videos. What I think this season did really well was the interaction between the main characters. There was so much variety and great dialogue packed in as these 7 characters bounced off one another in a flawless fashion, whether it be the hot-headed Hawkgirl alongside the mild-mannered GL, GL was someone as loud as Flash, Flash was someone as irritable as Batman, Batman interacting with characters as optimistic as Superman or Wonder Woman, Superman relating to Jean and having lost a planet, Jean being confused by the Flash, etc. The character interaction in this season was just superb, and for that I think it was a great idea to leave supporting characters from BTAS and STAS behind to make room for them. I just wish the stories didn't have to be abandoned too. Back to character interaction, the fact that Season 1 does this so well is what makes the biggest issues so noticeable. These characters and their dynamics are taking place in a sea of events where things just happen. Paradise Lost, despite the great scenes with the characters or Diana being banished, is still an episode where action scenes just happen, because they just do. Injustice for All is a fun episode with Joker and Lex coming back, but they waste several minutes of screen time on a flat bomb hunt we know is not going anywhere. The Brave and the Bold has this as well. The best of the season suffers from the production issues I discussed earlier, but let's not forget Fury and Warworld, 2 of the worst DCAU episodes I have ever seen, which is rare. These episodes suffer from the production issues, but also have bad writing. And think about this, I haven't called an episode bad since Superman Season 1. And before that, the last time I called an episode terrible was in Batman Season 1. Let that sink in. Trust me though, I think Fury and Warworld are even worse than the Batman Season 1 stinkers by virtue of being twice as long. Did this video turn into a rant? Well, no, because I don't believe Justice League Season 1 is that bad. Its faults exist, but there is enough good here to carry me through the season and say that it's overall well done, but nothing more than good, as it can at worst sink lower than that. But on that note, Justice League Season 1, as dicey as these season rankings can get, is the weakest season I've looked at thus far. I would give it at best a B, at my most unforgiving a C. So yes, while the top tier episodes of this season match Batman Seasons 1 and 2, and even some great episodes from the top tier seasons, but what makes Batman Season 1 and 2 different is that they have more plentiful highlights than this season does, and this one is dragged down by 2 horrible episodes. My biggest hope for the next few videos is that the show can take the great character interaction from this season and match it with universally great storytelling that makes the conflicts worthy of these characters, as that was what dragged almost the whole first season down. Obviously, next up is Justice League Season 2. I have waited for this day for so long now. I should let it be known that I'm bursting at the seams with nostalgia for Justice League Season 2 and Justice League Unlimited. In fact, I used to own JLU on DVD, but I've since lost it. However, I watched it religiously when I owned it. I also owned Justice League Season 2 on DVD when I was a kid, and those discs are nearly unusable at this point from overuse. So I'll just emphasize it right now that yes, I have emotional attachment to those seasons, but that does not impair my critical thinking skills. Really though, this video's gone on long enough, so I hope you guys enjoyed the review. Despite the ups and downs while watching the season and making the video, I thoroughly enjoyed making these videos, and if you enjoyed watching it, that's all that really matters. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you for Justice League Season 2. I might be the only person to say this, but it's actually Justice League the animated series that got me into Ratchet & Clank. I was at Target going to buy Justice League Season 2, which I actually still have to this very day, and I saw Ratchet & Clank 2 going commando on the shelves, so I had to buy it because I was just very intrigued by its world and art style. That clip I just played was from my review of Ratchet & Clank 1 from May of 2016. I started reviewing the DCAU only 1 year later, which felt like a big gap in time, but it all feels so small in retrospect. Whenever I made reference to the DCAU in my earliest days on YouTube, I had no idea that one day, my favorite but most grueling projects would be multi-hour episode-by-episode DCAU reviews, but here we are. Even when I first started reviewing the DCAU, I had no idea that that would turn into this. I mean, that first review wasn't even 20 minutes long, and from there I honestly thought the videos would get shorter as I would have even less to say. But this served as an inspiration to only go further and further, and here we are. Back on point. Today's video is obviously Justice League Season 2. I have dropped so many miniature hints for this video throughout the retrospective, and all of that shall finally come to a head as we will review all 26 episodes from Justice League's second season. I'm trying to be fully transparent when saying that my nostalgia for this season is hard to even quantify. Some of my earliest memories ever came from watching this show on TV when it aired. Will I have gripes with this plot point or that plot point? Sure, but this review's attitude is going to be pure positivity. So you'd best get used to it, and I'm sure it's going to be a pretty long video. So let's begin. Justice League Season 1 was honestly not the best. Now, I didn't hate it, and as a matter of fact, I wasn't nearly as negative on it as I thought I was going to be. Overall, the season averaged out to being just okay. Season 1 of Justice League had some standout hits like In Blackest Night and The Enemy Below, but it was also home to a lot of mediocrity, more so than ever before, which earned this season its place at the bottom of my season ranking. Which, in case you're curious, so far looks like this. The fans had rightfully criticized JL because it wasn't as good as what came before, and that was a disappointment. Still though, Season 1 provided a good blueprint for what this show could be like, as the characters and their interactions were set up really well. Action scenes looked good, stories had good ideas, but these elements didn't mix that well. When watching the behind the scenes video for Season 2, it's very refreshing how honest the team is with the transition from Season 1 to Season 2.
Well, you know, the thing with Season 1 is that it was a decent show, but it was very safe. It was very middle of the road. It didn't really surprise you very much. We were deliberately trying not to make the show as dark as we had done with Batman and Batman Beyond, and even the Superman show to a degree. We were trying to make a little bit more of an all-ages show.
This season brought Static Shock writer Dwayne McDuffie to the story editor's position, and this was just the shakeup the show needed, as Season 1 lacked the classic talent from BTAS, STS, and beyond, and Dwayne's sole intention was to create characters that felt like real human beings, which after reviewing an analysis on Season 1, that is definitely something the show needs. On the technical side of things, every show in the DCAU has been in the standard 4x3 format, and the first season of Justice League was no different. However, the team decided to go for a more cinematic approach this time by making the show in 16:9, but letterboxing it for CRT displays and home video releases. Thanks to this, the Blu-ray release of Season 2 and JLU not only have the episodes in 1080p, but also in full widescreen, a delicious treat for the eyes. On a broader animation note, this season does try to blend CGI and its actual animation. It hardly ever works, like it's failed in the DCAU's past. It doesn't happen enough to detract from episode quality, or animation quality for that matter, but it is disappointing to see as JLU will continue to use more CGI. But that's all I honestly have for introductions. So then, that means we now have to start talking about Justice League Season 2, and I see no better way to get into this than by diving right in to episodes 1 and 2, Twilight. A war is being waged in space, and after a few short seconds, you can clearly see that this is a new Genesis armada chasing after an Apocalypse fleet. To confirm, we then see Steppenwolf at the commander's seat, and we haven't seen him since the attack on Earth in Apocalypse Now. We aren't even 1 minute in, and I am bursting at the seams with excitement, and how could you not be? With this battle, that can only mean that Darkseid himself is back and ready for action, as Steppenwolf can barely keep up, and when it looks grim, Darkseid basically tells him to do a suicide run.
You have served me well, General.
Take as many of them with you as you can.
A hologram of Orion appears in Darkseid's chamber, revealing that Darkseid has yet again broken his treaty with New Genesis and their leader, Highfather. Not that I'm trying to express sympathy for Darkseid here, since there really is not room to feel bad for him, and I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but there's something about the gods on New Genesis to where I think they might be more threatening than Darkseid. I mean, Darkseid's army can devastate a planet, but remember back to the ending of Apocalypse Now. Darkseid had Earth in his grasp, but when Orion arrived with the whole New Genesis fleet, Darkseid immediately withdrew all forces and went back to Apocalypse. I don't think Darkseid has a long list of fears, but Highfather and New Genesis seems to be one of them. To put in perspective how powerful the New Genesis army is, they open a boom tube to Apocalypse and drop the destroyed Apocalypse ships through that blows up Darkseid's palace. You totally want Darkseid to be stopped. I mean, his sole motivation is destroying as much life as possible, but damn, think of how many slaves were hurt in that attack. Cut back to the Justice League and the Watchtower, and we can clearly see that this season is committed to keeping the great interactions in place. Just listen to this dialogue between Jean and Hawkgirl.
Jean, wait. It's all right. It's just... well, it's a long story.
Earth doesn't seem to be in peril at the moment.
We now learn what Hawkgirl's backstory is. As established in Season 1, she was a space cop from her home planet called Thanagar, but when she was chasing a group of criminals down, she got caught in a trap that transported her matter all the way to Earth. So therefore, she has no idea where Thanagar is in context to Earth and can't risk the trip. She's been stranded here and now she's found a home with the League. Jean appropriately points out that he, Superman, Wonder Woman, Hawkgirl, they're all orphans of some kind, having found strength in each other. Batman is the same way as well, but they just don't know it.
Maybe we should call ourselves the Just Us League.
Meanwhile, on Apocalypse, the slaves are already working to rebuild what was destroyed, and we get a classic Darkseid moment here.
Our forces are decimated, our defenses weakened. It was a fool's errand. What I mean to say is...
No one questions me, Desaad. No one.
But as if things couldn't get worse, Brainiac, of all people, arrives on Apocalypse and we know his game. Take all the knowledge from a planet, then destroy it. Today is just not Darkseid's day, it seems. Back on the Watchtower, a boom tube is about to appear, and hey, it looks like they forgot to paint on Superman's cheekbones in this shot. I mean, they did that in Season 1 every now and again, and that was the good moments. Wait, Superman's cheekbones are gone? Yes! Seriously, I can't even put into words how absolutely awful that looked on him last season, and I'm just so glad that they finally fixed Superman. He doesn't look exactly like STAS Superman, he looks like an older version of what we had in Superman TAS. And I'm totally fine with that. In fact, that was the reason he looked that way in Season 1. They wanted to age Superman up from his STAS appearance, but it just looked terrible. But when they went back to the drawing board, they can still stick to that core idea of aging him up, but not at the cost of the look. The lines on the side of Wonder Woman's face have also been removed, not something I was too bothered by last time, but I'll take it. But the bigger issue was Superman's awful characterization. Please tell me that's fixed. Folks, I can say with absolute confidence that Superman is back. The great character from STAS with all his greatness and his flaws, they're all here in this season and I love it.
We meet again, Kal-El.
You!
Darkseid's presence makes for the perfect setup to show off how Superman is back. I mean, Darkseid ruined Superman's life, killed his friend, almost led to the death of Supergirl by association, and of course, Superman is still mad about it. Like when Darkseid announces that Brainiac is attacking Apocalypse, Superman has a completely unapologetic response.
Once he's finished siphoning the memory banks and technology of my planet,
he'll annihilate it.
Good.
Superman.
You can't mean...
I am convinced that this episode is a massive apology to fans of STAS for what happened last season. I mean, is it really a coincidence that the first episode of Justice League Season 2 is Superman focused? We get to see his new face and restored personality, and the plot centers around a bloody conflict between New Genesis and Apocalypse that forwards the narrative from the last season of Superman, all the while tossing Brainiac into the mix? I don't think that was an accident. Secret Origins and Justice League's first season as a whole had sidestepped the ending of Superman TAS, which was a total shame since there was a lot of room to expand from there. Sadly, that damage has been done, so there's no going back now. What we can do is try to show different perspectives on the Superman final, Legacy. Superman is rightfully still angry over it and won't trust Darkseid for a second, and really, who would? While Jean, Hawkgirl, and Wonder Woman try to convince Superman that stopping Brainiac is still the right thing to do. But Batman takes a much less subtle route, and just stabs Superman right in the abdomen with this Legacy reference.
we know he used you.
humiliated you, brainwashed you, wound you up like a tin soldier, and turned you loose against Earth. Cry me a river. On the outside chance that this isn't another one of his schemes, we have to take action. So I suggest you get over it.
That also serves as a great blueprint for this season. Not all the characters have to think the same way. Superman is the founder of the League, but I would hesitate to call him the leader, as all these heroes have plenty of agency here, so therefore characters can openly fight about their differing opinions, and it makes for a more human show, and just a better show in general. What Batman is saying makes perfect sense. I mean, with hundreds of other planets around, why would Darkseid waste his own time making up some fake Brainiac scheme to lure the League to apocalypse when he could just be looking for the anti-life equation? But Superman's skepticism shows that 1, Superman's not perfect, and he's still feeling vengeful, which affects his judgment, but also not trusting Darkseid is equally understandable. In the end, Superman is convinced of helping Darkseid stop Brainiac, as Jean and Hawkgirl will join him. In the meantime, Batman and Wonder Woman need to travel to New Genesis and track down Orion, who, in case you don't remember, is Darkseid's birth son, but was traded to Highfather in exchange for Highfather's son. It was a peace offering. Didn't really work, but still, it's really cool to have Batman and Wonder Woman reflect on STAS lore here.
New Genesis and Apocalypse have been at war for centuries. Apparently, Darkseid and Highfather exchanged sons as part of some kind of peace treaty. Sounds wacky to me, too.
Not before long, they're attacked by a giant monster. Dun dun dun. I was gonna write this off like most of the monster fights from the last video, and while there certainly is nothing too deep beneath the surface here, I do think it's cool to have a scene like this on New Genesis. I mean, in Apocalypse Now, we were shown the history of this conflict between Highfather and Darkseid, but we never got to see it up close. The gods live in a paradise above the world, so while we hear about the perfection of the city, we don't know anything about the world below. Here we see monsters run wild, and it just makes you wonder about the history of this place and what it's really like. Especially when one of the people who lives down here helps Batman and Wonder Woman escape, but he considers himself a bug compared to the gods above, even though he was really courageous and helped people he didn't even know. This is contrasted with the scene of Batman and Wonder Woman actually in the city above, and this so-called god is a complete jerk.
You're certainly not gods.
Hey!
The rest of the League arrives on Apocalypse to fight Brainiac, who is indeed back with the same excellent acting.
Kal-El, what brings you so far from your adopted home?
When met with the first ounce of adversity, Brainiac just flees in his starship as the League chases after him to this enormous asteroid that Brainiac lands on, as the Javelin gets pulled inside with a pan out showing that this asteroid is shaped like Brainiac's face. This is Brainiac's home base. We never saw that in STAS, did we? That being the note Part 1 goes out on. Part 2 begins in the tunnel downward as the atmosphere is just on point. You can see the collection of various planets that Brainiac has collected and destroyed. Really though, these are just STAS, Beyond, and even some JL backgrounds plopped in, but the effect is the same. But when the League actually gets inside the base, it's just amazing how much dread and suspense is in the air. Think of the scale here. This asteroid is so big that Brainiac's massive ship we've seen countless times is just parked here with plenty of space to go around. And listen to the dead air in the background. When they reach Brainiac's throne room, he gives Superman the same offer he did back in Stolen Memories, to join him in his quest for discovery, and the response is just perfect.
I am Krypton.
You're a perversion, dishonoring the very memory of my father and all my people.
And this is your final decision.
Read my lips. Go to...
Unfortunate.
Again, this is the real Superman, and I just can't get enough of it. So let's think about the setting here. I often say how cool it is that Justice League actually takes us to places we were told about in STAS, and this is another example. Remember, Brainiac is not the robot we often see him as. The robot body is a part of a system. In The Last Son of Krypton, Brainiac was an AI that ran the planet. Really, he was just taking their data and caused the destruction of the planet, and this is the central core of that AI. This is where Brainiac stores all the knowledge he's collected for thousands of years. And the bodies are something he only came up with towards the start of STAS when he slaughtered that crew of aliens that found the Kryptonian Brainiac's escape pod. Which leads me to the topic of the Brainiac timeline, as this whole Brainiac core cleared up the whole thing for me. Like I said, we see him escape Krypton in the pod, which is not recovered until after Superman's debut in Metropolis, and he then goes after Earth but is defeated by Superman. That robot body was destroyed, but it doesn't matter because Brainiac is not the body, he's the program, which continued in Ghost in the Machine, where the program was in Lex's computer as he forced Lex to build him a new body. The next time he appeared was in Nighttime, when he used Bruce Wayne to build him a ship to escape Earth. He got to Wayne through the LexCorp partnership in WF. He was stopped every single time he tried to escape Earth, with nighttime being the last chance Brainiac ever had. The point is, this episode shows us where the central Brainiac core is, and also shows us that there are hundreds of Brainiac bodies in existence. We were watching the Kryptonian Brainiac trying to bring its knowledge back here in all the Brainiac episodes of Superman the Animated Series. This action scene is pretty dynamic as well. When one robot goes after Superman, Jean can fly in and save him. Good stuff all around. On New Genesis, Batman and Wonder Woman find Orion as Highfather gives a lesson to the children about everything in life having a purpose, but he forbids Orion from attacking Darkseid, and he decides to do it anyway as the other heroes chase after him. Darkseid then appears in Brainiac's lair through a boom tube and blasts Hawkgirl and Jean as he and Brainiac capture Superman. These guys are working together, so clearly after Brainiac landed on Apocalypse, Darkseid struck a deal with him to give him Superman in exchange for Apocalypse's survival. The reason Brainiac wants Superman is that he needs Superman's Kryptonian body and the DNA to evolve into a new life form, the likes of which the galaxy's never seen. But obviously there's nothing in that for Darkseid, and we all know not to make deals with him.
Wait. What have you done?
Just a minor modification to override your control circuits. You are now the instrument of my will.
But Darkseid's not just doing this to be a dick. Well, technically he is. I was just trying to illustrate the fact that he had a grander motive than just being a bad guy for no reason. Back to the review. He realized that Brainiac has the power to destroy planets, but this core, if overpowered, can consume an entire galaxy. He thinks this is the answer to the anti-life equation. Those are the stakes we have here. Darkseid might actually achieve his centuries-long goal. As the mayhem begins on New Genesis, ripping apart the city and the clouds as everyone is evacuated, and this is the moment where all the heroes arrive to fight Darkseid and Brainiac.
Hello, Father. Don't I get a hug?
And also, just a note, now the writers are starting to integrate the character dynamics into the action scenes, and that's great.
Having fun?
Yes.
To shut down the system, Batman pulls a Shadow the Hedgehog. As everyone tries to escape, Superman sneaks away to find Darkseid as he's battling Orion down below. Folks, if you needed an example of this episode being the apology for Superman in the last season, you need not look further for proof than right here. This episode's ending is just amazing. Watch this.
Spare the rod.
Any minute now, Brainiac will explode. And guess what? You're going with him. No, Darkseid. To get off this rock, you'll have to go through me.
You really are a glutton for punishment. Time and again I've beaten you, humbled you. What makes you think today's outcome will be any different?
Because this time, I won't stop until you're just a greasy smear on my fist.
Did you hear that? Superman's theme from STAS playing in the background? Sign me up. George Newbern's Superman voice has also been greatly improved in this one episode, as you can just feel the anger of every word he just said. Superman is freaking back, and I couldn't be happier to say. As for the action scene, this is the Superman Darkseid rematch. How much more exciting can a season premiere action scene be? The last time we saw this, it was a devastating loss for Superman. I've said before that he barely survived the Legacy fight to begin with, and the hits he got in were so pathetic that they barely hurt Darkseid. And at the same time, Darkseid's punches sent Superman flying. The conditions Superman was in just did not do him any favors that time. Now we really want to see Superman kick ass, and it is time to see it.
Let's go.
I did this test during Legacy, but listen to the sound design, and that alone would tell you how much more powerful Superman is in this fight, and how much more he wants to win than ever before.
This is where you belong, Superman, under my heel.
The back of the DVD box for Superman Season 3 reads, "This enemy is greater than any other Superman will ever know. The malicious Darkseid, a vicious dictator intent on controlling the universe, and the one villain Superman is willing to kill or die trying." This is worth bringing up since he failed to do it last time, but we can see that no matter what it takes in this scene, Superman wants to kill Darkseid once and for all. and his actions demonstrate it without words.
Go! I'm finishing this!
Kent, don't be a fool.
But Batman is smart. Since he's the one who's taken the oath to never kill, he knows that Superman is about to cross the line you can't uncross, even if it's Darkseid. Better to let the explosion take care of him than do the deed himself. Of course, Darkseid has to get the last word in, but for right now, he's dead. Both Darkseid and Brainiac are gone, the core is destroyed, and Darkseid was caught in the blast. In spite of that, we get this fantastic back and forth between Superman and Batman.
Nothing could have survived that. Not even Darkseid.
You know something, Bruce? You're not always right.
Again, these characters don't always have to agree, and that makes for a great dynamic. All the people from the city of the clouds on New Genesis did survive the evacuation, and this was thanks to the peasant from the start of the story who found and saved everyone. This is where the moral of the story shows itself. The peasant thought he was just a bug since he wasn't among the gods, and the people in the city considered those below to be just that. However, this man's courage really speaks volumes to Highfather. When the little girl earlier just flicked a bug away because it has no value, he teaches her that all life has some kind of purpose. But for those not so literal bugs, Highfather himself lost sight of that, proving that we all never stop learning lessons, no matter how old or how young you are, and that's a great lesson to end on.
Today, here at our side, you have found your place.
Perhaps someday you will find yours as well.
Someday.
Holy crap, that was phenomenal. I'm just gonna come out of the gate and say that this one episode literally blows over half the roster from the last season out of the water. If we go back to my old BTAS season topics, I talked about what each of the first episodes showed us about what the season would be like, and this episode is exactly that. We have better character interaction, better action, more continuity, improved acting, backgrounds, better handling of multiple characters, and the list goes on. Twilight gave me everything I wanted out of a legacy continuation, as the drama between New Genesis and Apocalypse reached heights never seen in Superman the Animated Series, as we visit locations only alluded to in that show. As different STAS storylines are merged to make one, like the first season of Superman pulled off so effortlessly. Darkseid and Brainiac were as great as ever, Superman is restored to his former glory, with the other League members offering a new perspective on this whole thing. What a dramatic turnaround! They wanted this episode to be great, and goddamn was it great. The cinematics are also some of the best I've seen in the DCAU thus far, as this season also has a really memorable soundtrack, as you can expect more examples to be shown throughout this video. I'm not joking when I say that this episode is effortlessly on par with the top 4 from the last season, and it's way better than all the rest. Twilight is a fantastic episode, and so let's carry that on into episodes 3 and 4, Tabula Rasa. Lex Luthor's on the run from the Justice League as he manages to blast Hawkgirl out of the sky. But right before he can capitalize, Superman arrives to save the day. You know, I thought this suit was powered by kryptonite, but it clearly can't be anymore if Superman can fight it. More importantly, Superman and Hawkgirl have this splendid back and forth.
I don't need any help.
You're welcome.
I really hammered in how great it is to have Superman back, but I just have to bring it up because it's just so relieving to see and it just makes me so happy. Like this next bit where Lex Luthor is in his classic comic book robot suit while getting in a fist fight with Superman. This doesn't last because we all know Luthor is not a fighter, so the combined strength of Superman and Hawkgirl is too much for him as his suit gets wrecked. But to distract from that, he blasts a yacht and makes an escape. Cut back to LexCorp as it's now time to see what happened to the company. Lex was arrested in season 1 after all, and the proof was damning. Well, Mercy Graves is back and she now runs LexCorp. In Superman TAS, I was really curious as to what was going on between these two, as Mercy gave Superman a vague backstory in Ghost in the Machine, but other than that, the status quo always stayed the same. But now she's seen how much Lex used her, and continues to do so, hoping she would literally just hand the company back to him. But now that she's so great at being the CEO, she's not gonna give him the company back.
Well, let me tell you something. This dog took LexCorp out of the hole you dug and brought up the stock 38%, all on her own. So if you think I'm ever gonna let you...
I like how Lex can just never catch a break in Justice League, the exact opposite of how it was in STAS. But when his back is against the wall, Lex is really an asshole.
Now where's Professor Ivo?
I fired him.
You what? He was one of our best scientists. How could you do that?
He's also kind of a creep in this, we can get back to that. The ship is saved pretty effortlessly as Superman asks Jean to do a mental sweep of the whole city to find where Luthor is hiding out. A tough task, but because of it, we get this absolutely amazing dialogue.
I realize it's a lot to ask, but Luthor...
I know. He must be stopped.
Smart guy.
Hats off, guys, hats off. Not only does this season bring STAS Superman back, and not only is the team open about what failed during Justice League Season 1, but they can make fun of it too. Not in an annoying way, but in a way where they can still take the plot points of Season 1 and drive them forward, but they can laugh at their mistakes while doing so. That's a sign of real talent, when you can take feedback like that, implement it, and make fun of yourselves too. But that's enough on that. Jean tries to do the citywide psychic sweep, but it doesn't really work. What it does instead is force Jean to listen to the whining chatter of every single person's inner monologue in the entire city. Wherever he tries to go, he can't escape from it. Even people are complaining in their minds while at church, or insulting each other's looks in a business meeting.
I'll sue the pants off.
I'll take if everything is
Gotta get a couple of guys. She thinks she's so special.
What do I have to tell anyone?
She looks like a gorilla. Literally half of it.
This episode jumps from plot point to plot point pretty fast, so I'll have to get back to that in a moment, as Lex tries to find Professor Ivo, only to find his dead body with this giant robot standing guard over him. He never gets called this in the episode, but the project name is Amazo, so I'm just gonna call him that. Amazo clearly poses thought capabilities but has no knowledge, and Lex, still suffering from his kryptonite poisoning, decides to take full advantage of that. And while watching the scene, you know exactly where this episode is going with this, and you just feel bad for the robot.
And he would have wanted me to look after you if anything ever happened to him.
So, you're going to take care of me now?
Mm-hmm. But you're going to have to take care of me, too. Otherwise, I'll go to sleep and never wake up again.
The next scene shows us how powerful Amazo can be. He's already indestructible and can copy the data of anything he sees and replicates the effect, as he steals the fuel Luthor needs and runs into Hawkgirl before escaping. Amazo is basically a child, only with superpowers, and so people like Lex can use that to his advantage to set Amazo up against the Justice League. Only Luthor pretends it's kindness.
Let me tell you a story. It's about a young man whose dream was to build a great empire. He succeeded, but then he lost it all because of 7 very bad people. Hawkgirl and her friends. The Justice League.
The Justice League.
That young man was me, of course. And now I have another dream. It's to take back control of that empire. And then, when the time comes, I want to hand it down to someone who will continue my work. The son I never had. But none of that can happen until you give the Justice League what they deserve.
And that's why I feel bad for Amazo, because he's gonna be in many fights this episode, but he has no actual reason to do any of it. He just thinks Luthor is his replacement father since Ivo died. Cut to Batman and Superman asking Mercy for help in the event of Luthor contacting her.
Let us know.
You have my word.
He hasn't already contacted you, has he?
Don't you think I would have told you?
The two of you are very close.
I'm a different person now.
Right.
I just love Batman and Superman as a superhero pair. They just work really well together, and so scenes like that will just always be fun for me to watch.
She was a little too cooperative, wasn't she?
You're learning.
I wouldn't mind hearing what she's really thinking.
But that ending line about hearing what she's really thinking brings us back to Jean, as he's still trying to escape reading everyone's mind uncontrollably. This isn't just causing him trouble because it's annoying. The real character point here is that Jean is getting a look into the populace of Earth for the first time. He's been fighting crime for this whole series, but he's never really interacted with the people he was saving. Now he's just getting overloaded by people whining in their minds about not being appreciated enough, or this person's ugly, or I'm gonna sue that person. That much narcissism, under-the-table nastiness, and complaining can drive a man mad, and here it clearly is.
John, any luck yet?
No.
Where are you?
I can't talk now.
Are you all right?
Leave me alone!
For a Martian, this makes all of humanity look deep down selfish and intolerable, and for that reason he wants to escape, but he can't. Simultaneously, the League battles Amazo again as the bot grows in personality and abilities. A robot with the ability to use everyone's powers is just a great concept that lends itself to great action scenes, as he now is just as fast as Flash while being able to fly, use a lantern ring, and is as strong as Wonder Woman. When Superman arrives, he has this great idea to cover the thing's eyes, but this of course doesn't last as Superman's powers are absorbed. A great moment to end part 1 on, as there's now no way you can actually beat the guy.
Hera, help us!
She better. No one else can now.
Now I'm sure this question's going to come up, so I might as well address it now while the season is still young. Superman still goes flying through walls in battles this season, however, I'm not bothered by that anymore. Justice League Season 1 Superman was bad for a multitude of reasons. If it was just the face, I wouldn't have been too mad beyond a mention of it. If it was just the pathetic fights, I would be mad, but not as mad as I was because his character sucked, his fights were bad, he didn't look good. It was, to be blunt, awful all around. My solution for the action issue is not at all to make Superman unstoppable. Just think back to all the hits he took during STAS. It'd be hard to count. However, it was also dignified is the difference. In the last season, that wasn't the case. He might have gotten one measly hit in that stammered the villain, but then it's right back to being bitch slapped through the wall. Here, Superman is back to STAS Classic, like I've said, so he's gonna go through walls, but then this will happen. To end the destruction, Batman jumps into the scene.
You don't have any powers.
I have this. It's a package deal. You get our strengths, but you also get our weaknesses.
This is the piece of kryptonite that Batman stole from Luthor when they beat him at the beginning of Injustice for All. And what I would have liked to see in this scene is Superman calling out Batman for literally carrying kryptonite around 24/7 for, quote, insurance.
You always carry kryptonite around with you?
Call it insurance.
And they say I'm scary.
It's dangerous, clearly, but at the same time, does Batman distrust Superman that much? Well, this episode doesn't really dive into that. It's merely setting that up for when the conversation will come up in JLU or Batman Beyond. Amazo escapes as Superman and GL plan to look into Ivo's lab. Wonder Woman goes to find Jean, and Flash is full of excuses.
Has anyone checked the sewers yet?
Maybe GL and the big guy need some backup.
Mercy arrives at Ivo's place to tell Lex about Batman and Superman looking for him. This act is unfortunate since you really want Mercy to just throw Lex to the curb, and when he's gone, it's easy for her to think that, but when he's back, she can't help but aid him in what he's doing. It's similar psychology to Harley and Joker, with Lex starting to act really creepy around her too.
You're doing this because you need to.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Face it, Mercy. You missed me. You missed the excitement, the sense of transgression. Not to mention certain other things.
On that note, a part of me doesn't even want to know what these two are actually about. Luthor burns the place to cover his tracks as Superman pulls a classic move.
Grab whatever you can, and watch out for the wind.
What wind?
GL uses his ring to create a pathway for the water to travel that lands in the building, an example of creative character use. As Flash finds the Amazo blueprints. Since Lex left the lab, Amazo can't find him, and to complete the kid with superpowers idea, here's a scene where the android looks for his lost parent. This one is difficult to articulate, but Amazo is a character I like. The innocence corrupted is a familiar trope, but well done in the episode as I feel bad for this larger-than-life evolutionary robot. But when he finally finds Lex, he's become self-aware enough to talk back.
Then what are you doing here? Get back out there.
Why?
Because I'm telling you.
That's not good enough anymore.
But Lex just has to try harder to manipulate.
It won't be easy, 1 against 7. I could get killed, but it's better this way. For both of us. You have your own life to live now. Go.
I'll do it for you. I'll do it.
The reason he's so confident in the face of a robot this powerful is because Lex all along has had a kill switch that would blow Amazo's head off if he ever went rogue. Seriously, Lex is an asshole in this episode. Back to Jean, he comes across a group of people searching for a lost little girl in the dead of night. And this is what changes his perspective as he can read these people's minds as well. Nobody wants to explore the woods at night to find a little kid they don't know, but these people do it because it's the right thing to do. A 6-year-old can't properly fend for herself, so these people, some that don't even know the kid, are putting themselves out like this to do something nice, prompting Jean to find the kid for them.
All right, everybody, let's fan out and... It's her! We found her! She's fine! I don't believe it! Look at her! How right does she feel? Thank you, thank you, saved her. Great!
Whoever you are. Thank you. Such a blessing. Wonderful. It's so wonderful.
How'd he do that?
You're not getting away that easily.
I can imagine this episode is pretty confusing so far, so let's get to the climax, as the League gets wrecked by Amazo, as he even evolves past his kryptonite weakness until Jean steps in. This could seem bad, as he would have the full League's power set, but Jean counted on Amazo getting his ability to read minds.
Nothing can stop you now. You have all their powers. Use them well.
So you lied to me.
What?
It was all a lie, wasn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then let me spell it out for you. I can read your mind, Lex.
Lex tries to kill him, but it fails, and Amazo takes off for the sky. Earlier in the episode, it was discussed that Professor Ivo had given Amazo the powers to evolve and learn from what he sees, as he wanted him to reach a certain threshold, and then judging by the ending, I'm guessing the intent was for him to explore space. The title, Tabula Rasa, is in reference to Amazo's knowledge at the start of the story, with him having power, having thought, but no knowledge, with the episode's events turning him jaded by the end, as this is the price of wisdom. Nobody stays innocent forever. On the flip side, this idea also captures Jean's story pretty well, as he doesn't have too much actual knowledge of the people around him, as that knowledge makes him jaded for a short period of time, and while he can't physically evolve like Amazo, he mentally evolves by seeing that human beings have the capacity for great good or evil no matter what they think on the inside. It's because of this strong theme that I think the episode is great. Even though I realized while writing this that the episode can get a bit confusing at times, and lost in its plot points, but once it's over, it just clicks into place in a way it didn't before. Definitely not my favorite Season 2 episode, but I think it's strong enough, with more Superman, more Lex, Mercy being back, great action, Amazo's interesting character, and John's mind struggle to earn a great score from me. So let's see the ending.
They're only giving me one phone call, so listen carefully. I need the best lawyers in the country. I don't care what you have to pay for them. And doctors, I need them too. Bring them in from Europe if you have to. And, are you listening? Hello? Hello?
On that great note, let's move on to episodes 5 and 6, Only a Dream. This episode is a pretty interesting opening, as this dude in a janitor's outfit kills the entire Justice League with this dragon robot that can give all kinds of powers, as the rest of the series' villains all come to give their congratulations.
Congratulations! You've done what even I couldn't do, Mr.
D. John D.
Ew! We'll have to do better than that. Let's see. Destructor? Demolisher!
Time for that later.
Including Simon Stagg? I guess they needed an extra model to use. This turns out to be a dream, as John D is an inmate expecting parole, as he's helping this professor with this machine that looks identical to the one D killed the League with in his dream. The machine temporarily gives the user ESP, but it comes at a high risk if exposed for too long. The guard comes in with the bad news that D is not getting parole. We don't know what he did yet, as it doesn't get revealed until later in the episode, but there isn't much to that anyway. He does have a really human reaction to finding out he's not leaving jail, as he then gets even more bad news when his wife, Penny, comes to visit. Evidently, this has happened numerous times, and now Penny announces having found someone else as she hangs up and walks away. At this moment, the prisoners stage a massive breakout effort as John D uses this chance to take all the power he can get from the ESP machine and fries his brain in the process, as we then cut to the League.
Stop that.
It's okay. I don't think he's home right now. What's he working on anyway?
I don't know, but it's probably important, so leave him alone.
But aren't you even...
Forget him.
So?
Prison break.
Say no more.
I wasn't intending to.
What about John?
I'm ready.
So what were you working on?
Nothing. I was taking a nap.
We can add this episode to the list of episodes with a loving acknowledgement of STAS, as villains in the breakout include Volcana and Luminous, but we also have Firefly from TNBA on the loose as well. The season is not going to drop the last season's villains either, as Copperhead and Solomon Grundy are a part of the escape effort too.
Oh yeah.
That's your flamethrower?
Wait till you see how I use it.
A great collection of villains as Firefly continues to get his ass handed to him by Batman, only now Batman doesn't even need the fireproof armor anymore. Volcana's presence doesn't make much sense though. I mean, if you remember, her emotional story in Superman Season 3 ended with Superman saving her from the government and hiding her on an island. How do I defend Justice League Season 2? I've got it! Also in Superman Season 3's Unity, there was a quick montage of Supergirl living in Metropolis, and one of the scenes was her battling Volcana, which means that it's already been established that Volcana's on the loose. So, take that. But anyway, Volcana and Firefly basically beat themselves here.
What's happening?
Fire needs air. And you just burned up all of yours.
Batman and GL find out that all the nearby prisoners and guards are asleep as John D is gone. Batman has a great line about not underestimating the enemy.
I'm staying.
What for? You don't know if D did this.
I don't know that he didn't.
Look, whatever he is, he sure isn't in the same league as Grundy and the others. He's a nobody.
Ever read the Odyssey? After Odysseus was caught by the Cyclops, he told it his name was Nobody. So when he poked its eye out and its friends asked who did it, all the Cyclops could say was, nobody.
Point taken.
D is then seen hiding in the bushes near his now ex-wife's house. Although, let's be honest, we're all curious how in the heck this woman who's now with this 10 out of 10 guy got with creepy John D to begin with. The name alone sounds fake. These two are about to go to sleep as we get a great scene with D entering the room.
Trouble sleeping. Maybe it's your conscience. Oh, I forgot. You don't have one.
Rick! Rick!
Sound sleeper, huh?
What did you do to him?
Nothing. But there isn't much he can do for you.
John, please.
You know, I never liked that name. It's so ordinary. Especially for someone who has such big things in store. A destiny. Oh, Destiny. I like it. Dr. Destiny. What do you think?
You're crazy.
I think you're finally seeing the real me. And now that I'm a doctor, I think I'll perform some surgery.
Great, now I can finally call him Dr. Destiny. He wasn't even actually in the room at all. In reality, he doesn't have a Dr. Doom cape or a skeleton face. He can just use the ESP powers to project that imagery into your mind, especially while you're asleep, as you're pretty defenseless in that state. Back to the villains, we have a great interaction between them in this season as well.
Hold it right there, Grundy. This is as far as you go.
Are you crazy? No. Mad.
I am so dead.
It's also really neat seeing characters like Flash and Hawkgirl fighting against Luminous or Volcana. Just add some spice to villains we've seen before. Matter of fact, this is probably the best Luminous fight I've ever seen.
This is supposed to scare me? They're just illusions.
I can make life solid, chump.
The camera work just did that one a lot of favors. Jean fighting against Grundy was pretty cool as well. Jean's powers are always interesting to watch. I also get a kick out of this scene with Hawkgirl and Copperhead.
You're flying me out of here now, lady. Well, get me out of here.
And what if I don't?
I give you your last kiss.
And you fall 40 stories. Didn't really think this through, did you?
I'm not scared.
Then maybe this'll help. You'll do anything to her and you won't even make it to the ground. Good bluff.
Who was bluffing?
With the villains beat, the League calls it a night as we see a little bit of GL's house, and Superman's place from STAS is back. And since the writers have left Flash and Hawkgirl pretty ambiguous as of now, they both fall asleep at the Watchtower. Penny has yet to wake up from her nightmare as Jean finds out that Destiny also has it out for the League for some reason. Part 1 ends on this really well done, ominous note. So now that the setup for part 2 is dream hopping, let's look at these dreams. Flash's dream starts off really funny as he and some kids are watching a cartoon of Flash beating Grundy.
Hey, how'd you like a snack?
Where's my food?
Are you French?
No.
Then there's no food.
You'll do.
Ow!
This then turns into his ultimate nightmare.
You went too fast. And you're never going to be able to slow down again.
Now I get it. It's a dream. Same one I've been having ever since I got my speed. Anyway, all I gotta do to make this go away is...
Wake up? The fastest man alive, always leaving people like me in your dust. Well, now you're stuck in high gear, and you're going to be all alone forever.
Flash's speed has led to a fear of one day going so fast that he won't be able to slow down, as the rest of society will be moving at snail's pace to him. But for them, it's normal, but he's just going at permanent light speed. Crazy, but since we know that his speed has an effect on his metabolism and other functions, this does seem like a natural concern to bury in your mind. Dr. Destiny simultaneously has a really campy design, but freaky at the same time. The fact that his face never changes expression is the creepy part for me. He's motivated to kill the League since he's such a Joe Schmo to the point where he hates how much glory people like the Flash have with their superpowers. It's basic, but it works. Batman and Jean are unable to bring Penny out of her nightmare, and they're unable to contact the rest of the League as they're all suffering this as well. And now we can look at the rest of the dreams and see what bothers the rest of our heroes. Oh my god, it's Lois! This is just a cameo, but she'll return a few times this season, and man, after Justice League Season 1, it's just so great to see her again. Let's see the dream.
Clark, your menu's smoking.
Is it? I must have gotten it too close to the candle. It's so dark in here that...
This place doesn't have candles. You're hiding something. In fact, you're always hiding something. And I'm going to find out what it is right now.
Dear Lord. In summary, Superman is afraid of losing control of his powers and therefore being unable to stop himself from killing everyone he cares about. Similar to the Flash, that's not something any of us have to worry about, but it's such a human fear for Superman to have. A guy like him has to walk on eggshells every second of every day, especially as Clark, where he has to act completely human all the time. It must be scary and a source of self-consciousness for him, but we never see that in a Superman episode. You might notice that the villain plot and powers is very similar to Scarecrow from BTAS. I actually think this works better. TNBA Scarecrow certainly has the more imposing design, and it would be tough for me to decide between Scarecrow's second design and Destiny's, definitely better than the first Scarecrow, but Batman here does not have a dream sequence since he's the one trying to stop Destiny in real life, which is a good choice because we've seen that routine before. I just think Destiny is more threatening than Scarecrow, because with the fear gas you still retain consciousness, but with Destiny's ESP you're trapped in your nightmare forever. Actually, not forever, until you die. Yeah, the stakes get upped because Penny actually dies in the hospital from the nightmare, which makes Jean really nervous since he couldn't bring her back to reality, and now he's going to take the risk and dive into everyone's mind to save his friends. GL fears coming back home to his community, the one from In Blackest Night, but nobody recognizes him. The whole city is like being on an alien planet for him. This fear comes from GL having spent years off-world training to become a Green Lantern, and so John Stewart ceases to be an individual and just becomes a product of the Lantern Ring.
Chris, tell this fool who I am.
Be it ever so humble.
I think this is the most human out of all the fears, honestly. Yeah, sure, nobody's a Green Lantern, but the core fear is very relatable. Like, say a man goes off to the army when he's 18, but comes back when he's 28 and his family's completely different. New kids in the family, this person went off, then did this person passed away. It would be hard to re-assimilate when you leave one culture or one group behind and then return years later and make the attempt. All these fears combined just really humanize our characters, and I'm going to give all the points in the world to that. Last is Hawkgirl. Earlier in the episode, Luminous uses light tech to put Hawkgirl in a box that kept getting smaller and smaller. She clearly didn't like it, but Superman saved her before it got bad. This sequence shows that she's claustrophobic.
Are you crazy?
No, but you're going to be.
I'll get back to that later though. Batman tries to find Destiny and he has to battle sleep as well, as was established in part 1 that he hasn't slept in 3 days. So every time he thinks about sleep, Destiny almost gets him. The ways he tries to avoid it can be pretty funny.
Gotta sleep sometime.
Give me a triple. Now.
Jean pulls everyone out of their dreams by calming Superman down, telling GL that the Guardians picked him to be a lantern because he was so great that they gave him a ring, not the other way around. And by telling Flash to stop being so loud in his head and just slow down and breathe, and then that does it. As the four of them battle against the dream version of Destiny, but as Hawkgirl's condition worsens, this happens.
Help me! Lantern! John! Superman! Anybody!
What's the matter?
I can't get to her. There's a barrier around her mind.
Out of the way!
Again, I'll return to Hawkgirl in a moment. This fight wasn't anything special, but I enjoyed the teamwork aspect of it. Now for Batman, the file on Destiny said that he was arrested for being the guard of smuggled LexCorp weapons that the Justice League shut down. Another reason for him to hate the League. Next, this song came on the radio when we last saw Batman. With the only big moment left in this episode being the fight between Batman and Dr. Destiny. The closer Batman gets, the more likely he is to be controlled, but even when reality itself is warped, there's something keeping Batman awake. The Free Jacques.
That's Frere Jacques to you.
Get out of my video. The meaning of that poem in French is all about the question, are you sleeping? Which is ironic as it's what keeps Destiny out of Batman's mind as he distracts himself with the song. More important is the final fight scene. And I really like it as it's cramped in, dark, with a lot of close calls for Batman as Destiny keeps trying to sedate him. Destiny sedated himself by accident, and with his ESP wearing off, he goes back to jail a near vegetable. So let's see the ending.
Good morning, sunshine.
Wait a minute. Is this another dream?
I could pinch you.
It's real.
Here's something to keep in mind about this whole episode as we travel further throughout Justice League Season 2. Hawkgirl. For some reason, Jean could not get into her mind. If Batman took any longer than he did, Hawkgirl would be dead. It was Batman stopping Destiny that saved her, not Jean or GL. So what's up with that? That's just a question to keep in mind. Another thing, I hate enclosed spaces as much as the next guy, but that was the emotional extent of her nightmare. This could not have been a coincidence. Superman dreamed of his powers causing him to go on an accidental killing spree. GL dreamed of being so distant from his home and community that nobody recognizes him and is afraid of him. Flash dreamed about going so fast that he gets lost in time. Stuff like that makes sense, but also packs an emotional punch to these characters. Hawkgirl's just stops at making sense. That dream says nothing about her character. Think back to Season 1. Every character got an episode that focused on them heavily. Superman got Warworld, Batman had Injustice for All and parts of A Night of Shadows, which was also heavily about John and Etrigan. Wonder Woman had Paradise Lost and Fury, GL had In Blackest Night and Metamorphosis, Flash had The Brave and the Bold, The Enemy Below was all about Aquaman, and as a team we got Secret Origins and The Savage Time. Hawkgirl was a great supporting character for everyone else and had many standout moments, but not one episode where you could say she was the focus character. Just keep all that stuff in mind. Overall though, Only a Dream was a lot better on review than it was when I watched it, which is the opposite of the last episode. Destiny made for a good villain, the action was really good, the stakes were reasonably high, and so on. But what sold this episode were those dream sequences that gave us a great window into these characters that we didn't have before, and it just made them more human, and that's the mark of great writing. With that said, let's talk about episodes 7 and 8, Maid of Honor. So this episode opens with Diana in Paris, France, with some lovely music to start on. Wonder Woman doesn't have much of a life outside of superheroics, so she has decided to get out more, which stirs the press, of course.
May I have this dance?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Wayne. Bruce Wayne.
I appreciate the rescue.
Have I mentioned before how much I love this guy? Bruce is just such an entertaining character.
What brings you to the City of Lights?
I never miss a good party.
On the other side of the party is Princess Audrey, already well characterized.
Absolutely. So long as you're in it with me. Big smile.
Can I have your autograph?
You just got it, darling.
But since this is a superhero story, villains attack and try to take her hostage as we get a solo Wonder Woman fight scene, and I think it's really well done. Bruce was going to suit up, but he just lets Diana handle this one. The terrorists that stormed in said this.
Down with the monarchy! Freedom for Kaznia!
Audrey is the princess of the fictional country Kaznia. As if JL bringing us to locations like Oa, Atlantis, and New Genesis wasn't cool enough, we're now going to spend an episode in Kaznia. A fictional country, yes, but a DCAU staple? Also yes. Having been referenced in both Batman Beyond and STAS, as Luthor sold a Lexo suit to the Kaznian region from behind the US's back. And I can talk about the Beyond mention when I get to it. After this, Kaznia was also the country that Penguin got his weapons from in Batman Mystery of the Batwoman. Politically speaking, a regent was in power at the time of the last son of Krypton, but at some point he was replaced with the monarchy currently in power. Audrey refrains from telling Diana any of the details for the time being and instead wants to go partying. Meanwhile, we now know why Bruce is here to begin with. Tech parts are being stolen by mysterious gang members all across town, and now he's gonna have to take action. I've noticed a trend here. I always praise Batman scenes where he just busts in and kicks ass, this one being no different. It's so freaking amazing. Two of the guys get away, but in one of the best DCU Batman moments of all time, we get this.
Who are you working for? Ayrton etashtornemat.
Like, damn, Batman is lucky he has people like Lucius around to actually run his company. I mean, this guy is Batman every night and has the time to be well versed in several languages, fighting techniques, detective work, music, art, mythology, geography, and plenty of other things. Back at the villain HQ, we're introduced to Colonel Vox, who already makes a great impression with his mechanical voice and lack of facial expression. Diana and Audrey treat themselves to a night on the town as we get some insight into why there's revolt in Kaznia.
I don't know. A lot of people are upset about all the money we're putting into the International Space Station.
That project's making your father a very popular world leader.
Someone forgot to tell that to the peasants back home.
Still not much, but we're getting there. I admittedly don't have too much to say about this scene where Diana and Audrey just have fun, as it is what it is, and wait, what is that music? It sounds like Death Ruins from Shadow the Hedgehog. Maybe with a touch of Air Fleet. Yeah, random reference, but that was the first thing I thought of with this scene. Audrey's being forced into an arranged marriage with an older man she doesn't really care for, and so she's partying more than usual as it's her last night single. Diana doesn't ask much about this, but she will wish she had in just a few scenes. Another question, is this Wonder Woman's apartment? I mean, it's in Paris and not America, but we don't see her living anywhere else in the series, and also, does she have money? Does she have a job? I mean, everyone knows she's Wonder Woman, so I guess not? Nah, whatever. Let's just leave it to Batman to drop in uninvited.
You're keeping late hours.
You should talk. Checking up on me?
Not especially, but I do read the papers.
Legit though, how long was he sitting there? Stuff like that just gets a giggle out of me. Batman's here to tell Wonder Woman about the robbery he tried to stop earlier, and that they were a Kaznian Special Forces unit, and that Diana should ask Audrey about it. Now it's finally time for the episode to start getting really good. Diana asks Audrey about the thefts, but she doesn't think her father has anything to do with it, which raises questions about who General Vox works for as Audrey introduces her husband to Diana.
Diana, I'd like to introduce you to my fiancé.
Vandal Savage.
What the heck? To do a quick recap, Vandal Savage was the man who interfered with the ending of World War II in the Savage Time, the season 1 finale. I didn't really talk about him to a lengthy degree in that episode, as we really didn't know that much about him other than the fact that he's enough of an asshole to want to change the outcome of World War II so that he can rule the Earth. Wonder Woman describes him as such.
Vandal Savage is a Nazi war criminal. He was...
My grandfather.
What?
Vandal Savage III. A pleasure to meet you.
You gotta be one hell of a villain to want to rule the Nazi regime in place of Hitler. But the mystery only gets more interesting from there. Remember, Vandal Savage was from the present day when he used time travel to mess with the war's history. He did not send his physical self back in time. What he did was send a laptop with weapon plans and dates back to his past self. Seeing him here in Maid of Honor should make you instantly ponder just how old this guy has gotta be. I mean, the show takes place in the early 2000s, and for Savage to still be middle-aged in the 1940s, he'd have to be at least 100 years old. But he certainly doesn't look it. Think back to this scene where Jean got captured by Savage.
Where did you get it?
A gift to myself.
Greetings from the future.
You age gracefully.
You have no idea.
You have no idea? Also, consider these scenes between GL and Savage on the plane at the end of the episode.
Going anywhere. You think you can kill me? You're welcome to try.
Say your prayer, Savage.
A god doesn't grovel.
He clearly thinks himself to be above man, and doesn't fear death in the slightest. I didn't bring attention to them during my Savage Time review because the episode only sets up the mystery that this season pays off, so therefore there weren't many points I could make out of it back then without jumping ahead to this episode to where I could have just saved it for now. And I did. Back to Maid of Honor, Savage claims that it was his grandfather that ran the Nazi regime, as he's merely a humble man trying to restore honor to his family name. Wonder Woman rightfully points out that he looks identical to his supposed grandfather, but this just makes Audrey alienated by Diana since everyone else logically has no reason to doubt his story about being the grandson of the old Savage, since again, he would have to be over 100 years old for that to be true, and nobody would believe that.
Your grandfather was a munitions maker.
Ahead of his time, in many ways.
I hope that doesn't also run in the family.
It doesn't. Kasnia's main interest is in the peaceful exploitation of space.
I'm not sure I believe you, Mr. Savage.
I'm not sure I care. What are you saying? I'm the original Vandal Savage? I'm over 100 years old? Ah, Colonel Vox. Wonder Woman was just leaving. Would you be so kind as to escort her out?
I can find my own way.
Make the calls. It's time.
With Vox's appearance, this confirms that Savage wants to marry Audrey so he can have influence in the royal family and has already begun operations from behind the scenes. Politically speaking, Kasnia is the leading innovator on an international space station, with the king being enthusiastic about this as shown at the beginning. The reason there's a revolting party that tried to capture Audrey was because the people of Kasnia feel completely ignored, as all the funds in the entire country are going towards this space station and not the needs and programs of the people, as a Kasnian crew blasts to the space station. Meanwhile, the king receives his glass of wine for the night.
Why are you still here?
Are you certain that the wine is all you require this evening, Your Highness?
Quite. When I need your services...
Vandal Savage sends his regards. And a message. Your services are no longer required.
Savage has now killed the king, meaning that when he marries the princess, he will be the ruler of the land as his crew lands on the space station and takes everyone on board hostage. Savage tells Audrey that her father died of a stroke as that story leaks to the news. Before Diana can even say anything about it, Vandal and Audrey leave for Kasnia with Wonder Woman in pursuit, as we get to see what it is that General Vox can really do.
Listen to the song of your death!
On this dramatic note, part 1 comes to a close with the wedding scheduled to take place immediately. So far, this episode's been pretty great, but I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, as we still have part 2 to discuss. Batman finds Wonder Woman crashed inside a barn as they lead an assault on the castle. Batman's plane gets blown out of the sky a lot, but here we do see some cool piloting maneuvers from him. Batman's also a skilled fighter pilot. Again, is there anything this guy does not know? All joking aside, I really love this wedding scene as the music and the priest's speech play over Batman and Wonder Woman trying to break in.
This relationship is an honorable and sacred one, designed to unite two sympathies and hopes into one, and it rests upon the mutual confidence and devotion of husband and wife.
Ending on this perfect note.
If anyone has cause why this couple should not be united in marriage, let them speak now or forever hold their peace.
Audrey, stop! I won't let you marry him.
Does anyone else have any objections?
With Diana arrested, she tries to convince Audrey of Savage's evil, but to no avail. Audrey's actions in this moment are pretty understandable. Her father has always been the responsible one while she did whatever she wanted, so his sudden death came as a wake-up call to responsibility. However, she's still young and therefore makes the mistaken judgment by marrying Savage literally that same day. She wanted to convince the people of Kaznia that the royal family would continue even in the face of the king's death, but marrying this guy she barely knew as her father wanted them to be married, not her, was a big mistake. The episode wastes no time letting her learn the mistake, as Savage's base from the start of the story is literally a room in the castle, but she just never made the connection as she spends all her time exploring and partying. Another cool scene is Batman is in the vents surveying the area. It's brief, but I think it's cool. We usually get scenes of Batman executing his moves perfectly from the shadows in a very Arkham-esque fashion. However, behind all of that is Batman getting the lay of the land before moving in, which is also how you start approaches in the Arkham games. So it feels cool to watch. Batman doesn't make a move as he instead calls the Watchtower.
Hey, hope you're having fun. I'm up here watching the paint dry.
But they can't help him because Savage is now ready to reveal the true plan he had for the space station.
Well, look who's back.
Today, the world changes. Kaznia is at the forefront of that change. Crucial to these changes was Kaznia's contribution to the International Space Station, Platform 1. A contribution somewhat larger than you've been led to believe.
No, even he wouldn't.
This device is called a mass driver, but I prefer its more colloquial appellation, a railgun. It's all very complicated. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. The asteroid is mostly iron ore. The large coils are a magnetic accelerator. The target is anywhere I say.
Savage blows up a marine base, and while we see many survivors, we can't even begin to think how many went down with that ship. This was only the test as he begins listing his demands. GL, Flash, and John arrive at the space station to shut it down, but back at the castle, it's time to finally learn what on earth is the deal with Savage.
Vandal, what do you think you're doing?
Destroying the Justice League, building a railgun, assuming total dominion over the nations of the Earth.
You're ranting like your grandfather in an old newsreel.
Sweet, foolish child. Wonder Woman was right all along.
Ridiculous. You'd have to be over 100 years old.
I'm far older than that. The first time a meteor granted me power was over 25,000 years ago. While my fellows cowered with fear, I dared approach the strangely glowing rock. It was warm. The night was very cold. I slept curled up next to it, not realizing what its rays were doing to me. But over the millennia that followed, as I watched those around me grow old and die, while I remained unchanged, I discovered the truth and came to accept my destiny. I live to rule.
He's been alive for thousands of years, and while this is nowhere near a realistic occurrence, it actually does make sense for him to believe that he's destined to rule the world. He possesses the power that no one else has, living forever. A character who becomes immortal usually ends in two ways. Either he's a good guy with an enormous amount of regret, or they're the villain. Death is just a part of life, it's a part of our humanity. If not for that, we'd go insane. Vandal Savage is absolutely that, as he feels no issue lying and forging documents, blowing up bases, trying to rule the Nazi regime in his quest for all power. What else is there to do anymore if you've lived for 25,000 years?
I rule Kaznia.
That's why I married you. It's also why I poisoned your father.
You poisoned?
Guards, confine this brat to her quarters.
Unhand me, I command you! Let me go!
That's what makes him such a despicable villain that he needs to be stopped, but you just can't kill him no matter what you do, but that won't stop the heroes from trying anyway. On that end, I really like the action scenes in the episode's climax.
Hold these, would you? Sucker.
Flash gets sent out the airlock by a Kaznian soldier until GL sees and rescues him, and I decided to look this up. Without a spacesuit, you'd survive about 15 seconds in the void of space before dying. The scene cuts back to Batman and Wonder Woman, so cutting that bit out, Flash is in space for a minimum of 45 seconds. How he does that? I have no idea. Moving on.
Breathe easy. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah? Wish I could say the same for them.
As Batman and Wonder Woman defeat all of Savage's men, he tries to desperately launch an asteroid as Batman gets one more quip in.
You're in my way.
The League on the space station can't shut it down, nor can Batman, but he just changes the target to the Cosnian castle as the place is completely evacuated. Except for Savage. With Audrey freed and the castle destroyed, it's finally clear to her that this is the chance for a new beginning of her country, and she's the only one who can lead that change. A good note to go out on for the land.
Seize that thing!
I don't know how you survived, but I promise that you'll pay for your crimes in full.
Do your worst, child. I'm immortal. I can't be killed.
We'll see.
You know, we never did get to finish our dance.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you say so. But you're still taking me dancing.
So that was Maid of Honor. It's certainly not my favorite episode this season, or even in my top 5. However, this episode was great, just not as great as some of the stuff we've discussed and will discuss later in the video. There was a bit of a slow pace at the beginning, but Savage was a great villain. I already loved him in the Savage time, but I'm gonna say that he's even better in this episode. The focus on Wonder Woman was well placed, the other characters' cameos were good, Batman was entertaining as always, the action scenes were incredibly well done with numerous unforgettable moments. The fact that I think this is lower mid-tier and season 2 quality, and it's still great, is a sign of how good this season is. On that note, it's time for my absolute least favorite episode in the whole season. The only story that isn't great the whole season. Episodes 9 and 10. Hearts and Minds. I would put an episode like this in the same camp as Metamorphosis from season 1. I just do not get any enjoyment from watching this episode. However, spoiler alert, the previous 4 episodes were of varying degrees of great, and the next 8 episodes are fantastic in their own way, and I really want to talk about those. Sorry to not give this episode an in-depth treatment, but I just don't care enough. So let's give it the good old BTAS season 2 and 3 treatment. The basic plot of this episode is that a squad of Green Lanterns are cornered by an enemy force on a distant planet in what is a really good scene as 2 of them try to make an escape only to get obliterated. The girl orders Kilowog to flee without her as he crash lands on Earth. He left the planet just fine, but lands on Earth all banged up for some reason. But of course, the League, members in this episode being GL, Jean, Hawkgirl, and the Flash, find Kilowog and help him out back at the Watchtower. The girl that was left behind was the lantern that trained the GL we know and love, so he takes it personally as he tries to find her. The villain is this 3-eyed man called Despero, who rules over his planet. So here's what I don't like about this episode. It was this episode, and only this episode, on the Season 2 Blu-ray that did that weird thing that Mystery of the Batwoman did on Blu-ray, where the resolution would occasionally be halved and then go back to normal. It got really distracting throughout the episode. As for the story, the pace is unforgivably slow. The episode really feels like a lost Season 1 episode as things are just happening at the speed of molasses as I checked my phone, sat back in my chair, checked the time, you name it. The story is really cliche as Despero was cast to the society for his differences, but when he gained power, he now rules over the planet with a resistance trying to stop him. GL gets beat in a fight midway through the story, and despite having lost battles before, the ring just stops working. Because he lost the willpower? I actually thought it was because he flew across the galaxy and it ran out of power. I mean, there was a whole scene of Flash and Kilowog looking through GL's apartment to find the battery to power his own ring, and I thought they were going to give it back to him and that would fuel his ring, but that's pretty much forgotten about. Usually lore in the DCAU always interests me, but in this episode, the backstory about the fiery pit of Pytar just does not do it for me. And since it's such a central focus, it heavily weighs on my enjoyment while watching this one. Now for some stuff I do like. I love the opening scene with the lanterns and the scene after that on the Watchtower.
No! I said rotate the securing bolt counterclockwise, not clockwise.
That's what I did.
Oh, no you didn't.
Wait, didn't you tell me that the clocks on Thanagar move in the opposite direction to those on Earth?
I never said that.
Oh, yes, you did.
Hey, you two want to keep it down? You sound like an old married couple. That's better.
This scene with Flash and Kilowog in the apartment was funny.
Good lord, what is it?
What are you doing in my building? And why are you wearing Mr. Stewart's clothes?
Ma'am, we can explain.
Yo!
Ouch! Lady, please!
The DCAU acknowledges Kyle Rayner's existence.
You're as bad as that Rayner kid you sent me to train.
And after GL gets annoyed at his former commander, I like this part with him and Hawkgirl.
So, as someone who knows John Stewart in the here and now, how would you handle me?
As a friend and equal, I'd say get back in there and try again, or I'll knock you into next Tuesday.
Somehow I fail to see the difference in your approach.
Oh, there's a difference. You just haven't figured it out yet. Now get back in there.
At the end where Despero's using his powers on Hawkgirl, I like how GL's love for her is what brings his powers back. Cliche, but I love these two so much that I don't care.
Well, okay then. We've saved the day. Can we go home now?
Yeah, Flash, I agree with you. Let's get out of here. This is the kind of episode where I don't even remember it at all, as I couldn't even bring my child self to even make it to the end of part 1. I thought it was so boring. Easily the worst episode of Justice League Season 2, to the point where it's such an outlier in this season in terms of quality that from now on, I'm just gonna pretend it never happened. There was enough good for me to call this episode just mediocre, but I'm most certainly never watching it again. Huh. It's been a long time since I could write about a whole 2-parter in one sitting, let alone less than 20 minutes, but I hold no regrets. My only last note is that it's funny how the GL Hawkgirl romance always has been the best aspect of these crappy episodes. I swear, later in this season, these two will finally get the good episodes they deserve. So, without further ado, it's time to talk about episodes 11 and 12, A Better World. I can't even begin to describe how excited this makes me. I'm going to tell it to you straight at the top. A Better World is one of the best DCAU episodes ever made. Easily one of my favorites of all time. A very popular episode with tons to analyze, so let's get into it. Unlike all previous DCAU shows, Justice League made a small format change, as instead of the WB intro, regular intro, then the show, we start with the WB intro, then a quick stinger to start the story and raise some intrigue, then intro, then story. I don't prefer it either way, but this effect is put to great use in this episode as the story begins in Medea's Rest as Superman is getting shot at, but deflecting the attacks of men defending the White House as Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman lead an assault on the Oval Office. Superman literally catches a gas bomb and blows it up in his hand. Cut to the office and Lex Luthor is the President of the United States!
No imagination. They'd rather fight.
361 million questions are probably running through your mind, but before you can even process that, Lex is juggling several issues at once as Superman busts down the door to reveal that the US is in some kind of war that could literally blow up the world. What is going on? Lex then makes a point that's impossible for Superman to argue with. They've been doing this routine for years, and yet Superman has just never flown in and finished off Lex with the thousands of chances he's had. If Superman wanted to stop Lex, that is. But Superman cares more about being a famous hero than getting the job done. Lex even calls Superman his most reliable accomplice.
You wouldn't be much of a hero without a villain, and you do love being a hero, don't you? The cheering children, the swooning women, you love it so much it's made you my most reliable accomplice.
Accomplice? What do you...
You could have crushed me any time you wanted, and it wasn't the law or the will of the people that stopped you. It was your ego. Being a hero was too important to you. You're as much responsible for this as I am. So go ahead, fix it somehow, put me on trial, lock me up, but I'll beat it. And then we'll start the whole thing all over again.
I did love being a hero, but if this is where it leads, I'm done with it.
When Batman and Wonder Woman finally enter the room, the desk is just in flames. Superman burned Lex Luthor, the sitting president of the United States, alive. All he can say is that he's great.
Are you okay?
I'm great.
He feels liberated by having murdered Lex, with this zoom out shot of Superman in the White House giving us a strong sign of what's to come. Damn, what an intro. That scene pulled no punches. We saw and were told everything we needed to understand the weight of the situation and the seriousness of what just happened. Cue intro. The story then picks up 2 years later with a watchtower that looks more like a castle in space than the original version. Inside, there's a whole staff of ordinary people in uniforms monitoring sectors for trouble, as all of it's just taken care of almost immediately. The Justice League are all in uniforms as well. This was a cut concept for the show as they designed the uniforms, but thought the characters would be better off just using their regular comic looks. Superman is then seen talking to the president as he's not an independent body, but instead answers to Superman. Superman has decided that there won't be an election this year because he doesn't think the people are ready for it, or really ready to vote his way. We can clearly see just what has happened to the world without even a montage or a text box explaining it. Superman and the League got tired of villains just doing whatever they wanted and are now practically the leading law enforcement of the land and have their hands in politics, the press, and so on. But we still do have some establishing dialogue.
I keep expecting him to come zipping in any minute.
And then say something really stupid, right?
Well, there was that.
But when things got serious, so did he. I miss him too, John.
The Flash is not around, and Batman only exists in the cave now. The fact that there are no elections this year has inspired a protest at the college in Smallville, Superman's hometown, as GL and Hawkgirl go to stop it. And hey, it looks like the guy in the red shirt's in college too. I mean, sheesh, this guy finds himself in dangerous situations all the time, doesn't he? To look at this college riot more seriously, when GL and Hawkgirl arrive, everyone runs in fear. Hawkgirl remarks that everyone's afraid of them now, prompting GL to say this.
You want to talk about fear? When I was a kid, I went to bed every night scared that the whole world was going to blow up. That's the way things were back then, and folks just accepted it. They didn't think there could be a better way, but we found one.
So do you sleep better now?
You know I do.
What he's referencing was the whole Cold War era, when people could not be sure if the whole country was going to go up in smoke as a result of nuclear weapons. The League ruling the country, possibly the world, we don't really know for sure, they think this is the solution where none of those fears exist anymore. I think the college riot setting is intentionally ironic, since of course nobody dies here like in the Kent State riot, but my point is that during the Cold War, this same kind of unrest existed on college campuses in protest of the Vietnam War. The students are protesting the lack of elections here, but the irony is that the League's solution hasn't made anyone happier, as everyone's lives are controlled by 6 costumed superheroes who decide what rights you have and don't have. This debate will carry on throughout the episode, but I thought the college setting was especially effective in demonstrating whether or not GL is accurate in saying that this time is so much better than before. Meanwhile, Superman has a dinner date with Lois, and you know that with rights being limited like this, that she's gonna have something to say.
You gonna tell me what's wrong?
After 2 years, you don't know?
Here we go.
The world's in permanent lockdown, free speech is all but dead, and you don't know what's wrong?
Lois, we've been over this 1,000 times. Why can't you see the bigger picture?
I can see just fine, thank you. You're the one who can't see where this is leading.
Lois, we're doing everything we can to... Just a sec. Yeah.
Go ahead, finish. You're doing everything you can to what? Make sure everyone bows down to worship you? Is that what you were going to say?
That's not what we want. Can't you just listen for a second?
Ah, love.
As Batman rings in to demand everyone's attention, Superman leaves. And just look at the imagery with Superman making his exit.
You can't just write me off like I'm some kind of hysterical...
Sorry, Miss Lane, but you know the rules. No leaving the premises, no unauthorized guests, no phone calls.
Can't speak my mind, can't think.
It's only temporary, man. They gave us their word.
Sucker.
Really dangerous stuff here. Batman shows the rest of the team footage of the League fighting Luthor, as it's confirmed that we have been watching an alternate universe for the last 10 minutes, where Flash is dead and Superman killed Luthor and then took over the world like we saw. The team's true name is the Justice Lords. The footage is of our world, as the Justice League is having a real battle with Luthor. Just that name difference spells it all out. The Justice League protects our definition of justice, but the Justice Lords want to impose their own definition. Lord's Batman has had so much free time in the last 2 years that he's built a portal to travel to the alternate dimension since, again, the Lords aren't these mustache-twirling counterparts. They think what they're doing is right. So therefore, they plan on traveling to our world and fixing it. Now back to our world. The League finishes off Luthor, and you can just see the difference between these teams as the League is having fun with it once the day is saved.
Sorry I messed up back there.
Apology accepted. As soon as the damage is fixed.
Got a sec?
Lords Jean arrives to tell the League a bogus story about the dimensions collapsing in on one another as the League agrees to help out.
Have you read his mind yet?
Martians don't do that to one another.
Can't. Or won't.
Both.
Of course, it's a trap, but listen to how crazy these people are.
They'll thank us later.
When Hawkgirl starts using her mace to channel the electricity, Lord's GL, just without hesitation, shoots her in the face! With the League down, the Lords step into our world to save it, as conveniently, Doomsday, the guy who killed Superman in the comics, arrives from space to wreak havoc and fight Superman. Really, it's not that much of a coincidence, but for now it seems like it is. More answers to come in GLU, so we can talk about it then. But anyway, the Lords see the sudden arrival of Doomsday as the perfect chance to win the masses over by saving the day, so then nobody will ask questions when they impose their rule over the planet. Lots of subtle details here, like how the Lords go out of their way to save more people than they ever would back home, but at the same time they're pretty reckless when fighting in the midst of public property. For the 10th time, these people are not the Justice League, they are the Justice Lords. But when Lord Superman takes a beating, things get serious. Just listen to the sound design and watch what happens.
You think that can hurt me? My skin can withstand a nuclear explosion. My bones are...
And to contrast with the Lois scene from the other world, we get this scene with our Lois to end part 1 on.
You lobotomized him.
What's your question, Lois?
It's so out of character.
It's about time if you ask me.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And what's with the new costumes, guys?
We just felt it was time for a change.
What's next for you? Where's the Flash? Superman.
It's not them.
Lord's Batman is keeping track of the League, and with him designing the security system, there's no way our Batman's getting them out of this one.
One question. Why? Because you and your friends couldn't do what needed to be done. There are mercury switches at your hands and feet. Any motion, and I'll know about it. You've thought of everything? No. Just everything you'll ever think of.
Lord's Batman's actually pretty sad when looking at Flash, as he hates death and loss as much as our Batman does and deals with it in the same way. Listen to this dialogue as well.
I think he likes you.
Must be my magnetic personality.
More likely, it has to do with what happened to this world's Flash.
You mean he's...
All this had to have been set off by something.
But to go this far, even over me...
It isn't that far from what we do, if you think about it.
I'd rather not.
So clearly, Batman is already considering the deeper implications of what the Lords have done in comparison to what the League does, but we'll put a pin in that for now. With Batman unwilling to think of a way out, the Flash comes up with his own escape method, and this is a great moment for his character.
Flash! Flash!
You'll appreciate this someday.
How'd you get out?
I sped up my heartbeat till it looked like it flatlined.
I didn't know you could do that.
Neither did I, but I had to come up with something if you weren't going to.
I couldn't. Not with him anticipating everything I could ever think of. But who could anticipate you?
Flash is smarter than he gets credit for, and little scenes like that help us understand that. Batman tells the rest of the League to find Hawkgirl, as she would need more serious care after the electricity and the lantern shot like that, as he goes after the portal in a typical Batman exit.
I'll go with you.
Sorry. I have to do this alone.
The League decides that Hawkgirl's probably at Arkham Asylum, and what the? Look at this place! This is very intentional imagery. We have never seen a shot of Arkham looking nice. There's even a hospital symbol on top of the logo. This is now a legitimate facility with a well-groomed garden. There isn't even a gate or a guard. But anyway, since Flash is dead in this world, the League decides to leave him outside as he does his usual tomfoolery. But the shot inside Arkham is the best and most telling part of what the Lords have done. Arkham is this clean place with no guards and relaxing elevator music, but just watch this.
We need to see one of the inmates.
Why, certainly, Superman. Right this way.
I love how Scarface is the one who gets the laser eyes and not Wesker, but anyway. Why is Arkham so peaceful? Well, we just saw it when Lord Superman in our world lobotomized Doomsday into submission. He clearly went to Arkham and blasted Joker, Two-Face, and Scarface in the head with his heat vision until they became so weak mentally that they're practically the staff at Arkham. The inmates are running the asylum, only it actually works because they've been tortured into a near vegetative state. That's insane, but it actually works is the issue at hand here. I'll say more on that in a second, but first, Joker tips off an army of Superman robots to the League's presence, and this robot thing is hilarious. Listen to the dialogue.
You must be stopped.
A robot?
They did it again! They're making fun of stupid Superman Season 1 dialogue, only now on a literal robot!
No thanks. Thanks!
This brings us to the outside as we see who's taking care of the garden.
You're not supposed to pick the flowers.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Flash is rightfully scared because he just messed with a plant in front of Poison Ivy, but the Lord's treatment of villains has made it so that Poison Ivy does not care about plants.
It's all right.
It is?
With me, anyway. This kind of thing just doesn't bother me anymore. In fact, nothing really bothers me anymore. But you might want to watch out for Superman.
Will you excuse me?
Okay.
That is the core ideological battle here. Joker, Two-Face, Riddler, Ivy, the Scarecrow, these are all people who have time and time again terrorized the streets of Gotham City as organized crime owned the place at night. The Lords have made Gotham a safe place, but this comes at the expense of your right to free speech, your right to vote, and so on. Lord's Superman has had a hard time expressing why his methods were for the better to Lois at the beginning of the story, because any regime like this one usually begins with what they believe to be good intentions, as shown by the fact that the Lords genuinely think they're doing the League a favor by attempting to put their system in our world because they think the ends of a peaceful, bright Gotham City are worth taking your rights away for. Whereas the League sees that the criminals of Arkham, for example, make the streets worse, but the people have the individual rights. This battle is put to the ultimate test in the highlight of the episode, the Battle of the Batman in the Batcave. That is the extent of the fight here, as this battle is mostly ideology. It's a debate more than a fight, as we first see how Lord's Batman just does not mind operating in daylight.
I knew you'd come here, just like I know you're going to do that. What are you hiding for? I do my best work in the dark. I used to think that too, but what have you ever accomplished from there? Aside from scaring a few punks half to death and putting a few more in jail. It all adds up. Not fast enough. If you really want to make a difference, if you want to change the system instead of just patching it, you can't be subtle. You've got to step into the sunlight. Take over, like we did.
I love the way this is edited. Whenever one Batman's speaking, the shot focuses on the other to make the distinction clear. But what they're saying is the best part, of course. Batman mentioned this when talking to the Flash earlier by saying that the two groups might not be so different, but let's see how this plays out in the debate.
Think about it. A world where there's no crime, no victims, no pain, and no choice. Who elected you, anyway? Who elected you?
That is the thing. Justice is kind of a spectrum, the Lords being a very far extreme. Yes, they were not elected to rule, but his point is that the League was never elected, they never took an oath, they don't answer to anybody, so why bother trying to be subtle about it? I don't agree with the Lords, by the way. I'm just trying to explain their motivation, as they do have one, and it makes the dichotomy between the two teams better because of the fact that I can rationalize what they're doing for you, the viewer, as that makes it more interesting. You pause and you think, well, their points aren't entirely invalid, but I just don't agree with the idea or the methods. But even still, Batman loses the debate as Lord's Batman makes his point more emotionally impactful than ever before.
The problem with democracy is, it doesn't keep you very safe. It has other virtues, but you seem to have forgotten them. I didn't forget. I just chose peace and security instead. You grabbed power, and with that power, we've made a world where no 8-year-old boy will ever lose his parents because of some punk with a gun.
GL then bursts into the hospital room to find Hawkgirl, and seeing her in this state really fires him up as their theme plays once more. The Batman team up for a short period of time as our Batman can't believe this is Gotham City, while Lord Batman explains how they did this on a larger scale, simply by enforcing the small laws. In this world, no villain's gonna try and take over the world because an ordinary citizen under the Lord's watch can't get away with littering, running red lights, and jaywalking. That picture is painted as this guy at a restaurant gets arrested for causing a public disturbance when he gets angry over the tab's miscalculation, while everyone else looks away when they see the Batmobile. Lord's Batman helps the League escape from Arkham because really, his world is safe in his eyes, so he doesn't really give a damn if the League goes back to their own world and stops his fellow Lords. This Batman is just so bored that he built a dimensional portal for his friends to go through. He couldn't care less about what happens on the flip side.
So without your Flash, the Justice Lords went rogue?
It wasn't quite that simple.
Hey, he was the conscience of your group, and that means I must be.
Come on, Jiminy.
They're as strong as we are and just as smart, but they're willing to kill.
What are you saying? That we have to be willing to kill too? I won't cross that line.
How else can we stop them?
You're the smart one. You figure it out.
We can't do it. Not unless we cross some kind of line.
The League finally makes it back home, and it's time for the climax. Lex Luthor escapes jail again as the Lords arrive to execute him, but that was the setup.
Where's the hostage?
There never was one. Sorry.
Lord's Hawkgirl, much like what happened at the start of the episode, escapes, but this time GL can't shoot. This is simple, but it shows how much humanity the Lords have lost in their quest. GL loves Hawkgirl, that should be evident by now, to the point where he can't even shoot an alternate dimension version of her without hesitation. But Lord's GL had no problem blasting our Hawkgirl the second he had the shot. Now that the Lords have escaped the trap, it's time for the big action scene. We know this episode was obviously made for this scene, the big counterpart fight. But it's exciting and keeps you on the edge of your seat because we have all this build-up. This is the fight over ideology, and you want the League to win it as the Lord's ideology taking over our world is what's at stake here. It's not just a fight for the sake of it like the big villain team up from the last season, Injustice for All.
Right here, big guy.
Flash tries to convince Lord Superman not to continue as the death of Lord's Flash inspired the raid of the White House from the opening, but to show his true hypocrisy, Lord Superman decides that even though he did all this over Flash, he's just gonna kill him anyway.
Can't do it, can you? I'm the last piece of your conscience. And this is the one thing you'll never do.
I've done a lot of things I thought I'd never do these last 2 years. One more won't hurt. Hold it! Nice company you're keeping. Must be your true colors.
What the? Batman said that the League needed to cross some kind of line in order to defeat the Lords. The line they crossed was teaming up with Lex Luthor. This gun Luthor has seems contrived, as it's apparently a power disruptor which takes the abilities of the Lords away. This was obviously the gun that Luthor had when we first saw the League in this episode. However, my headcanon to explain why this gun exists and has this strange power to disable superpowers is that the gun itself is a reused model from the STAS episode Tools of the Trade. That was our first introduction to Darkseid and Apocalypse, where Darkseid sent an agent called Kanto to help Bruno Mannheim fight against Superman's strength. We can clearly see a similar model as Intergang used it on Superman. When they did, Superman took a light hit and started falling from the sky. Maybe this gun actually is the same Apocalypse gun. It would explain the seemingly magical properties it has. Maybe Superman gave the gun and all the other Apocalypse weapons to Professor Hamilton to keep at Star Labs. After all, the boom tube generator that Superman used in Legacy was kept in a vault at Star Labs. And maybe the lab from the first scene with the League in this episode was Star. Luthor found the gun, he was stopped, but since Flash broke the gun in the process, Superman probably needed Lex's help to put it back together, bringing us to Luthor using it on the Lords. That's my headcanon, and it checks out from my perspective. But more importantly, Lex gives it back to Superman as a part of their deal.
But a deal's a deal.
What deal?
A full pardon in exchange for his help.
Think about how much of a big moment this is. Without Luthor's help in the battle, the League might not have put a permanent stop on the Lords. So it took the whole series of STAS to try and bring down Luthor, and it was finally done at the start of Justice League, but in exchange for Luthor's help, he gets a full pardon. I am trying to convey just how much of a loaded decision this must have been for Superman, since all that work goes down the drain. But at least the Lords are stopped, as Lord Superman makes a great point.
Everything he does from now on is your fault!
But Superman tears it down with just a few words.
It's a high price, but it's better than the alternative.
Yes, Superman! That's what I'm talking about. That is Superman summed up to a T. Letting Luthor go with a chance to redeem himself beats executing him 10 times out of 10. I love that beautiful line so much. It's a high price, but it's better than the alternative. That's awesome. That is just such a classic Superman way to put an end to this whole entire debate. Batman, get his ass out of here. Now for another great scene. Listen to Superman and Flash here.
I knew you wouldn't be able to change his mind.
Yeah? How?
Because I've felt the same temptations he has. They're pretty strong.
So you're not such a Boy Scout after all?
Never even made it to my first merit badge.
Now let's take a look at the epilogue.
Where do you go from here? Back to running LexCorp?
Oh, the business world doesn't seem as challenging as it used to, and there's no poetry in it either. I have been giving some thought to politics.
Uh-oh. This episode was Lex Luthor's last villain appearance in this season, and he ends by announcing his interest in politics, and we saw how that ended in the Lord's dimension at the start of the story. That is how A Better World closes. At the top of the episode, I said that this is absolutely one of my favorite DCAU episodes ever made. I think I made it pretty clear as to why that is. This episode has a lot of depth, not just the kind of depth that makes it a good watch like the best episodes of previous seasons that I've discussed, but this is the kind of depth that actually makes you think about what you believe as our characters are forced to consider these questions. Why I love this episode is perfectly clear at this point. Instead, I want to talk about the lingering parts from this story. Luthor is free from jail, he has been pardoned and he's walking a free man. But here's the thing. Luthor has the knowledge that in another dimension, the Justice League decided on a whim that they had enough of how the world was and decided to rule the world and nobody was able to ask questions about it. That's pretty scary if you think about it, and again, Luthor has the knowledge of what happened in the Lord's dimension. Will this be a part of his political campaign? I'm sure it will. But what can Superman say in opposition of a Lex political run? He just gave Lex the pardon. His help might have been good today, but maybe not so much in the future. But that's all we have for A Better World. To repeat, from this point to the end of the season, every episode is great in its own way, so we still have a lot of stuff to talk about before the video is over. So it's now time to talk about episodes 13 and 14, Eclipsed. I was not expecting this when I started this episode, but this has got to be one of my all-time favorite Flash episodes. It starts out in a mountainous region as this squad of soldiers is looking for a criminal, but instead they find a cave with a dark crystal inside guarded by Mo Fear. He tries to stop them from touching it, but Burns does it anyway as the crystal has some kind of evil power inside.
Bert, don't!
Well, that's an intro. After the opening, we get Flash's first scene, which appears like a normal scene as he's stopping a bank robbery perpetrated by some of his villains, Mirror Master, Captain Boomerang, and Heatwave, until this happens.
Flash, catch!
Thanks, yo! For fast energy, grab a Lightspeed Booster Bar with a big burst of flavor in every bite. Yeah!
Every now and again we get a DCAU episode like this where there's some commentary and parody on show business. There was typecasting in BTAS's Baby Doll, ageism in TNBA's Mean Seasons, Shock Jock Radio and STAS's Live Wire, and the Beyond episode, Sneak Peek. We haven't gotten there yet. So now that Flash has turned into a corporate sellout, we have this man, Gordon Godfrey, spending his whole career trashing the Just Us League. Twice in one season. They must have thought that line was a real knee slapper. I know it's my job here to explain why I love this or hate that, but I just can't put it into words how funny I think the Godfrey show is. He's hyping up the masses with complete nonsense.
It's not enough that they turn our kids into bullies and delinquents with their arrogant might makes right policy.
But this next scene with GL and Flash is my favorite part.
What do you need that much money for anyway?
Tell me you're not jealous.
Tell me you're not serious. Why do you need a van? Wait, don't answer that. I don't want to know.
GL is just so confused and Flash like it's an expression of my inner self.
Yeah, well, Hotshot, next time you feel the need to express your inner self, repress.
Or when he's like, hey, we should take a road trip.
What?
Think about it. Two hard-traveling heroes cruising the countryside looking for America.
Yeah, I'll let you know when my schedule frees up.
When GL is giving Flash a hard time over the Godfrey show, this part was probably one of the harder laughs I've had in the DCAU. Just look and listen.
He's full of hot air. Guys like that back down the second you stand up to him. I'll prove it.
Hold on.
Hey, Glorious.
Oh, no.
You have something to say about the League. Say it to my face.
Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we have an unexpected guest. Not that we should be surprised. I mean, you're a superhero. You don't have to wait for an invitation. You go where you want, when you want, right?
Yeah, but we're the good guys.
And I'm sure you can account for the fact that since your so-called Justice League formed, white-collar crime is up 3%.
White collar, that's not really our...
Or maybe you'd care to explain why on your watch, 50% of marriages now end in divorce, and the other 50% in death. So you're saying that, unlike the rest of us who work hard to provide for our loved ones, you do what you do for less selfish reasons?
Exactly. It's like Green Lantern explained to me earlier.
Don't say it.
We're above all that.
You heard it, folks. Straight from the source. The Just Us League says we're better than you.
Yeah. Wait, no!
White-collar crime's up 3%, and 50% of marriages now end in divorce, and the other 50% in death. Like, that is just, that's just such garbage, but the masses will eat it up if it's well presented. And right when you thought it was perfect, the show ends, and Godfrey is literally like,
hey, great show, kid. Drop by anytime.
Back in the desert with all these soldiers dead, Mofir escapes the cave to find the crystal before the power can lead to someone ending the world. That desire is shown off as Burns asks another soldier what the deadliest weapon is.
What's our deadliest weapon? What's with the stinking quiz? A nuke, okay? Numbers. Give me numbers. I don't know. Thousands, maybe millions. It's a start.
Role models? Look, I've seen showgirls with more modesty than this so-called Wonder Woman.
Democracy in action. Hey, didn't the Greeks invent that?
And what's wrong with the way I dress?
You want to take that?
Back in the military base, they've got a new device that will disrupt enemy weapons upon activation, as Burns breaks in humming that piece that the crystal is compelling him to whistle. But I like how the music goes from being whistled to becoming the background music for the chase scene. We then get a scene that looks real like the opening, but it's Flash on another commercial, and I was just shocked by how great and how harsh Flash's lines are when he walks off stage.
Oh, I can't say this.
What's the problem?
Cramping? Burning? Itching? What pinhead wrote this garbage?
Your sponsors.
They can kiss my boots. I'm not saying it.
Rolling, people, this is a take. And if it's not too inconvenient, this time with talent.
This bites. Your commercial's stupid, you're a no-talent hack, and your donuts are stale. I'm out of here. Fast, fast, fast.
What pinhead wrote this garbage? And if it's not too inconvenient, this time with talent. Your commercial's stupid, you're a no-talent hack, and your donuts are stale. It's just the greatest. That's gotta be my pick for the funniest Flash scene in the whole season. So Flash's agent is screwed since Flash just walked off the stage, but the agent already spent his stipend from the commercials. So to make it up to the studio, the agent comes up with the idea of selling the footage of the walk-off to Godfrey. When Burns gets interrogated, he of course has no idea what happened as the General is in possession of the crystal now. Just a bit of post-production here. I just wanted to point out the fact that the whole drama about that new weapon that they were developing in the military, it's gonna come up again in this episode. Burns doesn't remember anything that's happening, like I said, because like the crystal possesses people and like jumps from one person's mind to the next, from whoever takes the crystal, and yeah. So I just wanted to point out, don't forget about that military weapon, because now the General is going to try to take the weapon himself, because he knows that it's supposed to like destroy things, because that's what the crystal does. Also, this is the military base from Legacy from STAS. Cool nod. Since this is like a really awkward, rambly mess, I'm just gonna like play a clip to change the subject.
I'm out of here! Fast, fast, fast!
This just proves what I've said all along. Behind those masks, they're menaces who have far too much power. Why, if they set their minds to it, the Just Us League could easily destroy the world.
Captain, how would one find this Just Us League?
Put on a gaudy costume and threaten to hurt a lot of people?
Thank you, Captain. You've been a tremendous help.
The General, under the influence of the crystal, takes the advice so literally that now he's a costume freak. I like this scene of GL and Flash trying to put out the fire. In an episode where Flash is a total clown, it's good to have reminders that he's still a hero at the end of the day. Wonder Woman takes the crystal from the General as we get another quality to be continued moment.
Whoa! That was a little harsh. Are you feeling all right?
I'm fine, but there's still so much to do.
At the start of part 2, all of Flash's advertisers drop him as Mofir re-enters the story. He snuck onto a military transport after escaping the cave and has tracked the crystal to Wonder Woman. He is, of course, beaten, but when Flash decides to ask what's actually going on, we get the backstory. Many a century ago, there was a war between the Viking men and this group of evil moon-worshipping snake people. When the humans had beaten back almost all the snakes, they sealed the last of their vengeful power inside the crystals, so anyone who touches it would then desire to destroy the world as they get possessed by the snakes. And Mofir was the guardian of the crystal, but he gives Flash the light gem needed to purify anyone under the influence.
Hold still. You're clean. So is Diana. Superman?
Pathetic humans. We shall lay waste your world.
Careful, don't touch it!
No one will, ever again.
Nice move. But you might want to warn us next time before it...
As the lights in the watchtower get shut off, we get a classic horror scene within the episode as Flash has to escape the entire rest of the Justice League, which is a ton of fun to watch. Like this part where Flash tries to call Batman on the phone, but Superman stops him as this villainous version of the STAS theme plays. But things get serious as the possessed GL, Wonder Woman, and John use the stolen military weapon from way earlier in the plot to blot out the sun as vengeance for what happened to the Snake people centuries ago. You know, that made a lot more sense in my head than it did on paper. So let's finish this one.
You've lost, human.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it is hopeless. But like Grammy Flash used to say, why curse the dark when you can light up a 700,000-watt candle?
The sun is still being destroyed, but they have a chance to stop it by using the Javelin's wormhole generator to take away the anti-fusion matter that's in the sun at the moment. The Javelin itself just got wrecked by the possessed League members, and Superman can't fly that fast, so the only option is for GL to create a track with his ring that Flash will have to run on to reach the sun in time and save the day. He'll be fine because he's protected by the Lantern Ring as well. After all of Flash's antics in this episode, this scene serves as his redemption, as Flash is the one to save the Earth in the end, with the League once again back in the public's good graces. Godfrey's show tanks in viewership, and this part really got me laughing. Just listen as Godfrey gets sonic boomed.
Friends, starting next week, look for the glorious one at our new time, 4:15 a.m., right after the farm report.
With Flash now turning down the commercial business, instead he signs Mo Fear up for it, thus ending Eclipsed. While writing this, I realized this episode could have been similar to other boring episodes with lore I don't care about, since yes, I do think that it's a great episode, but that is not because of the main plot. It's only really because I thought the TV commentary was freaking hysterical, or the scenes with Flash in the commercials. That stuff was just gold. The Crystal drama isn't bad, as I like the suspense of not knowing what's going on, and I like the scene with the League chasing Flash and Flash saving the day at the end. It's good stuff, but it's just decent compared to the side plot of the episode. If I could complain about one thing, it would be that the A plot and the B plot don't really have much to do with each other. It's just funny TV commentary and world-ending Crystal drama in the same episode. They coexist in the same episode just fine, but they don't put much effort in mixing them together like has been done in the DCAU's past. Eclipse is definitely on the lower tier of great, but I loved watching it, would gladly rewatch it, so that's why I can still say it's great. Now then, let's advance to episodes 15 and 16, The Terror Beyond. Now this is an episode that's really popular. Personally, I don't remember what I thought of it during my great DCAU binge of 2014, and since I had no memory of seeing it before then, this was one I was curious about because it's a popular JL Season 2 episode that I was going into basically blank. I really hoped I would enjoy it, and after seeing it, oh yeah, it's a keeper. Solomon Grundy, the background villain who we've basically come to expect to see, is on the run from the police again, only this time we don't see any other villains here. Grundy's a solo act this time, and you'd expect that to get boring quick, which it kind of is. Grundy taking fire from the police and throwing stuff at them is a formula at this point, but the League isn't here for this, so instead we see how the cops usually catch him, and you'd almost feel bad for the guy. When they're about to lock him up, Aquaman of all people arrives with a sea monster to save Grundy?
If you want to live, come with me!
We can already tell another detail from the first shot after the intro. This is Dr. Fate's house from Superman Season 2. Wait, would you call this his house? I mean, he does live here, but house sounds a little lame. Hideout makes him sound like a villain, so does lair. Fortress? No. Home base? Well, it's not much of a base. I guess we'll have to go with, Magical Tower. Anyway, Aquaman is teaming up with Dr. Fate to save Grundy from the cops for some reason. That is a most interesting setup. I got an interesting comment on my last video that mentioned not liking the ending of The Enemy Below, as Aquaman didn't make the choice that a hero would make when killing Ormoff, and that got me thinking about it because as of now, DCU Aquaman barely counts as a hero in the general definition like Superman or Batman are. He's a hero to the people of Atlantis, but that's because he's their king, their protector. Everything he does is to protect his land like a good king would. And so that plays into the confusion you'll have when going into the Terror Beyond. Fate, as well, is someone we don't know much about, as he was cynical enough to not want to help Superman in STAS. He came around, but his character is very mysterious beyond that. Fate, his wife, and Aquaman offer to give Grundy a box of gold in exchange for his help on something. But first, Fate needs to know about Grundy's history. Here's something I never thought we'd get. Grundy's backstory. Fate does a spell to dive into his mind for the info, and we find out that Grundy was a 20th century gangster called Cyrus Gold. Grundy has had this childlike innocence throughout all of his JL appearances, with this episode being the biggest example there is. This is not at the front of your mind when you see Grundy in Fury or Injustice for All, as he's with the bad guys, but he does not have some kind of evil plan. He just wanders and is attracted to gold and other shiny objects like that, which leads him to trust people like Lex Luthor or Copperhead, as they'll take him to gold, and he would perceive the League as bad when they try to stop him from his simple-minded goals. But this shows you that Cyrus Gold was a really bad guy. Robbing banks, taking hostages, firing at police, wanted posters for his arrest. He was clearly a very evil man, out for the money and the gold. Until he got mixed in with a gang so much worse that he got betrayed and shot to death. Side note, this flashback is animated in sepia tone, but I think a dark, noir black and white would suit the atmosphere better, but that's just a nitpick. The gangsters tossed Gold's body into a swamp that had magic properties, and over the decades, this resulted in the body being turned into Solomon Grundy.
Soulless and empty, always seeking, never knowing why.
That was a really good line and great delivery. Always seeking and never knowing why. That sounds pretty sad, as Grundy's technically already dead, but just walks around looking for gold, and that's the only thing from his previous life he has any connection to. At the same time, Grundy was a bad person when he was among the living, he just doesn't even know it, until now anyway. Fate thinks the magic mixture that is Grundy suits their needs for whatever it is they're working on, that Aquaman thinks will help him save Atlantis from whatever's coming. But now that Grundy has the knowledge that he was once a living man, he doesn't want the gold anymore, he wants them to help him get his soul back in exchange for his help. Back on the dock from the opening, the League helps clean up the mess as they learn Aquaman was here, and before they reach Atlantis, a sea monster is attacking a cruise ship. This is the kind of Justice League Season 1 scene I would skim over. We have two very important details to look at here. Superman fights the thing but gets cut and is injured by it. It was established that the only thing capable of doing that to Superman is magic, which ties Dr. Fate to the story. Also, Wonder Woman, ever since she first appeared in Secret Origins, has had a routine of calling upon the god Hera for strength. Hawkgirl mocks this.
Do you have to say that all the time?
But this is not just a corny fourth wall break. This starts with one of the main drives of this episode, Hawkgirl and her relationship with religion. The next scene takes place in Atlantis as we see Aquaman's wife Mera again. She confirms that Aquaman is meeting with Dr. Fate, as Superman and Wonder Woman try their best to be nice as they personally met with the Atlanteans before. But Hawkgirl has no time for it.
Come on, where's Aquaman?
He's with Dr. Fate. If he wishes to see you, he'll summon you after his return.
That's not good enough.
This audience is concluded.
You were needlessly disrespectful.
Standard interrogation technique. I was bad cop.
You're always bad cop.
Why play against type? Anyway, we got a name out of her.
That's another thing that bothers me. Aquaman and Dr. Fate?
Fate's some sort of mystic, isn't he?
That's right. And only magic could have hurt me like this. Guess I'm off the fence.
Did I mention I love these characters? At Fate's tower, the League can't get in, but in the scene with the monster, Hawkgirl's mace was able to tear through its skin and teeth in a way that even Superman's heat vision couldn't. So this is how they get through the magic wall. At the top of the tower, Aquaman and Fate are using Grundy's body for some kind of sacrifice. The build-up to whatever's going on at this point is really at a peak as Fate sends Aquaman and Wonder Woman away to fight, Superman and Grundy to do the same, as Hawkgirl is left to battle Fate. Superman vs. Grundy is a great action scene, but I can't really analyze this as it's not a dynamic we haven't seen before. But Wonder Woman vs. Aquaman though, that is what's really interesting. A fast-paced one-on-one like this makes for a great action scene as one character never holds the upper hand for long. Towards the end, Diana starts to beat Aquaman, but he then drags her into the water where he has no chance of losing. Not a bad strategy. When the fights end is when the magic wears off and the pairs are brought back to Fate's place. Whatever magic trick Fate pulls off is instantly destroyed by Hawkgirl's mace, as apparently it has some kind of magic repelling property. But Hawkgirl gets serious when noticing that the runes on the ground are Thanagarian.
What do you know about Thanagar? Talk!
That's Hawkgirl's home planet, if you forgot already. As part 1 ends on a great cliffhanger.
You've run out of choices. Tell us what you're doing now.
We were trying to prevent that.
Actually, while I mention it, I praise these part 1 ending moments all the time, although when the show was airing it didn't really matter that much. Justice League Season 1 still had every episode as a two-parter, of course, but there was a week in between parts like every other show. However, Season 2, I guess in an effort to be seen as more serious, more adult, aired much later at night and was an hour-long show. Doesn't detract from good part 1 enders, but I just figured I'd point out this format change when the opportunity presented itself. Part 2 begins as Hawkgirl helps Fate with the incantation needed to stop the skull and tentacles that just appeared called Ixthuatu. And trust me, within the next few minutes, expect to hear the name Ixthuatu to be stated many times over. Hawkgirl knows the incantation because on Thanagar she says it was the closest thing they have to a prayer, which conveniently sends Ixthuatu away. It's not really a coincidence, but we'll have time for that later. With no other options left, Fate and Aquaman reveal what they're up to, but this starts with some great backstory for the DCAU. A long time ago, Atlantis was not under the water at all and was ruled by a class of sorcerer kings. The human and mystical worlds were attacked by creatures called the Old Ones, this being the creature that the League fought towards the start of the story as they're creeping back into our world. Ixthuatu is the greatest of all the Old Ones, but King Poseidon had taken a gamble to destroy them by putting together all the magic he could gather into forging the trident. You remember, the trident that Aquaman and Orm fought over in The Enemy Below. We now know that they didn't do it because it was a cool fashion piece for the king. That trident is thousands of years old and has the power to banish these creatures from our world. I really like this as it adds more weight to the trident itself in The Enemy Below. Poseidon was right about the creatures being banished, but that much power had caused Atlantis to sink to the bottom of the ocean for all eternity. Seriously though, I never thought we would get a scene talking about why Atlantis is at the bottom of the ocean, but here we are. Hawkgirl explains to Wonder Woman and Superman that the process of banning Ixthuatu is a form of sacrifice. Yes, Aquaman and Fate have the positive intention of stopping Cthulhu, but they were going to sacrifice Grundy for this, who obviously doesn't understand what that actually means, as Superman rightfully pointed out. They promised to give Grundy his soul back, but how in the world would they have done that? They were just going to sacrifice him, so they promised what couldn't be given, which is pretty messed up, but at the same time, Grundy was a terrible person in life anyway, so does he really want that life back? That is what Grundy's going to be fighting for throughout the remainder of the episode, but his limited capacity for understanding makes him an unexpectedly sad character, which I never thought I was going to say after Justice League Season 1, where he was consistently the brute of the villain team. To temporarily close the lid on Grundy, what would you want for a character like this? Live forever as an aimless zombie? Go back to being a horrible person, or just kill him off now in a sacrifice for the greater good? It's a tough question. The group decides to travel straight to Cthulhu's world, as they have all these combined powers and Hawkgirl's magic-repelling mace, so why not try to tackle him head on? Aquaman refuses to join since he came here for the ritual to save Atlantis, and as he established, that's all he cares about, so he leaves the story for the time being. He was right to do that, as a portal opens from the world of Cthulhu right next to Atlantis, and geez, look at these monsters. I have to give credit to these designs. I mean, twisted fish isn't something that's hard to do, but they just have this uncanny quality where they look like sea creatures but are bloodthirsty beasts at the same time, as the Atlantis fleet leads an all-out assault on them. The scene keeps cutting back between the League and Atlantis, but I'll just focus on Aquaman right now. To put it in perspective how foreboding these creatures are, they're like triple the size of an Atlantis ship, which goes back to my praise of the scope in the anime below, where the ships were way bigger than a Navy submarine, but now the ships are vastly underpowered in comparison to these creatures, as Aquaman calls upon all the fish in the ocean to help out, all the sharks and all the orcas, and even they're underpowered by comparison. The League is then stopped by these monsters that shoot energy out of their hands, and you know, these guys give me war flashbacks from one of the last levels of Justice League Heroes, a PS2 Xbox game that came out after JLU ended. A good game all around until the very end, when the difficulty spikes when fighting these monstrosities. I'll tell you, if I ever did a countdown on the worst levels I've ever played in gaming, this would definitely be on the list. Obnoxious combat sections where you die in 2 seconds, big mazes, and oh, wait. I'm talking about the Terra Beyond. This episode's action scenes are actually really good. Part 2 is just epic to watch as Aquaman and the fleet are fighting for Atlantis, to cut back to Grundy fighting against magic monsters alongside the League as he actually saves Hawkgirl at one point, and she saves him back with a lot of cool powers on display.
Birdnose helps Grundy, but Birdnose and her friends hate Grundy.
Grundy help Birdnose. Birdnose help Grundy, okay? Excuse me. Hawkgirl smash.
Grundy and Hawkgirl have this really sweet partnership throughout the remaining time in the episode, and that gets all the credit in the world from me. This part slipped by me earlier in the episode as I had other stuff to talk about with the Atlantis backstory, but the reason Hawkgirl is so familiar with all this is because thousands of years ago, when Thanagar was a much more primitive society, the Thanagarians worshipped Cthulhu as a god, as they had never seen that kind of power before. She knew the sacrifice spell since her people used to sacrifice themselves for this monster. But they eventually stopped believing and booted him out with the spell she and Fate used earlier, which leads to Wonder Woman and Hawkgirl having a conversation about religion that was started by the Great Hera joke earlier.
Do you really gain strength when you call on your gods?
Of course I do. My beliefs sustain me.
That must be comforting.
There are times when faith is all we have to rely upon. I don't know how you can bear the weight all alone.
Because of Thanagar's history with Cthulhu, Hawkgirl and all Thanagarians are basically atheists, and for that, she's envious of Wonder Woman having such an unwavering belief in her own gods. With the power of the Trident, Aquaman is able to send a large part of the enemy forces running back through the portal. But to shut it for good, he asks Superman and Wonder Woman for help plugging the portal with one of the large rocks nearby as the... Wait, are those just model sheets hovering in midair? I love the DCAU. But anyway, Aquaman uses the Trident to seal the portal. The three of them try to catch up with Grundy, Fate, and Hawkgirl, who went ahead to face Cthulhu. It instantly recognizes Hawkgirl as a Thanagarian and asks her to speak her name, and here we learn for the first time that Hawkgirl's real name is Shiera Hull.
Shiera Hull! Hawkgirl!
You have the stench of the Thanagarians upon you.
While she's strung up by Cthulhu, they have a great debate about Thanagar's lacking faith in him. He's mad because he gave the Thanagarians knowledge, and all he asked for in return was a simple sacrifice. I mean, what's wrong with that? I'm obviously kidding. This thing has some morally depraved ideas, and while he advanced Thanagarian culture, they tossed him out because they grew too wise to fall victim to it any longer. My favorite part of the episode, bar none, is when Grundy overhears Hawkgirl say that Cthulhu stole the souls of her ancestors in the sacrifice. He thinks that this must mean that Cthulhu has Grundy's old soul that he lost. He has that much faith in his old soul bringing him back his purpose in life and happiness, and this inspires Hawkgirl as she has gone so long without a faith greater than herself to fight for, and because of that, she joins him the second she's freed. The music here and the determination of Grundy is just great. Also, since I'll never get a chance to mention it, this is just a bit of post-production. Grundy is voiced by Mark Hamill. You know, the Mark Hamill that plays Joker. I figured I'd mention that now, because I haven't in Justice League Season 1, and I didn't mention it previously in this episode, but I honestly do think it's worth mentioning because of the fact that it takes some serious range to, play good guys like Luke Skywalker, and like, vile villains like Joker, but also characters like Grundy here. Like, you honestly wouldn't even tell that it's Mark Hamill unless I told you it was, so let's listen to that.
Grundy's soul, Snakeface! Tell Grundy! Tell Grundy! Or Grundy crush!
There's one giant monster in the way of getting fuel to his power source, and even though he wins, Grundy takes enough of a beating to not be able to move anymore. He thinks his soul is in the power source, probably not true, but Hawkgirl vows to continue the fight anyway.
You will not do this thing, Shire Hall of Thanagar. Ixthul too still has faith in you.
So do I.
Earlier, Fate and Aquaman chose for Grundy to sacrifice himself, and while Grundy's zombie form is technically a villain, and his human form definitely was, this scene adds an extra choice to the 3 choices I made earlier, where I said, it's either he lives an aimless zombie, goes back to being a terrible person, or is just sacrificed by Fate and Aquaman. The extra choice made here is that Grundy is fighting alongside the League, saving Hawkgirl, being a hero at the end of the day, making a real sacrifice, all on the faith that he'll reclaim his lost life. And now he's about to die, and this scene is really where the popularity of this episode came from, and it's well deserved. Let's watch.
Grundy thinks he is going away now.
No, just hang on.
Do you think Grundy's soul is waiting for him?
Grundy, I don't believe... Yes, it's waiting for you.
Then Grundy gets his reward.
On that note, Hawkgirl feels bad for Grundy, but at his funeral, she's still unsure of why he was happy in the end as Aquaman responds with this.
I still don't understand why.
It's faith, Hawkgirl. You're not supposed to understand it. You just have it.
For a Justice League episode, this was shockingly heavy. This really was a mature show, as I don't think this episode would have been very entertaining for children. But as an 18-year-old, I look at this episode and got really emotional as Hawkgirl's doubts about faith echo the experience that I had growing older. I believed in God and Christianity when I was a kid, but when I was a growing teenager I had issues with religion and faith, not because I wanted to be some kind of militant atheist, but it's because I have a mind that's rooted in logic. It's just a part of who I was and still am. So I couldn't handle having faith in something I couldn't see, hear, touch, smell, or any of that. I had gone through that phase of picking apart the Bible plot holes or inconsistencies, but at the root of all of it was just my inability to see past my own senses, which I'm sure that many people were able to relate to. I wouldn't call myself religious to this day, but I have walked back my antagonism towards the subject since I see and understand Wonder Woman's point about a higher power with a code to live by giving comfort, since I think that kind of belief helps a lot of people through tough times, and who am I to question any of it? Hawkgirl having the same issue as me was so powerful since this show's characters can relate to its audience in a way that standard cartoons wouldn't even bother trying to do. This is the magic of Dwayne McDuffie writing. This is all he wants to come from his characters, and I love that so much as it's universally appealing for people of all ages. But on the whole, The Terror Beyond was just fantastic, with surprising plot twists, great character moments, wonderful suspense, plentiful action, cool powers with great animation, and an emotional ending that relates to real issues any ordinary adult in the audience could relate to. That is the mark of a great story and a fantastic episode. There are just 5 episodes left, though, so let's move on to episodes 17 and 18 hereafter. At this point, it's probably not worth starting every single episode with, "This one is so popular," or "Damn, do I love this episode," since That covers pretty much all of them, as I've been saying, so let's talk about it. The opening has a really ominous piece of music in the background as these hooded figures discuss their plan.
Speak your names.
Toyman.
Livewire.
Weather Wizard. Kalibak.
Metallo. Speak the word and seal the pact.
Revenge.
I don't know why they needed to be in dark hoods and speak so ambiguously and in unison, other than for TV suspense, but yeah, a bunch of STAS villains have gathered to declare their mission of killing Superman. With the exception of Kalibak, all of these villains have been recast. And as you know, I would have preferred everyone to sound as they did in Superman TAS, but ultimately Toyman, Weather Wizard, and Metallo sound close enough for me not to care. However, Livewire doesn't fall under either rule of good recast, she just sounds terrible. Absolutely nothing like the original, and is not a good voice for the character. At first, I was like, why is Kalibak running around with Metallo and Livewire? But remember, Darkseid was killed in Twilight, and that would be some strong motive to get revenge on Superman. With the establishing moments out of the way, it's time to get to the fight, because this episode could have easily been 3 parts, however, it's the usual 2, so every second of screen time counts. The SCU are the first responders to this madness, and hey, it's Maggie Sawyer. Good character, good cameo. The whole league arrives for this one, and we get a lot of good teamwork and devastating attacks from the villains. Like this part where Weather Wizard starts a tornado on the street, sucking up cars and people, as GL actually managed to fight against the tornado and save everyone. Also, Batman always has the best lines and moments.
Maybe you should get a strap for this.
Like right after where we get Kalibak vs. Batman.
You really think you can beat me?
I'm not trying to beat you. I'm trying to stall you.
Stall me? For what?
For what it's worth, I don't think you could have taken Batman either.
With Superman finally here, Toyman is ready to use his weapon, as we can see that this beam has the power to just completely erase whatever was there. Like how there's hardly any destruction left here. Half of this car is gone, and there's just a beam-sized hole where everything used to be. Obviously the plan is to hit Superman with the beam, so let's watch this part play out in full, and talk about it afterwards.
No!
Superman, go bye-bye! Stay back! It's full of acid! Ah!
Do I look like I'm playing games?
What are you gonna do to me?
I'm gonna punch a hole in your head.
We don't do that to our enemies.
Speak for yourself.
I'm trying to speak for Superman.
Wow. That's it. This just happened. Let's talk about that scene in depth. I love how Superman dying is not some overlong drama. It's so quick. He was here, then he was gone. That's it. We saw his X-ray in the beam, and poof, gone. It's also the perfect time to tell a story like this. Not to rag on it too much, but when Superman dies in Batman vs. Superman, the second movie, it just doesn't feel satisfying at all. We hardly knew the guy. In a classic case of the DCAU doing what the DCEU failed at, Superman here, do I even have to tell you that this is a well-established character? This is our 5th straight season talking about this guy. Sure, he sucked last video, but 4 out of 5 good seasons is plenty. So it really packs a punch just seeing him get vaporized like that. While Superman's actual death is really quick, I have to give praise to how after that, it's a long moment of silence as Superman just died. Everyone is motionless, utterly stunned, with no sound in the background but the rain dropping on the ground. until Wonder Woman breaks the silence. This little scene tells us a lot about Wonder Woman, the Flash, and Batman's characters. Wonder Woman dives into Toyman because she comes from a group-based society, and one of her own in this group has been taken out. She's hurt enough by that to want to just murder Toyman on sight. But with Superman not there to set the example, Flash toughens up on the spot and speaks for him. An actual example of Flash being the heart of the Justice League, which is an idea set up in a better world, with this being a real moment to see it. Batman hangs back and picks up the evidence left behind. Clearly he's going to be on the case to find out what happened. We then cut to how these characters are doing after the fact, with the funeral taking place soon. GL is of course going, and we get to see Diana's actual house, and Hippolyta has made it out just for the funeral, which is nice. Hawkgirl doesn't live anywhere. That's actually interesting because I keep reflecting on her being the most mysterious character, and now we see she doesn't even have a house or an apartment or anything. Jean basically lives in the Watchtower as he and Flash talk about the issue.
I must admit, I'm also concerned about the League's future.
Never expected to hear that kind of talk from you, John.
How many battles did we win simply because he was there?
Yeah. I used to be able to goof around so much because I knew Superman had my back. Now all I've got is his example. And that's gonna have to be enough.
Batman is endlessly rewatching the footage trying to find some kind of lead on Superman's whereabouts, and oh my god, it's Alfred! Seriously, one of the most underrated characters, but he's always a joy to have on screen.
What is it, Alfred?
I'm afraid it's time, Master Bruce.
I'm not going to the funeral.
Why?
Because he's not dead.
Cut to a table where Batman has assembled literally every piece of concrete and every stop sign from the battle trying to find something. It's crazy stuff, but Batman's theory does make some sense. I pointed out the beam's effect earlier, and this was exactly what Batman noticed. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed, only moved from one form to another, which means that Superman and all the affected areas of the blast have got to be somewhere.
I believe I heard something about that when I attended grammar school.
Batman's right, but this is obviously obsessive behavior. You just feel bad for Batman while watching this, since you know he's doing this because he misses Superman that much. And that is the real reason why he's not going to the funeral. It's because he's crying on the inside, but he refuses to let that out. He refuses to be vulnerable like he was in Crime Alley decades ago. So he's redirecting his pain towards this investigation.
Nevertheless, don't you think you should make an appearance?
What for? I've got work to do.
Either way, Alfred's still going to the funeral, as this is the next scene. And hey, Robin is here too. After all, he had a good relationship with Superman. So did everybody here. The Green Lanterns, that fisherman from STAS, Maggie, Orion, Aquaman, Mara, Fate, his wife, and of course, the League members have front row seats. As commotion has started over the latest person to walk in, and this is a great scene.
I can. Luthor, how dare you show your face here?
Lois,
You've come to gloat. You've tried to get rid of him for years. Are you happy now? Isn't this what you've always wanted? I hate you! I hate you!
Believe it or not, I'm going to miss him too.
During the ceremony, we see shots of the Ken, Solana, and Supergirl as they're all distraught. Lois isn't the only Daily Planet rep here either, as Jimmy and Perry White made it to this as well. This really is an STAS tribute, even more than Twilight already was. While he hasn't known him the longest, Jean is the one to give a speech at the funeral, and this part is just beautiful, as every word is true, but with Jean's voice, it's elevated to perfection.
Though we gather here today, bound together in sorrow and loss, we share a precious gift. We are all of us privileged to live a life that has been touched by Superman. The Man of Steel possessed many extraordinary gifts, and he shared them with us freely. None of these gifts were more remarkable than his ability to discern what needed to be done, and his unfailing courage in doing it, whatever the personal cost. Let us all strive to accept his gift and pass it along as an ongoing tribute to Kal-El of Krypton, the immigrant from the stars who taught us all how to be heroes.
And if that wasn't good enough, this next scene of everyone marching the casket down the street will really do it for you. Think back to the ending of Superman TAS for a second. Superman was cast out of society for what Darkseid had manipulated him into doing. The episode ends with him wondering if people would ever trust him again, as Lois was still there for him, but hardly anyone else. I don't think this episode has anything to do with legacy, but I couldn't help but think of the sadness of that ending when watching this scene. Thousands have gathered to honor Superman now that he's gone. Through sheer determination to help people time and time again, Superman has done it. Nobody has to say it, but he's totally 100% regained public approval. Think of that when watching this great scene with the wonderful music and everything else you could want. But of course, there is one elephant in the room. Where is Clark Kent during any of this? By that I mean some time has passed since Superman died, and of course Clark has to be gone with him. Supergirl can man the Clark robots as seen in Legacy, but then she wouldn't be able to live her own life outside of that, since from their perspective they'd have to keep it up forever. You could come up with a million theories to explain it, like maybe they used a Clark bot to get him vacation time to go work on the farm back home or something. I have no idea. But the episode puts no effort into explaining that. This is a byproduct of what I said a little while ago. You could easily make this a 3-part episode, but since it's only 2 parts, they need to only focus on the essentials, as this is a Justice League episode at the end of the day. If this was a Superman episode, the focus would have to be on where Clark is and why he comes back at the same time Superman does. But the episode is about what kind of effect Superman's death has on the League rather than Metropolis. But it's an important question nonetheless. Now, I'm sure there are some folks in the audience thinking, well, obviously Superman's going to come back alive and well at the end of the day, and you're right. But to go back to my defense of the late Mr. Kent, my response is the same. When an established character dies and you know they're going to be fine, the destination's not my concern, it's the journey there. I, for one, totally want to see Lois's reaction to Clark being gone. Same goes for this episode. I want to see the League react to Superman's death, and we have already gotten so much content out of that, from Wonder Woman's outburst, Flash's response to that, Jean's speech, etc. The next scene takes place at the Watchtower, as GL, Flash, Hawkgirl, Jean, and Wonder Woman have gathered to have a laugh and remember the good times with Superman.
So it blows, and he doesn't even move. And I say, are you all right? And he says,
this is the best part.
He says, fine. And you?
To Superman.
To Superman!
Right when you thought the episode couldn't get any better, this happens.
What's with all the long faces, Justice Dweebs? It's like a wake in here. Lighten up. The answer to all your problems has arrived. Since we're going to be working together, you can call me Lobo.
Lobo is back. He was the sole reason why The Main Man was my favorite episode of Superman Season 1, and here he is thinking he can take Superman's place in the Justice League right after he died! That's just so Lobo, as GL provides Hawkgirl, and the audience members who didn't watch STAS, an explanation as to who Lobo is.
Don't talk about him like that. Superman was our friend.
Mine too. I saved his life once, you know.
That's not how he told the story.
Whatever.
With the next few minutes dedicated to the League fighting Lobo, as he thinks this is a test of whether or not he can join the League. Seriously, he's not looking for trouble. He actually wants to join the League, and that's just so funny. I don't think he's as good as the STAS episode, but that's just because he gets more screen time there, and Paul Dini wrote that one, and his method of comedy always managed to do it for me. But Lobo is still a joy to have in his brief moments here.
All right already. Guess I'll let y'all stay on the team with me. But I'm the leader. Ow!
The Justice League is about more than physical power. It's about ideals, caring, helping.
Buy me a ticket to Pukesville. All right.
Cut back to Batman, who's reached a dead end with the investigation. And to get more serious, now is the time to close the lid on something I built up back in the TNBA review. Let's listen to this excellent scene.
I've got some things to say. I should have said them when you were here, but despite our differences, I have nothing but respect for you. I hope you know that. You showed me that justice doesn't always have to come from the darkness. I'll miss. What did you always call it, Clark? The never-ending battle?
A villain attack interrupts the scene, but honestly, if this went on for 10 minutes, I would be just as engaged. Batman, of course, started as a symbol to be afraid of, but over the years, as the city grew used to his presence and Robin worked with Batman more regularly, Batman had the same edge to him, but he really managed to lighten up and have more fun with it. To recap the biggest talking point from my TNBA review, I said that Batman and BTAS had met more and more absolute psychos and freaks, and I'm sure that wears on a guy. By the time of the Old Wounds flashback, Batman became stone cold, which caused Dick Grayson to quit being Robin. 2 years later, and nothing has changed, as he's extremely brutal in fight scenes, incredibly blunt with Tim Drake, who was at the time the new Robin. I didn't reach a conclusion on Batman's character in the TNBA review since that was just the status quo of the show, so I couldn't add anything else to the subject. When Batman appeared in STAS's World's Finest, he was very much the same, doing damage to criminals like it's nobody's business, but by the end of that story, these two had become unwilling friends, which was nice to see. It was by the events of the Demon Reborn at the end of STAS when we see Batman being more quippy around Superman.
Next time I'll fax my itinerary.
Another example coming at the end of the episode, and I have played this clip a couple times before.
You know, there might be something to this partnership business after all.
Yeah, right.
We've seen it throughout JL when Batman and Superman work together. They have a really good relationship. Like in Tabula Rasa when he and Superman are just drinking coffee in the Batmobile. Superman's optimistic form of justice has lightened Batman up as he can have more fun with superheroics as well. He's still totally Batman, you know, not anything like Superman, but I think it's been crystal clear in this season especially that Batman isn't carrying the same negative energy he did back in TNBA, and it's all thanks to Superman and his wonderful personality. That is the conclusion to the point from the Batman Season 4 review. It's also sad that it won't last for Bruce as Batman Beyond shows. We'll have to bring this back up again in those videos. Man, this episode is just loaded. But anyway, as I said, the villains are attacking the city, only now joined by Volcana, Copperhead, Deadshot, and Star Sapphire. Batman gets Copperhead but is beaten by Livewire as the rest of the League shows up with Lobo. This ending action scene is a bit uneventful as it's nothing new for the series since we're at the 19-minute mark. It's just a quick scene of the villains getting beaten. But of course, I love Lobo vs. Calabac.
I'm going to grind you into paste! Awful brave talk for a dead man. I'm not dead yet. You're right. My watch is about 10 seconds fast.
That line gets me every time. The deadpan delivery is just killer. My watch is 10 seconds fast. That is just gold.
Pretty good, huh? When you got Lobo on your team, who needs Superman?
The scene then cuts to Superman on some kind of distant planet to be continued, as part 2 is now going to focus on Superman getting back home. Yes, we've only covered one part thus far. But even more interesting, part 2 is somehow better than part 1. Crazy, I know. Superman has a surprisingly tough time lifting the debris on top of him. When he gets up, he realizes that wherever he is has a red sun, one of his 3 weaknesses, as the yellow sun gives him his powers. And the red sun that Krypton had brings him back to being a regular Kryptonian. Weirdly, Superman is still picking up a signal to the Watchtower but gets no response, so his only plan is to follow the signal and see where it takes him. Luckily for him, Toyman's beam caused everything it touched to disappear. But like Batman said, matter can't be created nor destroyed, only move from one form to another. Everything that Toyman shot is here near Superman, which includes the cars that got shot. As Superman salvages everything he can from each car and drives the one that works. He's about to go on a big journey, potentially dangerous, and so I love the music that comes along with it. Time passes really naturally as these scenes go on, like the very next scene where he's about to start a fire, as Superman's hair is unkempt and he's grown a beard. The first half of part 2 is really simple, but I just love how well it's done. Like when these alien-looking wolves try to attack Superman, he manages to chase them off by lighting the wooden sticks he has on fire and tossing it at them, which works for now, but he needs a real weapon, and he actually has to forge a sword for himself. This is a much more interesting use out of the red sun concept, as before we still had all the main characters around, the same familiar setting, and despite being 22 minutes, it dragged on for an eternity. Unlike this 44-minute masterpiece. Superman's car eventually runs out of gas, but before he starts going on foot, the clan of wolves attack again, and without superpowers, Superman's costume gets ripped to pieces as he's bleeding all over, using the sledgehammer and the sword. It's a really intense scene, right at the end. He goes one-on-one with the alpha of the group, and just look at the screen transition, it's so well done.
Guess this is where we find out who's top dog.
Superman is so creative. I mean, he's taken the wolf and uses his skin for new clothes and uses the meat for food, but has also taken parts of the car and fused them together as a comfortable dog sled as he now leads the pack. This foreign setting does so many wonders for this part of the episode as we see Superman using handy skills he's probably always had, but never needed to use. The source of the signal Superman has been following is down this pit as alien bugs rule the land, but when he finally reaches the signal, it's the Watchtower, all banged up with a barely functioning computer showing that everyone from the League is dead, meaning that we aren't on an alien planet. This is Earth, far in the future, only confirmed by what happens next.
What happened to everybody?
They died, Superman. Thousands of years ago.
Vandal Savage? Sorry, I just feel like it's routine that somebody has to say his name in a dramatic fashion whenever he shows up, so this time it had to be me. But really though, here he is because he's immortal, remember? This episode is Vandal Savage's last appearance in the series. The Savage Time, Maid of Honor, and Hereafter Part 2 form a bit of a Vandal Savage trilogy, if you will. The mystery of Savage was built up in the Savage Time as we knew little about him except the fact that he's evil enough to rule the Nazi party. So pretty damn evil. In Maid of Honor, we again saw how determined he was to rule the world and learn his history. Here is the climax of the trilogy. It can't be a coincidence that the first Savage episode showed us his evil from the past, the second showed his evil of the present, as he said, I live to rule. And this third and final one taking place thousands of years in the future. Just imagine that. Savage has lived on this messed up Earth by himself for thousands of years. A pretty damn long time, especially considering the fact that he was already thousands of years old to begin with. I love Savage in this episode, easily his best, because he's not what you would expect if I told you Savage was back. He's a really nice guy now. Or just that insane. Your call.
Hello.
How'd you get here?
The old-fashioned way. I'm immortal. I'm the sole remaining survivor of the human race.
All the people.
Gone. The Earth belongs to the cockroaches now. Oh, and me.
The contrast to this horrible person being so civilized is fascinating, but slightly funny at the same time. Fascinating because of how true what he said was. Superman rightfully said, yeah, I would have a grudge against you. You tried to take over the world on 2 separate occasions with hundreds of casualties on the way.
In the long run, not so important. Take it from someone who knows.
You're insane.
True, but that doesn't mean I'm not good company. Say, you want to come over to my house?
It's really not that big of a deal in the long run because he's lived for over 30,000 years. Yeah, if you lived that long, I'm sure those 2 times seem pretty insignificant. And there's hardly an argument against that, like I said in Maid of Honor. Immortality inevitably has to lead to this kind of insanity, that nearly destroying the world twice would be a small pebble being tossed in the Atlantic Ocean that is Savage's lifetime. First Darkseid, then the Justice Lords, now this. I feel like I sound like I'm defending these people, but I'm not doing that at all. I'm pointing out just how well written the villains are this season, as we then see what's left of Metropolis. Listen to this next scene.
Your funeral was lovely. It was on all the networks. I used to have the DVD.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
As a matter of fact, I did. But I've had 30,000 years to reconsider.
It took you that long to figure out that you're a power-mad despot?
It took me that long to figure out that my lust for power and control was meaningless.
I don't know what kind of con you're trying to run on me, but you're wasting your time.
Savage is just so nonchalant about the evil shit he's done.
I should never have done it.
Done what?
This. I destroyed the world. It was only a few months after you disappeared. I had just perfected an invention that gave me total control over gravity. I proclaimed myself master of the world.
The Justice League would never have allowed that.
True. They put up quite a fight. Green Lantern was the most difficult. I killed him right here. No. It was over there.
And now it's revealed. Although he probably expected it, Savage was the one who destroyed Earth. This is what an evil immortal looks like. He's had the time needed to perfect his craft, but all that got him was a throne of ruins with no other humans to interact with and no escape as he can't die. And he's crazy too. The way he doesn't fear death, doesn't apologize or anything, just goes back to being in a good mood.
In any case, I destroyed the entire Justice League that day. But that wasn't all. My newfound powers disrupted the gravitational balance of the entire solar system. This is the result.
I should smash your skull.
Go ahead. We both know it wouldn't work.
What now?
Lunch?
It's uncanny, but it's great! Superman basically has no choice but to let go of any anger he has against Savage, because what else is there? He's stranded in the future with a Savage who, I hesitate to say, has reformed. I mean, it's been 30,000 years by himself. I think he has no choice but to quote-unquote reform. But as for Savage, he's been gradually rebuilding Metropolis. He has every book left on Earth, has built this massive house that responds to his voice. He's a cook, a farmer, listens to classical music, because as he says, you have to keep busy or else you'll go mad.
Self-help books? You don't seem the type.
I read whatever I can find. Anyway, I've got issues. What with my destroying the Earth and all. Like it? I grew all the food myself. House, garden view.
Some garden.
I spent quite a lot of time rediscovering the principles of agriculture. Something to do.
Like the rocket ship, I suppose.
Starship. I'd intended to leave the Earth and search the universe for other life, but I never did.
Too difficult?
Not at all. I decided I deserved to be punished.
Which clearly he pretty much has. That night, Superman decides to explore the house and finds the same time travel design from the Savage time. Superman points out that Savage could just go back in time and stop himself from destroying the world, but now we get an explanation for a plot point in the Savage time. He says he can't do that because the time machine does not allow him to travel back to times where he already existed, which is every time in the past. Remember that first Savage episode? He never went back in time. He sent a laptop back to his younger self with a video from his present form giving instructions, so the Axis powers would win World War II and he would rule in the present day, which works perfectly with this explanation here. It's not like he can just send his past self the knowledge anyway, because his past self wants to rule the world, so he can't stop him that way. But Superman makes a great point.
Yeah, but I'm already dead. On your feet, Mr. Wizard. We've got work to do.
Savage actually wants to finish the time machine now and help Superman stop his past self. Savage is just such a complex character in his 12 minutes of screen time here, and I love it so much. The power source needed to keep this time machine on is unfortunately missing, as the deformed bugs flying all over the sky have it in their nest. But it's too dangerous for one person to go get. So the duo lead an attack on the nest. This wide shot does a great job conveying the scale of the cave. Unfortunately, there isn't much time left in this episode, so the cave scene's pretty short, but there are many great lines.
It's the only power source in the world capable of running my time machine.
Can't you just build another one?
I'm working on it. I'll be finished in another 50 years. Care to wait? We go on foot from here.
This is gonna be fun.
Trust me, it isn't.
Great action as well, as Superman is knocked into the abyss the generator is being held in, and with that much yellow light, that can only mean that Superman's powers are back. And you know what music would fit right in at this moment, and luckily the composers thought so too. With the generator in hand, the time machine's working, and Savage gives Superman the info about the robbery he did to build the weapon he used to destroy the world so that Superman can stop him.
What happens to you?
Redemption if I'm lucky. Don't worry about me. Return to your friends. Do what you do best. What you were born to do. Save the world.
Which brings us back to the battle from the end of part 1. Deadshot was the only villain not to be beaten, as Superman saves the day.
How can you be
alive? Toy Man sent me to the future. Then Vandal Savage and I fought some giant cockroaches, and it's complicated.
You were greatly missed, my friend, by all of us.
Don't let him fool you. Your death hit him as hard as it did any of us.
Really?
No. I never believed you were dead in the first place.
I guess that's sort of a compliment.
Ain't this great? The whole team together again, all 8 of us.
Count again. You're fired.
What?
You're not Justice League material, Lobo. Go chase a bail jumper. I don't care what you do, just clear out.
With that said and done, Savage starts seeing people fade in and the city be rebuilt, and with that, this version of Savage fades away.
Thank you, my friend.
His last time fully appearing on the show, thus ending Hereafter. That episode was next level quality. A multitude of great action scenes, wonderful shots, interesting artwork, exquisite music that changes from emotional to atmospheric to mysterious, adventurous, bombastic. It's got it all. STAS tributes, and the best part, Vandal Savage. As a villain, I really enjoyed him in the Savage time in Maid of Honor, but it was this episode that made me just love his character. So much depth and a wide variety of emotions to come out of him. That handshake at the end between him and Superman, and that fadeaway, it was just so satisfying to see. Minus the Clark Kent mystery, everything about this episode was absolutely perfect. I love A Better World and 2 other episodes just a little more, but damn does this episode pack a punch. One of the best episodes of the DCAU, bar none. But don't expect the hits to stop there. We've got episodes 19 and 20, Secret Society, to talk about next. To start, I think this episode is great on its own merits, but the central idea doesn't really work well with the rest of the show, as you'll see why we go through it. Justice League Season 1 villain, The Shade, is committing a robbery in a lab as GL and Jean try to stop him. Wait, can people see Jean when he's transparent? Funny moment regardless.
Finished.
When they find Shade, they both dive for him, allowing for him to get away. The Shade is picked up by this new character called Giganta as she takes him back to her hideout inside this mountain. It's not hers, it's the base of this new villain group called the Secret Society. Shade thinks it's not going to work because he already has been in 2 of these darn things, but then we meet the leader.
What's that old saying? The third time's the charm.
Gorilla Grodd has returned, I see. Before we can get more on that, we cut back to GL and Jean being interviewed by the press.
I can't stand that hero worship stuff.
But isn't that what we are?
Not tonight. Not when 2 of us can't stop someone like Shade.
What's the problem?
Us. We're not working together as well as we could.
Come on, we're batting close to 1,000.
A lot of that's been luck. We've taken some pretty bad hits along the way.
What are you suggesting?
Practice.
Oh, man.
It's that, or more of what happened to us tonight.
What do we really have to lose?
Time.
A little more teamwork wouldn't hurt any of us.
Looks like you're outvoted.
So the setup of this episode is that the League is going to try and work on team exercises as they're all powerful individuals but not the best unit. I compared A Better World to the villain team from Injustice for All, which is a fair comparison, but this is even more fitting as the Secret Society is the exact same thing. Like I just mentioned, Shade has been in both Injustice gangs that didn't work, although, to be fair, the second one failed because, well, it was Fury, what do you expect? But this team is led by Grodd, who's going out of his way to work on team-building exercises as well to make these freaks work together. With some humorous moments coming out of that, like Giganta crashing on Killer Frost during a trust fall. Speaking of which, I really love the great villain roster in this episode. At the start of it, we have 2 villains that appeared in Superman the Animated Series, the Parasite and the Yellow Lantern, Sinestro. 2 villains from Justice League Season 1, Grodd and the Shade, and 2 new villains, Giganta and Killer Frost, the former of which can grow to a massive size, and the latter is, well, Mr. Freeze, but more agile and more homicidal. In order to balance out the hero-villain teams, the Secret Society would need 1 more member, but we'll get to that. Showing the villains working together as a team is great, since this was one of the leading reasons why the Injustice Gang and Injustice for All failed. They just wanted Luthor to pay them, which was certainly funny, but it didn't lead to any interesting scenarios as the villains were all slabs of cardboard from a personality standpoint. Grodd even goes out of his way to tell Shade that none of the villains here are in this for the money. Parasite hates Superman, Sinestro wants to kill as many Green Lanterns as possible, Giganta will do anything for Grodd, Frost is a homicidal maniac, and of course, Grodd hates League as much as the next guy. There have been floating cameras in the background of this episode so far, and that is now explained as Grodd is monitoring the League for any potential weaknesses. Now that the scene is focusing on the League training, we can discuss my one real issue with this episode. The idea that the League doesn't work well as a team is in this episode and only this episode. Just in Hereafter, we had Flash taking one side of Wonder Woman's lasso, she took the other, while Jean faded away so they could use the lasso to send Metallo flying. So there was next to no tension built up between the League prior to this episode, and the ending will have no consequences going forward. At least in this season, anyway. With that out of the way, I can discuss the drama we do have in this episode. Hey, and there's Mixia Spitlick. It was just a cardboard cameo, but with him there, that does mean that every single foe from STAS has appeared in this season, except Granny Goodness, I guess. but as a servant of Darkseid who did appear, I think we can forgive it. The lessons here are pretty good for the characters, like how there's no need to rush into battle when Superman has X-ray vision and Jean can read minds. GL has really thought of challenges that would actually test the skills they're trying to build, which deserves points. But I love this next scene with Batman. He's supposed to be practicing with Wonder Woman and Flash, but instead this happens.
Hey, that was my bad guy.
Happy? Call me when it's important, and not before.
Meanwhile, the villains lead an assault on a private island where their powers are used together excellently. They find the owner of the island to get the location of the canisters Grodd wants, and we get this part.
I'm just a chef here.
In alligator loafers?
Mr. Edge, he gives me his old shoes and...
Take notice of the fact that Grodd now seems to have powers without the use of his mind control helmet that he had in The Brave and the Bold. Before we can even think of that, Grodd opens the canisters. Inside is the 7th member of their team.
Mud? Living mud. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the final member of our secret society, Clayface.
Yeah, it's Clayface. Seriously, what a well-rounded team of villains. 1 villain from BTAS, 2 from STAS, 2 from JL Season 1, and 2 that are new. Good work, guys. Good work. Back to the training, Superman takes a ton of damage from this Green Lantern projection, and we get this scene. An example of how good the dialogue is in this episode.
But did you really need to take all that abuse?
I could have used my mace on it if you'd given me a chance.
And it never would have been able to lay a glove on me.
When have I heard that before?
Hey!
They're making a good point. You've got to trust your partners.
I do, but the fact is, I'm the invulnerable one. Every punch I take is a punch they don't have to.
Are you saying we can't cut it?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Now hold on. We're a team.
But we're not all equal. You can't deny that.
Everybody, knock it off. We're gonna keep doing this till we get it right.
Whenever I talk about these characters not thinking the same way, this episode is one of the first examples I think of, as this isn't contrived garbage. What Superman is saying is well-reasoned, but he comes off like a jerk when he says it. Yes, it does imply that the other characters aren't as strong as him, but he's right in saying that if he can, why not take hits that Flash doesn't have to? GL is also right in saying that he should have more faith in his team not to be that reckless. Since Batman left the training ground, he's heard about Clayface being on the loose and is set to track him down. Back at the villain base, Clayface wonders what kind of person would keep another as property, which is a great question, although I'm more curious how Clayface even got there to begin with. Clayface is with the police at the end of Growing Pains on holiday nights. And wait, why would a rich person buy Clayface and put him in a canister in a vault to begin with? Before you comment, just know that I don't actually care, I'm just poking fun, it's just kind of what I do regarding the DCAU timeline around here. Let's listen to these villains interact.
I'm grateful to you, don't get me wrong, but I'm not really one of you. See, all I want is to be normal again.
And give up all your power? I can offer you the best of both worlds.
Yeah, right.
This is Giganta. She was a lovely child, don't you think? If I could do that for her, think what I can do for you.
Now let's look at one of the most popular JL moments.
Always trying to find a cure, aren't you?
Can you blame me?
No, but it's made you predictable. Now where's Shade?
Over there. You didn't think I'd come here without reinforcements, did you?
Wish I'd thought of that. Oh wait, I did.
As this is only part 1, the League is going to have to fail here as they stumble over one another, not taking any of the training into account. But just point some things out. I love how Parasite just jumps on Superman. I started really laughing at that in STAS, so that was like the only thing Parasite ever did. Got pretty old, so now I can laugh at that here. Also, did Shade's voice actor only record like one grunt of pain? I mean, you only ever hear the one. Also, poor Batman, he takes big hits here. But he's fine. The villains escaped because this whole thing was a setup, as Grodd's real plan was for this to happen.
So much for practice makes perfect.
I thought we were practicing teamwork. Not one guy tells everybody else what to do.
Somebody has to be in charge, and it couldn't very well be you.
You know, I'm getting really sick of...
Will you both shut up? I've had better luck handling whole armies. And you know why? Because I didn't have to worry about anyone but myself.
Then why don't you go back to that?
You think I haven't considered it?
This whole stinking group was your idea, and now you don't want to do it anymore?
You men. Unless you do it on your own, it doesn't count.
It's not just the men you stuck up.
Stop it! Stop it right now! I arrived here, not knowing a soul, and you took me in. You became my new family. But what's the use of a family if it diminishes us as individuals?
What are you...
I'm saying I survived the loss of one family, and I'll survive this one too.
Part 2 begins with some former Shade gang members being confronted by a solo Flash.
Sounds like Shade isn't too popular with you either. Tell me where he is and I'll see that he gets what's coming to him. You want Shade? That's what I said. Go look under a tree.
Meanwhile, Grodd is still watching the League with his cameras as we can finally learn what's really going on here. The reason Grodd's not wearing his mind control helmet is because of what happened at the end of The Brave and the Bold. In my review of that episode, I credited Flash for his quick thinking by rewiring that helmet to fry Grodd's brain if he tried to use it. It saved Gorilla City that day, but that act had fused the helmet's properties with Grodd's actual mind. He has psychic powers. Not like Jean, but can send thought waves that attack the victim. He's been watching the League with these cameras, studying their body language, and after months of that, can tell that the League has been keeping small resentments towards one another buried inside, and has used his subtle mind powers to manifest the negativity, hence the walk-off we just saw. This works far better than the bad teamwork, as resentment is something that people can really bury and pretend is not there at all, but Grodd put on enough mental pressure for everyone to pop all at once. The best part is that unlike what would happen in a crappy show, Grodd is not controlling anyone. He's not writing the script for the League. He's just making them feel upset at one another, which causes Superman to say he's better off without the League, causes GL to say Flash isn't smart enough to lead anyone, causes Hawkgirl to call Wonder Woman stuck up as she was about to go on another one of her tirades about men being terrible. And to close the scene, Grodd says that they have divided the League. Now they can conquer.
Who do you think you are? Batman? It's been a long night. Just tell me where Shade is, okay? Look, buddy, I know Batman. I once ratted out a counterfeiter to Batman. And believe me, you are no Batman! You were saying? All right!
Flash finds where Shade is, but he gets ambushed by Sinestro. There's some great deceptive editing here as the fight with Flash cuts to Batman with Flash calling for help.
Yo, Bats! Come on! Pick up! I know you're there!
What do you want?
I bit off a little more than I can chew with Sinestro. You gotta give me some help here.
Thought you didn't need any.
Well, I do now. I'm at the old North Hill subway platform. Hurry!
But Batman thinks faster than us audience members.
Looks like I didn't need you after all, yo. But you can help me tie him up.
Catch.
Ah!
The real Flash would have been too fast for that.
What gave me away?
You overplayed your part, yo.
Everyone's a critic.
GL and Hawkgirl are sitting by a cliffside as we see Grodd's influence also causes other emotions to slip out.
I care.
You don't care about me.
What are you talking about? I'd give my life for you.
You don't know what you're saying.
The episode then pulls the same editing trick, but it still manages to work on me, especially since it's a natural follow-up to what we just saw.
Hawkgirl, it's Lantern.
I don't have anything more to say to you.
Listen, something weird's going on. Meet me at the practice ring.
And Clayface was not overacting in his conversation with Hawkgirl like he was as Flash to Batman. It's confirmed to be Clayface because of this part here.
Well, where is he?
You know Batman always has to make an entrance.
Batman? Lantern was the one who called me.
I heard from Flash.
The League's training tools are turned against them as the Society ambushes the remaining League members while GL is trying to find the source of the camera, with Flash and Batman already having been captured. This fight seems one of many in this episode as the villains beat the heroes again, so there isn't too much for me to say this time. Beyond the fact that Clayface does make for an interesting villain in a Justice League episode as he can change his form just like Jean.
Freeze him!
GL tries to attack all the villains, but is of course captured as the Society interrupts a football game to kill the entire Justice League in front of the whole world. But we then get one of my favorite moments in the whole episode.
Ready for your close-up, Mr. Hagen?
Why'd you do that?
Of course.
The Martian tricked us. You froze the wrong one.
That's a great plot twist. Like, I really didn't see that coming, and shows some fast thinking on Jean's part to come up with that on the fly when everyone else was already down. But now it's time for the big hero-villain brawl, complete with a ton of memorable moments. The fight is a really fast pace with frequent cuts to each hero and villain with a sufficient amount of back and forth to make the victory feel deserved while preserving the strength the villains have had thus far.
Grodd's been messing with our minds.
Great. How do we fight it?
We get over it, that's how.
This isn't exactly the show I had in mind, but in a way it's going to be even better. Don't forget your training.
Never learn, do you? Actually, I have learned a few things.
The teamwork aspect of the episode feels underdeveloped again, as before the last 30 seconds or so there isn't much teamwork in this fight, but it ends on a great note for Superman while also being humorous.
I felt worse.
The ending is great, as what was said, and the League is just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah, but that was all mind control. We didn't mean...
We meant every word.
So what do we do?
All we can do is say we're sorry and move on.
I love that final shot because the crowd is going wild for the League, which, by the way, a football stadium was a great set piece to end this episode on. While the heroes are just ordinary people with the same kinds of issues any group would. This episode is a great demonstrator of Dwayne McDuffie's idea that these characters should be human beings. The great dialogue pulls that off really well. So I just was, while editing this, I was thinking how I think the conclusion I gave this episode is a little weak. So I decided to redo it all in a little bit of a post-production anecdote, just to say my brief thoughts. Because this episode is actually, unlike a lot of Season 2 episodes like Maid of Honor or Tabula Rasa, this one actually goes down a bit every time I think about it, and editing this review was made that really clear because the fact that this episode's review came a lot more clip focused towards the end than it was review focused. Not a good sign, but really it's because this episode's story doesn't really do the best job. When I was editing, I was like, wait a second, how come nobody can see those cameras the whole time? They're not that far away, right? So it's just that stuff like that where it's kind of silly. There are also a couple of exposition dumps in this episode as well. And of course, the premise is a little cliche, but why I think this episode is great anyway is because of the fact that the dialogue is so real and the fact that the episode is trying to show that these characters do have, actual resentments against one another that they keep inside, and the fact that Grodd didn't write them a script for any of that stuff just makes it feel more real and more interesting. The action scenes are really good, and the voice acting just really sells it is the thing. Giving this episode a positive review I did, it really impacted by the voice acting and the script that's the stuff that makes this episode so good at the end of the day. Even if like the actual story, when you stop and think about it, isn't as good as I might have thought it was or feel it was when you watch the episode. So at the end of the day, I'm saying it's a great watch, so therefore I'm going to say it's a great episode, but with a lot of caveats. Like the fact that the teamwork thing wasn't very well built up, or the fact that the episode doesn't have much consequence, because the fact that you want this episode to have consequences because of the fact that, the league had this falling out. They're back together now, but you want the argument to still have some kind of weight, but it doesn't really have any in this season. Grodd's whole villain team idea comes back in JLU, but at the same time, I don't really feel like the consequences of this episode are really there, but of course I haven't seen JLU in years, so what do I know? Also, I guess Clayface is dead now. I mean, he blows up in this episode and never be seen again. Although, that depends on whether or not Batman Rise of Sinzu on PS2 takes place before or after this, but that's not the kind of question this video answers. Anyway, my point is that it's a great watch at the end of the day, just not the greatest story, so it's very lower Season 2 tier. But on the subject of things being great, we have now reached the home stretch. We only have 3 episodes left to talk about, 2 of them being my 2 favorite DCU episodes of all time. But I'm gonna bend the rules here. I've been viewing the episodes in production order since the very beginning, and I've been strictly adhering to said order since the Batman Season 3 review, but for these last 3, I'm mixing it up a little. The next 2 episodes are Wild Cards and Comfort and Joy. In the production order, Comfort and Joy comes first, but was aired after Wild Cards. That's no big deal to me, but narratively, Comfort and Joy just feels better to watch after Wild Cards because it's the Christmas episode, and it's the only single-part Justice League episode. Since Wild Cards is my second favorite episode of the DCAU, and is a loaded one at that, with the final episode being my absolute favorite and is of course packed to the brim in content, I think a single part Christmas episode makes for a good break in the action. So with that said, let's waste no more time to talk about episodes 21 and 22, Wild Cards. The thought of reviewing this episode just gives me chills. Here we are with Wild Cards. On that fateful day in 2006, when I was given Justice League Season 2 and a copy of Ratchet & Clank 2 Going Commando, my first game in the series by the way, Wild Cards was the first episode I remember seeing from the box set while experiencing a brand new game series I had never played before. In the mid-2000s at my house, we had been making a switch from CRTs to HD flat screens. I do understand that I had it lucky in life before anyone says it. But anyway, with tiny CRTs just in the basement, I took an extra one in my room. One that was hooked up to my Xbox 360 where I watched this episode 100 times over, and the other TV was connected to my PS2 where I just continued playing Ratchet 2 or other PS2 games. Picture something like this. It was the morning of my first communion in 2009 when I had this exact setup running and I was on what I thought was the final level of Ratchet 2, only for that to be a total fake out and the game still had 3 levels left. I get that it's off topic, but I just want to express what this episode really means to me on an emotional level. I don't really get to do that when reviewing something like Devil May Cry 4 or Metal Gear Solid 5, so I think it's important to have videos with personal stories like that. Now then, this episode has a mirrored opening and ending. We start with GL and Hawkgirl having a suggestive back and forth, which turns out to not be that at all.
That's it. Right there.
No, it's not.
I think I would know.
Really? When did you ever tap into bank records? Do they even have banks on Thanagar?
Either way, these two are going at it like an old married couple, which does not slip by GL.
What is it with you? Every time we're together, you're like this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
Before the conversation goes anywhere, it gets cut off, like usual, as Hawkgirl finds the info Batman was looking for. This is another one of my all-time favorite Batman moments. I mean, I have seen it so many times, I can just quote it verbatim.
We're the ones who can...
You sold airtime to something called Gwynplaine Entertainment.
What is this? You can't just sneak in here and...
You can't let them have it.
The way he's just like, you sold airtime to something called Gwynplaine Entertainment. You can't let them have it. When you stop and think about it, Batman is such an asshole, but it's so awesome and funny when he does it.
Look, I don't care who you are. You're not gonna...
Gwynplaine Entertainment is the Joker.
Oh my god. This is another episode where Joker hijacks the TV. I love it when this happens. But first, clearly now we know the guy in the red shirt's now an actor and wears blue. Makes a new man out of him. Back on subject, I literally wrote in my notes from the Batman Season 2 review to talk about this in the Justice League Season 2 video. One of the reasons why I love this scene so much is because this is routine. Think of all the times Joker has hijacked the TV. The pattern started in the very second episode of the DCAU, Christmas with the Joker, and happened again in The Laughing Fish, again in Almost Got Him, again in Holiday Nights, and again in Old Wounds. Even villains like Two-Face could get a broadcast going. But this quick intro scene with Batman and the Executive really changes the formula as we actually learn how Joker does it. He literally, no questions asked, buys airtime with a fake company name and that's it. These scenes always start with Joker taking everyone by surprise, but Batman tried to be proactive and shut down the broadcast before then, but Joker literally bought every station, which is another staple.
Wrong channel. Some kind of Christmas special.
Change the channel. It's on every station.
To begin with is literally, no doubt, my all-time favorite Joker episode. We have this absolutely outstanding dialogue and delivery.
Don't touch that remote. I know it's heartbreaking to have your favorite shows preempted, but look what you're getting instead. Me! And a whole truckload of mindless violence and wanton property damage. Everything that makes TV great. So stay tuned. You won't believe your eyes.
Don't touch that remote. Joker is so good in this episode, and I was not kidding, by the way. This is the best Joker episode. I would watch this in a heartbeat before any of the episodes I praised the living daylights out of, whether it be Joker's Favor, Joker's Millions, Mad Love, what have you, because this episode, while not as funny or as tragic as those, it takes all the best aspects of Joker, puts them in one episode with great moments from the League as Joker interacts with characters like Flash. I'm getting way ahead of myself. But another change from the Joker on TV setup is that unlike in, say, The Laughing Fish or Old Wounds, where I found it greatly amusing, but this was ultimately just used as a means to move the story along, Joker literally running the show is the story. Joker is going to be our narrator for the episode. I mean, who doesn't want to see that? His show begins proper after the intro, and I really love the music in the background. This episode's soundtrack is great, but to focus on Joker's theme in this, it has this really game show-esque vibe, but also feels twisted at the same time. Exactly how Joker should be. Now here's the plan. Joker has put a bomb somewhere on the Vegas Strip, and only the Justice League can stop it. Because if anyone else tries... wait, I'm just quoting the episode. So there are hundreds of cameras set up all over town to get the best possible angles of the League, which is just so meta, because you hardly see cameras in this episode. Instead, every single shot is behind a camera. Of course, no cameras getting these angles, but it's funny to think that from a story perspective, everything you see is a camera shot with a crew all over town. A big stage setup for Joker, wherever he is right now, has Harleys with a camera crew and a chopper for those aerial shots. I also realized I didn't actually mention this in writing, so I'll say it now in post-production. When you see a timer in the bottom left of the screen, that is how much time is left until all the bombs blow up.
Oh, what were you expecting from me? A round number?
Seriously, though, I can't get over this dialogue.
I see one of our stars approaching the red carpet. And he's in black, always chic. But here come the fashion disasters. I'm surprised their mummies let them out of the house looking like that.
Joker's show is just the most over-the-top, cliche production you've ever seen with these stock, corny sound effects and music. Just listen to this part where Superman tries to find the bomb.
Clueless as usual. Wait a minute. Harley, are you getting this?
Sure am, Mr. J. It's almost as if he can see it.
See it? Oh, of course he can see it. He's got X-ray vision. Silly me.
I swear this review might get repetitive as this episode's setup excels at a couple of basic things, but it pays off in spades when watching it. I just made a pun, but you'll have to see what it is. Just watch these cuts and listen to the narrations from Joker. It just feels so natural.
Biggin, you were expecting anything less from the Joker?
Oh, woe is me. Or woe would be me, except this is Vegas, so I've got a card or two up my sleeve. Watch.
since Joker is responding to what the League is saying, only he's just saying it to the audience.
Looks like a binary setup, but I can't tell what chemicals he's...
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's extra special guest stars, making their world debut, the Royal Flush Gang. Jack, 10, King, and Queen.
Also, right there was one of the few cameramen I was talking about. There's clearly somebody here in the back with a wide shot, but you see this camera guy walking towards the villains, and bam, close up. While the villains are here standing like they're ready to be on camera, which they are. Introducing the brand new villain group, the Royal Flush Gang, and they will be fighting the League throughout the episode, with this scene serving the same function as the bridge scene from Metal Gear Solid 3, where we see what powers the villains have while they beat the heroes. We have Jack, who can stretch and contort to any shape, 10, who's super strong, King, who can shoot and control fire, and lastly, Queen, who can control metal. As characters, there's not much to say about the Royal Flush Gang members individually, but there are two cool things right out of the gate. First, the name and playing card theme. In production order, the Royal Flush Gang first appeared in the Batman Beyond episode, Dead Man's Hand. Terry was introduced to a group with a playing card theme, and they had a Jack, a 10, a King, a Queen, and an Ace. Old Bruce told Terry about the history of the Royal Flush Gang going back a couple of decades, as he personally had run into them before. Obviously, there were no Royal Flush Gangs in Batman the Animated Series, but with more present-day Batman stories, why not tell that plot in a Justice League episode? While also making Joker the one who invented this lineage of playing card gangs. It's perfect! Hawkgirl and GL arrived to even the odds, and wait, is that a Game Boy Advance sound effect? Sure sounded like one. The gang makes an escape, and Joker's line is so funny.
Stand up to them like I would, if I were there, and if I had superpowers, and... Oh, for Pete's sake, go back there and beat on them!
Stand up to them like I would, if I were there, and if I had superpowers. It's just so damn good, and we aren't even 10 minutes in! So now Joker delivers the backstory, as the conflicting tones of Joker's voice, jokes, and educational music make for a strong contrast against the story itself.
Where 5 innocent children were taken after being snatched from their families by the government.
What the? Look at this. Marked cages? These kids obviously have supernatural abilities, and for some reason the government is so interested in that, to the point where there's a whole facility dedicated to testing the limits of their powers. 10, for example. They lit him on fire to test how indestructible he is. Like, what is this? Remember that Superman episode where a center for superpowered youths was government funded? The plot of the episode revealing that Volcana in particular was the government's superpowered guinea pig. She was right to say in that episode that Superman got lucky that the Kents took him in, because these poor children have been living in cages, being tested on to make some kind of government super team, while the rest of the world has no idea. The parents being told that they were getting an education here, which is just awful. Something's also weird about Ace, the only team member sitting there with Joker and not fighting the League, as her odd man out nature is evident in the flashback. Eventually, Joker busted in and took the kids for himself, and that was when they became the Royal Flush Gang. I also just love his line after he uses Joker gas in this maniac.
He seemed happy enough with it.
He seemed happy enough with it. Trust me, this isn't even the extent of how scary this place is. There's another flashback coming in this episode, but before we can move on, I just want you to keep this in mind. The DCAU is building towards some kind of shadowy government conspiracy with live people being turned into animals at BTAS, and something really messed up with superpowered children in STAS and JL, and it's not pretty. Anyway, I said there were two cool things about this team. The first was the Beyond reference, and the other is that this teenage team of 5 is voiced by a recognizable cast. Scott Menville, Tara Strong, Carrie Payton, Hayden Walsh, and Greg Sipes. They're the Teen Titans from the 2003 series that ran alongside Justice League, of which I have much nostalgia for.
The food's a lot better since we signed on with the J-Man.
I like your style. Joker's a class act.
Don't get me wrong. These guys give good backup, but they don't call me king for nothing.
A real genius, that one. I am the most powerful, and one of the most powerful. Why shouldn't I be in charge?
Now it's time to get back to the story. Will Batman defuse the bomb? Or will he be bat soup? There I go again. Sorry, this script is just too good to resist. Now that we spent the last 12 minutes hyping up this one bomb, have a plot twist.
Gotcha!
We've got trouble. The bomb's a fake.
I almost can't keep up with this episode. Joker goes,
"Ooh, now it's getting good."
And he's right. It's getting really good now. Superman tries to find the real bomb, only for another surprise.
2 more. 3. 25. There are 25 bombs.
Surprise! This is where we change all the rules. There are 25 of my little party favors hidden all over the strip, and they're set to go off in... Oh dear, that's not a lot of time.
Oh dear, that's not a lot of time. That snarky delivery from Mark Hamill is just perfect, but I love the glasses as he looks into the screen. It's just so damn meme-worthy.
And the last one's on the main floor of the Sphinx Hotel.
Split up and take them out. Stay in communication. Let's move!
Oh, thrilling, isn't it? The suspense is killing me. Of course, it's going to be the explosions that kill them.
Most of the bombs are dealt with off-screen. In fact, we only see 6 bombs dealt with during the runtime of this episode, but since we have 5 heroes looking for them, with Joker only focusing the cameras on a particular hero when there's drama involved with them disarming the bomb, it's safe to assume that Superman and Flash alone had no problem taking care of the other 19 off-screen. But they also had GL, Hawkgirl, and Batman, so I don't have an issue with that at all. I can tell you what I love, though. This part with Joker and his staff.
The good news is it looks like the bat is getting warm. Getting warm, I said. He's next to a volcano! That's enough. Nobody likes a brown nose.
Batman then has to battle Jack, and out of clean nowhere, we have this oddsmaker with these god-awful TV jokes.
Batman has the edge in experience and weight, I can't help noticing. I suspect he's indulging in too many bat donuts.
Did I mention the cuts in this episode are freaking terrific?
Tired, Grandpa?
I've already talked about how great Joker running in this episode is, as they can time the cuts really well. But now that the bomb hunt is on, Joker cutaways are also how the episode justifies the different scene transitions.
Much as I hate to miss any of Batman's whooping, Flash has found one of my party favors. Let's see if he's as stupid as he looks.
Now we finally get a scene of Joker interacting with someone like the Flash, and the 2 times it happens are some of my favorite Joker moments in the episode. It's easy to forget how smart Joker is when he's always being beaten by Batman, but with Flash it's on full display.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. The bomb's got a motion detector. If you try to move it, it'll blow. You have to defuse it to take it out of play. No cheating.
How do I know you're telling the truth?
Maybe I'm lying. Try me.
Everything about this next part is just a 100 out of 10. It's so good.
Batman, I've got a problem.
You don't say.
I found a bomb. You gotta talk me through disarming it.
Gets angry at Flash for no reason, as he literally told Flash to remove the lid.
Okay, remove the lid.
Already done.
Don't jump ahead. Do exactly as I say.
I opened it before I called. Batman, you okay?
Yeah, Batman, I think Flash is smart enough for that at the least. He then gets punched by Jack repeatedly. I love this part.
Okay, what next?
You're done. Find another one.
I'm on it.
Spoil sport.
GL is trying to disarm a bomb in a casino resort as Queen ambushes him. And I love how his facial expression changes while he's on the monitor next to Joker, who's commenting on it. The attention to detail in this episode is unmatched. It would have been so easy for them not to do that with the show airing on CRT displays and such, but they totally went the extra mile. Now let's look at the ending of Part 1, as it's unquestionably one of the best Part 1 ending moments.
Why not put a force field around it and let it blow?
I don't know if I can contain an explosion that size.
Maybe you should let me defuse it.
Maybe you should shut up.
Phew. Is it just me, or is there something going on between those two? Will Green Lantern ever admit to his feelings? Will Hawkgirl ever stop sublimating her passions with that big honkin' mace? Will true love conquer all? Not on my show.
Holy crap, that's an intense moment. And Joker, he just switches from being funny to being a vile villain. Classic Joker stuff right there. But here lies my one criticism with this episode. Only one. You ready? My singular, uno, one. Only a slight point I have against this episode. The issue is, there's no Joker laugh in 2 whole parts. I know Injustice for All had one of the best Joker laughs ever, so it's hard to top that. But just think about how this cliffhanger would go from, oh my god, this is amazing, to oh my god, this is literally perfect. Imagine it. Hawkgirl's saved by GL, the bomb goes off, she screams his name while standing in front of the blaze, and in the silence of the moment, you hear this. To be continued. Tell me that wouldn't have been an improvement upon an already perfect moment. But yeah, that's my only issue with this episode. The fact there's no Joker laugh in the whole thing. If that's my only issue, this is a magnificent episode. Literally, that's more of a compliment than a critique. So let's watch how part 2 begins.
John? John! No. Come on! I can't believe I almost lost you without ever telling you.
Telling me what?
Maria Canals, Hawkgirl's voice actress, she really killed that scene. You can just feel every bit of worry, the desperation, and the misty-eyed relief that comes from GL pulling through. Clearly she has something that she wants to say to GL, but it'll have to wait as Joker's getting bored and wants to focus on Superman, who has a really freaking badass moment here.
I don't have to beat you. I just have to slow you down until the bomb blows.
Hold that thought. Now, where were we?
Hawkgirl has saved GL, but against Batman's wishes, she cuts off the communicator and brings GL back to the Watchtower for medical attention, effectively cutting the two of them out of the story for now. Batman's been fighting Jack for like 10 minutes, but his defeat is actually pretty well done on the part of the writers, albeit gruesome.
Lower! Lower!
I mean, geez, Batman, no killing, but that seems pretty damn close. Batman tries to get Joker's location from Harley, and this is a pretty interesting scene.
Harley, where's Joker?
After all these years, you still think I'd give up Mr. J?
Why not? He gave you up.
That was a long time ago. He's changed. We've been to couples counseling.
I say that because it's an example of the subtle Justice League continuity. That back and forth was vague enough for anyone not to question it, since we all know the Harley-Joker relationship, but us informed DCAU fans, we know this is an extension to the abusive side of the relationship, as it was established in trial that Joker had ratted Harley out to officers to get a lighter sentence, and there was mad love where Joker just pushed her out a window, but she always comes back to him, a tragic cycle. She even mentions having gone to couples counseling, but that would never actually work with him. It's just funny to picture them doing that, but the implication is depressing at the same time. Of course, Batman changes the subject, however, I just think it was interesting to analyze Harley and Joker again. After all, this episode is our very last time seeing Harley and Joker at all before Batman Beyond Return of the Joker, which is 7 videos from now, and will be my last DCAU video.
Have to admit, didn't see that one coming. Oh, look at the time! We don't want to miss the big finish.
Flash has found the last bomb, but is attacked by King and 10, with Superman stepping in to fight them off, with 10 thinking he's won the day.
I'm stronger than anybody. I knew I was stronger than you.
I've heard it before.
That, Superman has indeed heard before.
I'm as strong as you are now. Almost. No, stronger.
The music gets really triumphant, but suspenseful at the same time here at the end. After all, there's only a minute left.
Flash! I'll keep this maniac busy. Defuse the bomb.
Now that we've reached the end of the episode, one of the best things about it is this counter on the bottom left. It would have been so easy for them to have manipulated the time remaining to fit whatever drama they wanted to put in, like in that Superman Season 2 episode, Identity Crisis, where the count says this much, but then the scene is way longer, cut back to the count and it says it's been this long, but it hasn't been, but then cut back to the count again and it's somehow slowed down from when we last saw it. Things like that I can laugh at, but this episode takes place in perfect, real time. When Joker put 22.5 minutes on the screen, that is how much time passes from that point to the final bomb being destroyed. Every time you see the bomb's clock, it's in perfect sync with Joker's count, which creates a suspenseful atmosphere when Batman's fighting Jack, or Hawkgirl trying to save GL. That count is real and to be feared, with Joker doing a great job stalling Flash at the last bomb.
Even you can't disarm one of my bombs in time.
Shut up!
What kind of a retort is that? You're not even trying. Not the blue one! You'll blow us all to smithereens! Seriously, you were right. Cut the black one. I mean the red one. No blue. That's it. Black and yellow stripe. What? No, wait. Green.
Great moment for Flash, as in the span of 1 second, he sped the bomb out of the city and tossed it to where it wouldn't hurt anyone. He's got real potential that goes untapped throughout JL, but we'll just have to keep watching the show to see him really grow to the next level. Oh, by the way, you might think that the bombs being gone means the episode is over, and you would be wrong. We still have 10 more minutes left after everything that has already happened. Joker points out that now his show has been running on the broadcast networks and the news channels are covering it as well. Between 60 and 70 million people are watching the broadcast. As the game show music fades out and a more sinister piece fades in, this was Joker's plan all along. I would have said that this was a fantastic episode if it just ended on the bombs, but no, the bombs were just a setup. The bombs created a hysteria that would cause people to tune into the show or the news. He said only the Justice League could stop it because watching the League would be that kind of celebrity appeal that would cause people to tune in. But watching the League disarm bombs would get old, so therefore he has the Royal Flush Gang, which is something for the League to fight, which would create more suspense since now you want to see the League overcome the odds and save the day. This would glue people to the screen. I made a point earlier about how meta this episode is, and that is capitalized now as you realize why it's so important for the people making this episode to time it so perfectly, to have Joker cut to another hero at just the right moment, to have the clock be in sync with the bombs, because of the fact that Joker wants the people inside of the DCAU world to be glued to their screens when watching the suspenseful action of his show, while I'm sitting in the real world glued to the suspenseful action of this episode. Joker knew that the League was going to stop the bombs. He knew the Royal Flush Gang would only hold the League off, but hey, if the bombs did go off and the League died, who cares?
Ratings.
It's a foolproof plan. But why do all this? The truth is that Ace has been right by Joker this whole episode because she has the power to send out thought waves that drive you insane just by looking at her. He calls it his greatest joke ever because he got 70 million people to watch this epic bomb hunt with Justice League when you were slowly being driven to the brink of insanity by Ace's small appearances here and then. But now that the cameras are all on her, you can't escape. That was the plan, and it's so evil, but it worked. Joker proudly declares himself immune to it because he's already crazy. Now, before the madness goes into full effect, Joker decides to share Ace's backstory as he kept it a secret before. If you thought the other Royal Flush kids were bad, you've seen nothing yet. We actually see what happened to this girl when she was a child, as she's had this crazy power since she was a baby. I can hardly talk about it. The imagery is just brutal.
Is this a monster? I ask you. Purely rhetorically, of course. Condemned for something she could barely comprehend, our little Ace soon found herself a guest of the government. But even they were afraid of her strange power. Fortunately for them, their nasty little headband made her as harmless as a drowned kitten.
Wow. The intensity of those images is hard to quantify, but you get it. Now everyone in the studio, everyone watching including Superman and Flash, are completely immobilized as the crew starts going insane. Justice League Season 1, eat your heart out, because these are the most bizarre visuals in the series.
It's only a matter of time now. A few more minutes and millions of people are going to go...
A fat half-man, half-mouse in a suit with a cup of coffee even walks by because they want you to feel like you are suffering from the madness too. But right when everything's going well for Joker...
What about me?
Harley!
Yeah, Harley, you worthless two-timing piece!
Wait! We can't let everything we have be ruined by a silly misunderstanding.
And just what is it that I'm not understanding?
That we're two of a kind. That you'll always come back to me.
Yeah, I guess I do, don't I? But...
Like the swallows in Capistrano. And there's one other thing you're not getting.
What?
That you led Batman right to my doorstep!
I'll admit, every time I see Harley crash into that thing, I just chuckle because it's funny. But that tiny moment still confirms a lot about their relationship. Couples counseling or not, nothing has changed. They even show him slapping her across the face, which they didn't even go that far in Mad Love. But anyway, Batman steps in only to be greeted by Ace. But this is DCAU Batman. It doesn't matter if reality is warped, he's still gonna get back up, with Joker capitalizing on Batman's current state in a really entertaining fashion.
Big old Bats has fallen down on the ground. Mind unsound. Big old Bats has fallen down. I'm so happy.
When Joker's hands are occupied trying to hit Batman over the head, this gives Batman the opportunity to grab what Joker's been hiding the whole time, the headband that keeps him safe from Ace, and she's pissed off. After all, he's the first person to pretend that they understand her, but being the manipulative shit that he is, Joker was lying and needed that stupid headband to stay sane as well, leading to his defeat.
Wait, please.
I know what it's like to frighten other people. That's why I'm not afraid of you. I'm the only one.
Don't do this.
Do what?
That's my little AC. Everything's going to be... Ah!
With what strength he has left, Batman asks Ace where she's going to go, and she just says, nowhere, exits the stage, and Batman passes out. Wow, what a finish. But as Liquid once said, it's not over yet. This episode has been a great ride from start to finish, but also bears the heavy responsibility of finally paying off what's been set up throughout the show. The romantic relationship between Green Lantern and Hawkgirl. This will they, won't they routine, it's been going for a while now, and it all comes down to this. I'm just gonna let the scene play out and talk after that.
I'm tired of waiting. You know how I feel about you.
John.
And I know you feel the same way.
It's not that simple. John, this can't go any further.
Why not?
It's crazy. We work together.
So, gives us something in common.
We can't be worrying about each other when we're fighting the bad guys.
Too late for that. What else you got?
We're so different. I mean, look at us. Just look at us.
I see a man and a woman.
end. GL and Hawkgirl have put all the antics behind. No more arguing, no more hints, none of that. In a life or death situation, they both have realized that they can't fathom a world without the other and have embraced one another at last. The crew behind the show knew that they wanted GL and Hawkgirl to be in a relationship, which is why they set up argumentative chemistry between the two very early on, and why Hawkgirl was always the one to console GL whenever he was sad. Of course, it wasn't the other way around because, as I've said, Hawkgirl has been this very mysterious character up to this point, but now she's put it all aside and let GL take off her mask, revealing that Shiera Hull is one of the most beautiful women in the DCAU. These two are officially together at last, and I've been looking forward to saying that for a long time. Ultimately, Wildcards is a freaking magnificent episode. I was saying it at the beginning, this is full stop my second favorite episode of the DCAU. It is so exciting, so quotable, so high energy, incredibly suspenseful, really witty, has an engaging story. Joker was at his absolute best in this one with a twisted and meta scheme. Every character involved is a great moment with continuity nods to BTAS, STAS, and Batman Beyond. GL and Hawkgirl have finally come together in a beautiful scene, a wonderful score. This episode gave me everything I could ever want in a standard Justice League episode, and that is high praise. This was an episode I've been looking forward to reviewing ever since the beginning, and I'm happy to say that this review has covered thoroughly why I love it so much. Now can you see why I decided to bend the production order a bit? This episode, like I promised, was loaded in content. The season finale being even more where that came from. So let's calm down from the action of this episode with a slower paced episode that still offers a lot, but won't take us too long. I'm obviously referring to episode 23, Comfort and Joy. That's right, I said episode 23. Comfort and Joy is the only single part Justice League episode in existence. This is the Christmas episode, and I've always enjoyed those. Another noteworthy trait about this episode is that it was written by Paul Dini, this being his only Justice League episode. So expect the pace and tone to feel very TNBA, STAS-like. Let's begin. The League is on an alien planet that's colliding with another. Members in this episode being Superman, Jean, The Flash, Hawkgirl, and of course, GL. The aliens on this planet are very wise, but are really small and frail, so Jean is getting instructions from them telepathically on how to build a generator that would fix the collision, while Jean directs the other heroes on what to do. I don't know, there's just something charming about the League doing this kind of work. It's not saving these little guys from Darkseid, it's just building the machine they don't have the strength to build to save the planet all the same.
How about you, big guy? Any holiday plans?
I'm afraid this season has no meaning for me.
Whoa, Frosty. We'll have to do something about that.
The next scene starts with GL snowboarding down the mountain. As someone with foreign customs like Hawkgirl just doesn't see the appeal of that, or snowmen or snow angels, but GL decides to have fun with that.
Hey, what was that for?
It's supposed to be fun.
Okay, let's have fun.
Whoa!
The way GL describes his grandmother taking him sledding in the park, it just feels so nostalgic.
Each winter, my grandmother would take me sledding in the park. It was the best part of Christmas.
I'm writing this in June of 2019, but this episode still just gets me feeling festive, as there are 3 stories here, with each one representing a different part of the Christmas season. There's having fun in the snow with friends and family, as shown in GL and Hawkgirl's story. Then there's quiet family time from Superman's part of the story, and then there's gift giving from Flash's story. There's an orphanage in Flash's city that he stops at every year to bring the kids the gift they want the most. And you know, that's the double-edged sword of Flash being the most commercial superhero of the League. Yeah, he can appear in stupid energy bar commercials, but he can also use that to bring smiles to kids who have rough lives, which is a great thing. This year, the kids want DJ Rub-a-Ducky, the hot new toy that can talk, dance, and fart. Next scene is at the Kent's farm, as Superman is forcing Jean to have fun at his house for the holidays.
Besides, Batman practically begged for monitor duty.
I'm just picturing Batman, quote, practically begging for monitor duty, and the thought of that is quite funny.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Kent. I hope I'm not intruding. Clark was most insistent I join you for the holiday. My name is Jean. I'm a Martian.
Oh, we're no strangers to aliens in this house.
Wonder Woman and Batman are the 2 characters not in this episode. Batman obviously because of his Christmas trauma, which could have been interesting, but it wouldn't really work in a feel-good episode like this, and Wonder Woman would just be tacked on to any of these stories, as she's out of the loop on Christmas customs, much like Hawkgirl and Jean, so the whole learning the true meaning of Christmas angle is certainly already well covered. Speaking of which, that's Jean's arc in this episode, although thankfully there's no cringy speech or anything like that, it's very natural. Clark is just great in this episode. He doesn't have much to do, but he's back home, enjoying his time with his family.
Okay, everybody.
I'm turning on the Christmas tree.
Pa, that's my job.
GL and Hawkgirl then decide to celebrate the holiday on a distant planet, the way Hawkgirl used to back on Thanagar, while Flash can't find the toy because it's sold out everywhere. Out of stores to shop in, Flash gets the idea to run to Japan where the figure is made to have one assembled right there on the spot. The benefit of being able to run at light speed, I suppose. Cut to the Kent's house, and even Jean is starting to enjoy his time as well, as we get a great insight into Clark's character.
This little guy was crazy for Christmas. We used to wrap his presents in lead foil so he couldn't peek.
You mean Santa wrapped them?
Oh, of course, dear.
Clark Kent, Superman, savior of several worlds, totally still believes in Santa Claus. Like, that's hilarious. That's awesome. It's just the kind of little detail a character would have that adds that extra bit of personality. The Kents show how good they are as people that on such short notice, they even thought to give a gift to Jean.
We don't allow anyone to visit for the holidays without taking a present home with them.
But I brought no gift for you.
Nonsense. Your company is the only present we need. Our group at the community center always knits a few extra gifts.
It's lovely.
I wasn't sure about the size.
I can grow into it.
Jean is just so lovable, I can't get enough of him. GL and Hawkgirl make it to the alien bar, and GL is the fish out of water for once. That's a lot of fun.
Delicious.
Especially with this part.
What?
Flash makes it back home only to find the Ultra Humanite causing a disturbance at a museum.
What? Should have asked Santa for extra batteries. No!
Flash tells Humanite off about passing on joy to kids who need some for once, as those words actually ring true as Humanite works to repair the toy. It's a feel-good scene as heroes and villains can put aside their differences to give orphan children a good Christmas, as the episode ends on Jean exploring Smallville at night, and overhears a girl questioning her belief in Santa Claus, as he decides to step on the roof and eat the cookies. Something like that is just so small, but it's so, for lack of a better word, lovely. There's just something really sweet about this whole thing, as Jean also learns church music when passing by the cathedral that believers went out of their way to make it to, even in a blizzard. And now we've reached the final scene of each story. Flash and Humanite give the kids the toy, but Humanite changed it so that it would instead tell classic stories with a nice, atmospheric light surrounding it. But the kids enjoy it anyway, which I think is also a great moment as kids without fortune enjoy the gift even if it's not what they wanted. When Humanite goes back to jail, Flash is such a good-willed hero that he even gets Humanite a gift.
But I thought you might like some holiday cheer yourself.
An aluminum Christmas tree.
I know, it's kind of cheesy, but...
No. We had one just like it when I was... It's very nice. The guard will show you out.
GL, Hawkgirl, and the whole bar are all asleep after a big brawl, and this ends on a good note as well.
Merry Christmas, John.
As for the order of events here, GL went in for the kiss earlier but got denied, as she kissed him when he's already asleep. I think the playful relationship they have in this episode is still a logical follow-up to what we saw from them at the end of the last episode, as she was holding something back at the end of Wild Cards, which she clearly isn't anymore. They also don't argue at all here, it's just fun. That's my perspective anyway. I'm obviously still trying to justify reviewing this after Wild Cards, but since by the time you're watching this I've already done it, meaning you can't change it. Moving on. The very last shot is back at the Kent's house as they rise on Christmas morning to the tune of Jean petting Supergirl's kitten.
And he said he didn't bring a gift.
Yeah, that was it. Comfort and Joy is a great episode because of how it's not an analytical masterpiece. I mean, we've had many of those already in this massive freaking video. Comfort and Joy works because it's simple scenes that are relatable, heartwarming, and fun to watch. The holidays should be a joyous, laid-back occasion, and that's what this episode is. A fitting break in the action between wild cards in the next episode. Really though, I don't have anything else to add in this one. I really enjoyed it, and I can picture myself going back to it every holiday season. I mean, as far as Christmas episodes go, I much prefer it to Christmas with the Joker or Holiday Nights, as this episode really embodies this season as opposed to just taking place in that time frame with seasonal gimmicks for the villain plot. The slightest semblance of a villain plot in this one turns into a memorable truce that brings a smile to my face. So that was Comfort and Joy. Which leaves us with only one episode left. We've been going for over 3 hours now. Justice League Season 2 has been a great ride thus far, but it's not over yet. Next up is not an ordinary episode. We're about to dive into the very final 3-part episode in the DC animated universe. The season finale of Justice League Season 2, the series finale of Justice League as a whole, what is often hailed as one of the best episodes of the DCAU. One that means a lot to me. My earliest memory is my 3rd birthday in 2003. Memories from back then are pretty fuzzy, but another distinct memory I have is the opening scene of the final Justice League episode that was aired on May 29th, 2004. I'm not gonna bullshit anyone. This next episode is absolutely my all-time favorite episode of Justice League, my favorite episode of the DC animated universe, and one of my favorite stories in general. I know this sets the bar pretty high, but that just leaves it up to me to give this episode the review it deserves. I've been both dying to review this episode and dreading it for 2 years, but it's now finally time. As I said, it's been over 3 hours now, so if you want some kind of intermission, now would be the time, because this is going to be long, I already know. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for episodes 24, 25, and 26, Star-Crossed. Wait, were you expecting a review? I mean, what on earth am I supposed to write? I've been pondering that question for weeks now, so I guess I have no choice but to start. The episode begins in Washington, D.C. with this really quiet, atmospheric music. As Batman is expecting terrorist activity to happen imminently as the whole league is on patrol. And to remind you of the status quo, we get this GL Hawkgirl scene.
Hey there.
Hey yourself. Aren't you supposed to be patrolling the North End?
I thought I saw trouble over here.
There's no trouble.
Sure there is. And I'm looking right at it.
At the military base, General Wells and his staff detect an aircraft going near DC as the fighter pilots don't see anything until this massive alien ship appears that destroys the planes. Not your garden variety terrorists, but still something for the League to fight against. I love this establishing moment for Superman here. The music in the scene's great as well, since it's not too action-packed. It feels like something is happening, but something far worse is brewing. Hawkgirl seems to know a lot about this ship as she identifies it as a Gordanian cruiser.
We'll take out the rear stabilizers.
Wait, don't!
But when it's looking grim, the Gordanian ship is shot down from above by an even bigger one with this massive fleet behind it. This opening scene tells you a lot about this episode right at the top, so let's watch it. Holy shit! The Thanagarian army has come down to Earth, led by this extremely good-looking guy, Rotalic. With Hawkgirl calling him her commander, she's a lieutenant of this army. But it's okay, I mean, maybe this is a coincidence. I mean, after all, Hawkgirl was beamed here by accident, as established in Twilight, right? But before we can talk about that, Rotalic says that there's a crisis about to unfold on Earth, so dire that he needs to meet with the world leaders. Let's listen to the speech.
5 years ago, we secretly sent an advanced agent to Earth to learn more about your people and to study your defenses. That agent was Lieutenant Shayera Hall, better known to you as Hawkgirl.
And now, the truth is out. Hawkgirl this entire time has been a spy, learning about Earth and relaying that info back to Thanagar. Something that has been long set up, but I could never really bring attention to any of the examples because of the fact that it would spoil this moment here. Hawkgirl is a complete sham. This scene marks the death of that identity, so I'll never call her Hawkgirl again. From this point forward, she's Shayera Hull. So let's go back to the beginning of the series. When Flash asked if there was a Hawk Boy at the start of In Blackest Night, she smiled and walked away. And as far as season 1 is concerned, that's the only bit of direct evidence we had, but I almost feel like I've made too much of a point out of how mysterious she was last season, and this season to an extent, as no episodes really focused on her, and that was completely intentional. But she was still featured often enough for you not to really question that. It was when season 2 started that the hints got bigger. At the start of Twilight, Hawkgirl missed her home planet as she told John all about it. But pay attention to this.
You miss your homeworld very much. It doesn't take a telepath to see what's troubling you.
I suppose not.
She was really surprised at the thought of Jean reading her mind because if he did, then he would have found out about this mission she's been on for 5 years. Luckily, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. In Only a Dream, Jean tried to get into Shiera's mind, but he couldn't because there was some kind of barrier protecting it from psychic powers. It was Batman stopping Destiny that saved her in that episode. Back to Twilight, when she and Jean were exploring Brainiac's base, he suggested that there might be data on Thanagar somewhere in there, as she said she missed it at the start of the episode, but instead she wanted to focus on the mission at hand. The makers of the show were really careful about this because the info of the twist was on a need-to-know basis. The show Bible, official marketing, action figure boxes, all those sources included a fake backstory for Shiera that wouldn't raise any eyebrows. I'm guessing they wanted to avoid another Mask of the Phantasm where the action figure literally spoiled who the Phantasm was before the movie even came out. These tiny instances are a blip on your radar in the episodes they were a part of because of how many other things were going on. But when the cat is out of the bag, it all clicks into place. This revelation's obviously going to have the biggest effect on Green Lantern, as their relationship was built up throughout 2 seasons right in front of our faces, and we wanted them to finally be together, and it happened, it was great, and here we are. Talok claims that Earth's defenses are lacking compared to what's coming. The Gordanian ship that attacked and deflected all the fire from the military was just one ship in the whole armada that is coming. The Gordanians have decimated countless worlds, with the Thanagarians having been at war with them for generations. The Thanagarians are here to help Earth stop them before they arrive, as Talok gives the world leaders time to discuss this amongst themselves.
All this time. Why didn't you tell me?
John, there were so many times I wanted to.
But?
This was a military mission. I'd sworn an oath of secrecy, and I couldn't tell anyone.
So, what else aren't you telling me?
Shiera, there you are.
Pro.
Darling, at last.
Oh no. Here's the real gut punch. Like I just said, we watched this relationship blossom from the start of the show to now, and that scene at the end of Wild Cards was just so satisfying because they finally came together, they could finally be happy. But now it's got a twisted side to it looking back on it. Remember those excuses that Shiera was making to not be in a relationship with GL? She said they couldn't go further because they worked together and other excuses. She was making those excuses because of the fact that she's been on this mission the whole time, but also because she's already engaged to Hro Talok.
John Stewart.
The Green Lantern. Shiera has told me so much about you.
Has she? And you two are...
Ro and I are promised to each other. It's like being engaged.
GL, of course, feels cheated as there's no way he would have known about this, and she couldn't just tell him because she was on a military mission. She's been between a rock and a hard place this whole time. It was either give up her real love for GL on a crappy excuse, or reveal the truth. By going with GL anyway and not telling the truth was her trying to have her cake and eat it too, which has clearly come back to haunt her, as she'll do something similar before this episode is over. Before a group of world leaders, Wonder Woman sticks up for the Thanagarians, making the case to accept their help as GL steps out of the room.
The most mysterious creatures in the universe.
Sorry?
Women.
Who knows what she must have gone through?
Maybe you should have read her mind.
Actually, it's strange, but I never could. I can't read any of their minds.
Jean not being able to read Shiera's mind makes enough sense because she was on a mission, but that line about not reading any Thanagarian minds makes Batman skeptical of this whole thing. Shiera and Hro have a brief meeting together, and here they try to build up how these two genuinely love each other. It's important because the connection of these two needs to work for this episode, but they don't have a lot of screen time to make it happen, so every second counts. And they make it work. Hro and Shiera clearly missed each other a lot after 5 years apart, but you hate watching it because you feel like she should be with GL, even though logically her allegiance should be with this guy. And at this point, there isn't anything wrong with Talok. He just came to Earth thinking he and Shiera would finally be reunited, not thinking GL would be an issue. As the viewer though, you just want to see it work out for Green Lantern in the end. We can only hope at this point and leave it at that. Hro and Shiera are interrupted by Lieutenant Krager with a transmission from Superman saying that Earth is ready to accept the help of the Thanagarians. Krager's going to be an important character in this episode, so keep that in mind, as he's unsure about Shiera's trustworthiness after 5 years on Earth.
She hasn't been properly debriefed or psychologically assessed.
Some time passes as a massive generator is being built. The purpose is to create a shield big enough to protect Earth from the Gordanian invasion. Part 1 of the episode is just setting up a lot of the conflicts as the League is helping build the generator.
John, we have to talk.
I'm a little busy right now, Lieutenant.
Miscommunication is the sad fact of this episode. So much of what's coming could be avoided if these people just took a moment to talk things through. But GL just wants to get the job done, completely burying his feelings because of how betrayed he feels. While everything's at peace, Shiera did try to reach out to him like we just saw, but she's definitely gonna have to pick a side later. But it's time for the episode to get really compelling, as Batman and Wonder Woman look into the body of a Gordanian that was in the ship from the beginning.
A single ship attacks a major city. Then the Thanagarian Armada coincidentally shows up to save us.
So how is this going to help? You don't know anything about Gordanian physiology.
No. But I know a frozen liver when I see one. I think we've been set up.
I don't believe in coincidence. No. But I know a frozen liver when I see one. I think we've been set up. Is it just me, or is Batman like the king of dramatic timing? Cut to the Thanagarian command ship as Krager's giving tours to the humans, and I love how bored and fake he sounds.
I thought we'd start with the bridge and then move on to our fully equipped medical facilities. I'm sure you'll find these quite interesting.
As this guy slips away, it's clear that we're getting a scene of Batman in disguise. It's been a long time, and I'm glad to see that aspect of his character returning. I think I said in either BTAS Season 2 or Season 3 that Batman's tactics are really varied, and that's always fun to watch. And also gotta love the fact that the disguise and the voice is an intentional nod to Alan Napier, the man who played Alfred in the 1966 Batman show. Anyway, the command ship has a lot of atmosphere going for it, as it's completely dark, but the few light sources have these lines underneath them that create a memorable look for the light that is here. So according to the High Council, the entire Gordanian fleet is headed towards Thanagar. Of course, Batman is not pleased to hear this, but he gets caught.
Lock him up.
Come with me.
No thanks.
He tries to escape, and while you're really wound to pull off a getaway, he's on board this massive ship that's designed like a maze and riddled with Thanagarians. He's got no shot. But that creates a lot of suspense in this scene.
Diana, I was right. The Gordanians are nowhere near Earth. The Thanagarians are...
Batman, come in! Can you hear me?
In space, there's another Thanagarian cruiser that deploys thousands of ships towards Earth. As you watch this, you know what's happened, but it's heart-wrenching to actually see.
Superman! The Thanagarians are lying. Batman's been captured aboard their command ship. Great Hera! They're here at the watchtower!
The Thanagarian ships attack the watchtower, and of course they have the access codes to get inside. They also have a gun that cannot be deflected by Wonder Woman's bracelets. I wonder who would have given them the idea for that. Which brings us to the final scene of Part 1 as the League tries to help Diana but are completely cornered. When the spies sent by General Wells see this, the US military tries to fire at the Thanagarians, but the missiles are completely neutralized. The ground forces lead an attack as well, but the Thanagarians clearly borrowed the guns of the Patriot system from Liquid Ocelot because all of the guns get completely jammed. Shiera stands watching because she doesn't know what to do because these are her friends, but they're fighting against her people, so she hangs back for now. It was already hard to watch the Thanagarians enter the watchtower, but this part's even more so because the League puts up a great offense, but somebody must have given the Thanagarians all of the League's weaknesses so they can't possibly win.
Now!
Shiera has given the Thanagarians all the tools they would need to completely neutralize the military, the League, and take over the Watchtower, which is hard to believe because she's been such a good character throughout the show. So you don't want it to be true, but it is! GL tries to get everybody out to regroup, but Krager activates a massive shield surrounding the area, ending Part 1 in this tragic scene.
Whose side are you really on?
Don't you know? Sorry, John.
I get that the cinematography there is kind of cliche, you probably saw that hit coming, but the fact is that I love these characters so much, it makes it really difficult to see. You just feel all the emotions they're trying to convey in that scene, and I love that. To start Part 2, the defenses across the globe are being shut down like America's were, so now the Thanagarians have completely taken over the Earth. Your rights have been completely stripped away as they work to finish the shield. That scene is really tense, as the Thanagarians are occupying every single country on Earth. They really have prepped for every contingency, and while you watch, you just have to think, damn, how are the League gonna get through this one? All the world leaders are captured as Talek paints a pretty clear picture.
You are the ones without rights. Your only options are cooperation or death.
You are the ones without rights. Your only options are cooperation or death. Choose wisely. Incredibly threatening stuff here. This was the ultimate contingency plan, as the Thanagarians wanted to peacefully build the shield, but Batman's learning just a small percent of the truth has put them on high alert. They now control Earth with thousands of troops on patrol. Krieger takes Shiera through the prison ship that all the League members are being held in, and Krieger's really enjoying himself here as he just rubs Shiera having betrayed the League in their faces.
That one will be the least trouble of all. He's nothing without his toy.
Also, he describes Batman as
broken.
He doesn't look broken to me. But this is a reference to Batman being broken by Bane in his debut comic, and the guy who voices Krieger, Hector Elizondo, voiced Bane in the previous year's Batman Mystery of the Batwoman. Great reference, stuffed in a single line of dialogue.
Perhaps we should make sure they are not a threat. Better still, perhaps you should.
The point of this occupation is to keep peace while we finish our mission.
That scene with the gun in the ear and music is great as well. I've been trying to highlight what Shiera has been going through up to this point. However, to the League and the audience, we don't really know where her head is at. Is she a villain? Tragic hero? Somewhere in between? You want to know because she did betray the League, allowing the Thanagarians to control the Watchtower and Earth, so from their perspective, this is a total double cross. But she tried to help them after the Javelin was destroyed, but when Hro and his army said that the League was getting in the way of the mission, that's when we saw how conflicted she was. What path she's going to take is one of the biggest mysteries at this point, and scenes like that keep you guessing. So anyway, Wonder Woman's about to be fed, but she uses this as a chance to lead an escape. This is one of my all-time favorite Wonder Woman scenes. She doesn't really have a weakness, so she can lead the escape effort with maximum power. She really kicks ass and takes names in this scene, and I'm all for it. Also, gotta laugh at that dumb TV thing where smashing a computer somehow makes it work or shuts off the force field. You'd think the Thanagarians have a better security system than that. Plenty of other details to admire here, like how Batman's cuffs are behind his back, but when he's fighting a Thanagarian, he does this dodge roll, and then he gets his legs between the cuffs, and so his hands are back to normal. When he starts to rescue the other League members, it's apparent just how overwhelmingly the odds are stacked against them. Especially since GL has no ring, the Flash has been under this ultra-gravity machine, Superman was put under red solar lights, and so on. So because of this, they have to rely on each other more than ever just to escape, because everyone's getting their asses kicked individually. It's just such a messy, uncoordinated fight, which feels just right given the circumstances.
Took you long enough. Behind you!
I'm no expert, so I don't know if this is true or not, but from where I'm sitting, it must be difficult to stage, or in this case, outline, a fight that doesn't feel choreographed at all. With the prison ship falling out of the sky, the Justice League escapes. The Thanagarians do a full search of the city to try and find the League as they have to hide behind garbage cans and run when the coast is clear. The atmosphere is great in this scene as the League, this group we've always seen with enormous power, has almost none, having to run across the street like rats. With a whole army out to get them, no less. The League makes it to a clothing store as Flash tries to lighten the mood.
Who knows? Maybe they'll get tired and go home. Yeah, I know. But a little optimism at a time like this couldn't hurt.
But Jean comes up with the idea of disguising themselves to slip by undetected. This is perfect timing for the League to learn each other's true identities. Well, Batman, Flash, and Superman, as they're the only ones with secret identities to begin with.
I mean, I trust you guys, but I'm not sure I'm ready to... Wally West, Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne. Show off.
This settled a big fan debate, though. In comics, there have been several people to call themselves the Flash. The DCAU Flash has never been clear as to which it was, but there was one shot of the Brave and the Bold that showed a scientist getting hit by a bolt of lightning, which made people think that Barry Allen was the DCAU Flash, but as Batman just said, we have Wally West assuming the mantle. Also, Bruce Wayne's face is really interesting. That was a really weird sentence. To explain, Bruce Wayne has only appeared in Maid of Honor. There he just looked like the Bruce Wayne model from TNBA, only with black eyes instead of blue. However, this episode, in an effort to go the extra mile, has a new Bruce Wayne design. One that mixes the rounder face with the bangs from Batman TAS and the square, clean-cut look of the new Batman Adventures to make this. It always threw me off when looking at it until I figured out that this was what they were going for. It's fitting. After all, the Justice League Batsuit combined the BTAS and TNBA costumes, so it only makes sense for Bruce Wayne's appearance to do the same. The League is about 30 miles from Gotham City, so the plan is to meet up at Wayne Manor in pairs. Clark and Jean, Wally and John, and Bruce and Diana. Cut back to Shiera and Hro on the ship. Humans are now working as slaves to finish the generator by the target date. Now this is an example of Shiera trying to have her cake and eat it too.
Humans working as slaves?
Unfortunate, but necessary. And if we're going to finish the hyperspace bypass in time...
Bypass? I thought we were building a force shield.
That was merely the cover story.
So when were you going to tell me your real plans? Or didn't you think you could trust me?
Talek's real plan is to use Earth as a link in their chain to get past the Gordanian defensive line and destroy the enemy at their home world. She's obviously shocked that Talek is building a hyperspace bypass on Earth and allowed her to buy into the force field cover story, but could you seriously not figure this out? I'm not criticizing the writing here, I'm actually applauding the writing, but still criticizing Shayera's decisions. She wanted to believe that her people were building a force field because even if Earth resisted, in that case they'd still be the heroes at the end of the day. I think it's obvious that Shayera enjoys being the good guy, to the point that it didn't even cross her mind that her people have foul intentions for being here. But seriously, in what universe would a group like the Thanagarians, people waging a war against the Gordanians across the galaxy, waste their time building us a force field? Maybe at first it's to be nice, but after fighting and imprisoning the League, deactivating our defenses, and imposing martial law, yeah, not a chance this is for our sake. That's ridiculous! Obviously, the Thanagarians are getting something out of this. It was just Shayera trying not to feel like she has betrayed her friends and Earth, which no matter how you look at it is exactly what she's done. Only now she's forced to face the truth.
But if we open a hole in hyperspace, it will destroy this entire planet.
Sadly, yes. For Thanagar to live, Earth must die.
The truth is that this mission will 100% destroy the Earth for good. She can't sit on the fence like she has to up to this point. She has to pick a side by the end of the story. So, on the subject of this whole double cross, she has of course betrayed the League, but I just can't stress enough how great the writing is. She's not turned into some kind of cartoony mustache twirler. She's been a real, complex, conflicted character this entire time, and so we understand and sympathize with her, all the while understanding that she's made bad choices on the road here, hoping to do something good. We can come back to that in a moment. Back on the ground, Krager finds out that the League are in disguises as the tension has risen through this.
The Justice League is trying to pass themselves off as civilians. Search door to door. Question everyone. Do not let them slip away.
Bruce and Diana get caught as this restaurant owner helps them out. This scene exists for the fan service you're about to see, but also makes these Thanagarian soldiers look like complete idiots.
What about those two?
They love Earth. Been here for hours.
Let's move on.
Sorry.
Don't be.
Don't be. Oh, Bruce, you always know what to say. Seriously though, Bruce and Diana have been a developing relationship, in the background in comparison to John and Shayera, but it was there. I've gone on record saying that the flashbacks given to us in Batman Mask of the Phantasm make a strong case as to why DCAU Batman shouldn't be in a relationship. In this universe, he almost wasn't Batman over a romance, but when it crumbled, he put the cowl on for the first time. Bruce had to choose one or the other, he couldn't have both. The Batman-Catwoman dynamic works well since they could make a nice couple, but they're just on opposite sides of the law, a hurdle he cannot jump over. His connection with Kathy Duquesne and Batwoman wasn't as romantic as I originally thought it was, so I gave it the pass when I reviewed it. It was the lowest love triangle in World's Finest that I thought was terrible. The writing wasn't very good, but at the same time it just felt so out of character for Bruce to be so invested in it to begin with. As Lois fell for billionaire playboy Bruce, and he knows this isn't his true side, so why pretend? Yeah, that part of the episode really failed. Bruce and Diana is an interesting one, though. Every love interest Bruce has had, Andrea at first, Lois, Kathy, these are all characters who came to know Bruce, the mask he puts on. However, Catwoman and Talia knew the Batman side, but their illegal activity was a no for him. Wonder Woman is also in love with Bruce's Batman side, his real side, and she's one of the good guys. He also doesn't have to worry about her since she's freaking Wonder Woman. It's an extra spice to a Bruce Wayne relationship that's never been there before. It's why Superman getting together with Wonder Woman was never a pairing I was keen on. It makes sense in a quarterback, lead cheerleader kind of way, but Superman trying to keep in touch with his humanity is why Lois is the perfect fit for him, with Bruce and Diana working really well on that note. So the question, is Jay gonna rag on Batman and Wonder Woman, is answered. No, I like it, and even if I didn't, it's enough of a background element to not really cause much damage in any episodes it gets focused on in. So the next scene focuses on Wally and John trying to get on the train as they have this back and forth.
I can't believe how easily they've taken over.
Look, GL, Hawkgirl fooled us all. You can't blame yourself for what's happened.
I don't. I blame her for what's happened to Earth. I only blame myself for ever caring about her.
I love the way Flash goes, you can't blame yourself. That little stutter there just shows how eager he is to come up with something to say that would help GL overcome his grief in this total crisis. Like he's done before, and will do again. GL's emotions are so human and well justified. He hates how the Thanagarians have effortlessly taken over the Earth, and who else can he blame but Shayera? She gave them the Watchtower access code, she gave them the weapons to use against the League, she was a spy the whole time with a secret engagement she never told them about when they got together. Why wouldn't he blame her? especially since from his perspective, she is the mustache twirler I just said that she wasn't because he doesn't have her side of the story. GL really is the true victim of this story, as is no doubt obvious at this point. But the climax will hammer that one in. The Thanagarians are demanding that people show ID before getting on the train, but before things get ugly, GL and Flash get saved by a reporter.
Get that contraption away!
And just exactly how long do you plan on enforcing martial law?
No more questions. Go away, immediately.
Can I quote you?
Can I quote you? Also, are these guards Star Wars stormtroopers? I mean, geez. Alright, so 2 important scenes here. Let's listen to them.
What is obligation can sometimes feel like betrayal, but our only true obligation is to Thanagar.
There must be another way. Can't you reroute the bypass through some uninhabited planet or moon? There are billions of lives down there.
We are at war. Have you forgotten why we fight? I haven't!
I have forgotten nothing, but this war is no excuse to...
I am your commander! You will not question me!
The argument between Hro and Shiera brings us back to the last scene between the two of them, as she immediately has realized what it is that she has done and wants to find a way to fix it. Hence her proposal to build the bypass on some other planet. But his response is really important. Hro Talok is leading the army in the war against the Gordanians. While Shiera has been on Earth, the Thanagarians have led similar occupations to build the other bypasses. And since he didn't know the people or live on the planets, it was easy enough for him and the other Thanagarians to dehumanize whoever it was they were destroying because, oh, it was necessary for the mission. I gave credit to Shiera for not being a cheap mustache twirler, but I think Talok deserves even more credit for that, because they could have done that with him and nobody would have really questioned it. But no, he doesn't want to destroy Earth, he wants to win the war and save Thanagar from the Gordanians. From his perspective, he's doing the right thing because that end goal justifies any means to get there, which creates a complex conflict. Because if the Justice League wins this battle against the Thanagarians, they are guaranteed to be defeated by the Gordanians or win the war, but at a massive cost. These are the stakes. No matter who wins here, somebody's getting destroyed. Let's go back to Justice League Season 1, the premiere episode, Secret Origins. I said the alien invaders and their leader, the Imperium, were some of the lamest DCAU villains ever. I believe I said something along the lines of, and this is not hindsight logic. I decided to compare the Imperium invasion to Darkseid's invasion from Superman Season 3 because that was an example that already existed, which would build a stronger argument on my end. Here we have Star-Crossed, which I have far more of an emotional connection to than Secret Origins. So when I rewatched that episode a couple years back, I just thought it was lame because this episode is so good. The Imperium sought nothing. They were just evil, gooey aliens that wanted to destroy things because that's just how they are. But again, Hro Talok is a hero in the eyes of the Thanagarians because from that perspective, he's just a leader having to make tough decisions. Because as pointed out, he doesn't want to destroy the Earth with a portal in hyperspace. It's a means to defeat the Gordanians, who they've been at war with for decades. When Shiera continues to push, he gets angry, with that face reveal being the moment that Hro's character takes a dark turn. No longer is he going to try and stay positive with Shiera or anyone, but let's leave it at that and talk about the other scene.
What is it? We've lost track of the Justice League, unless, of course, you know where they are.
You're a long way from home. If you ever want to see it again, then I suggest you tread lightly.
She never really answered the question, did she?
Krager really does not trust Shiera. Like, what do you call it? The rule of 3? At the start of the story, he asked Talok if they should be skeptical about Shiera since she was with the humans for so long, and at the start of part 2, we had that scene with the gun in the prison ship that caused him to smirk at the end. And now, this is where he directly implies that Shiera is working with the League. 3 different approaches, but the rule of 3 nonetheless. Flash and GL arrive at Wayne Manor, and Alfred is really funny in his brief scene here.
So, Jeeves, do you come with the place, or does Master Bruce rent you just for parties?
I've been in service here since the Master was in diapers.
Now there's a picture. Hey, that's a giant dinosaur.
And I thought Batman was the detective.
Throughout JL, Batman has sparingly appeared in the Batcave, but whenever he did, they didn't use the models from TNBA. They instead took the recent ones from Batman Beyond, which isn't that bad overall. The problem comes from this costume display that we see in Beyond, where all the costumes of the TNBA characters are on display. In Beyond, this showed how much time had passed, as all the heroes of the old days, except Bruce, had quit. All these characters are still around at this point, so that fails. But the biggest misstep of all is that the Batman Beyond suit is here, only it's yellow and not red. Like, what? If they were going to notice how much of an error that would be continuity-wise, couldn't they have at least colored it gray to look like the fireproof armor from TNBA? No? Excellent. I was going to spend more time on this as I rewatched this episode a little bit after the Batman Season 1 video dropped in 2017. I saw this error and I thought I was like the hottest shit in town. But then literally the next day, I checked my subscription box and see the Watchtower database uploads a near viral video on the subject. I was like, well shit, there goes my glory. Great video, by the way, everyone go check it out. So I'm going to pretend that we're in the TNBA Batcave because in a canon sense we are. In a what you were looking at way, we're in the Beyond Cave, but that doesn't make any sense, it's just a reused model. Moving on, I love how Superman is sitting on one of the computers. It displays a sense of familiarity, which makes sense as he's the only member of the team who we know for sure has been here before. The League is discussing why the Thanagarians are here at all, because the idea that they're trying to save us is a load of detritus. Until this happens.
Then what is it?
I can tell you.
What the fuck? So Shiera just found a back door in the Batcave? Wonderful. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, but to write in some kind of headcanon perspective, let's look at it this way. Shiera has been on Earth for 5 years. Mathematically, that means she came to Earth in 1997, which was the year Dick Grayson quit being Robin. When Hawkgirl first appeared in Secret Origins, Batman had this reaction.
Hawkgirl? What's she doing here?
Batman had never met Wonder Woman or Jean before, so a line like this is pretty strong evidence that Batman had met Hawkgirl before then, as he also knew Flash, despite them never having a moment of screen time together before Secret Origins as well. As World's Finest showed us, Batman sucks at keeping his identity a secret. Superman uses X-ray vision, of course, but Lois also found out his identity there. Diana just figured out that Bruce Wayne was Batman after meeting Bruce at a party in Maid of Honor. I mean, maybe Wonder Woman told Shiera that Bruce was Batman and she decided to come here. Maybe she already knew his identity and knew where the cave was. Maybe she just followed GL and Flash here, since after all, they arrived much later than the rest of the League as Batman made it his duty to mention.
You're late.
Nice to see you too.
We don't know when this scene with Shiera, Talok, and Krager took place in comparison to the GL Flash train scene. Maybe she put a tracker on the Batplane when she briefly appeared in it during Fury, etc. You could combine any of these theories and it would work feasibly. However, in the episode, this is an unexplained plot hole. But I've already solved it in my headcanon, so I'm not going to be too mad over it. Now we can focus on how good the scene is with that already addressed.
I came to help.
Hawk people all over the planet, martial law, us getting chased like dogs. I don't think we could take much more of your help.
I mean, if even Flash hates you, you know you fucked up. But Batman's response is best.
They're building a hyperspace bypass. When it's activated, it'll destroy the planet and everything on it.
We'll check it out. There's the door.
We'll check it out. There's the door. She tried to say that she didn't know this was happening, but like I said earlier, it was completely irrational of her to think that the Thanagarians had noble intentions for imposing martial law. Of course, none of them would buy that because it doesn't make any logical sense. That's because, of course, Shiera wasn't being logical when she made those judgment calls. She was acting emotionally, and with world-ending stakes like that, nobody wants to hear the sob story. Even if what she's saying is true and wants to help the League. They just want her to get out as they all walk away from her. So now it's also understandable that Shiera feels left behind by her old friends since they were unwilling to hear her out, when from her perspective, everything she has said since the arrival of Talok has been true. But on the flip side, none of it's believable. So therefore, it makes perfect sense for the League to cast all of the blame on her for what's happened. But to close part 2, we have this scene.
I did what I thought was right then, and that's what I'm doing now.
Again, total sympathy goes to GL. He really has been put through the ringer in this episode. With his ring back, he has to question all the negative feelings he's had for Shiera, because no, she isn't evil. She didn't want any of this to happen. She made a bad choice, not informed by logic and reason, and is paying the price. But is also trying to make up for it, the ring being a sign of goodwill. Seriously, if they just explained how she got there, that scene would have been a perfect 10 out of 10. But that one thing does put a sour taste in my mouth from a review lens. But damn, this story is just so emotional. How many times have I said that this season wanted the characters to feel like real people? A lot. But this episode just really succeeds at it. Every line of dialogue, every action each character takes, it just feels so natural and realistic. So far, I've said a lot about Starcrossed, but part 3 is the reason why this is my favorite DCAU episode of all time. We have had so much build up for this climax, and I cannot wait to talk about it. To start, Shiera arrives back at the command ship, only for Krager to be standing in her way as he takes her prisoner for Talok to see. The bypass has been completed, and now the Thanagarians are beginning evacuation plans. And man, do I just love the score in this scene.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, sir. She's guilty of high treason.
They're building a hyperspace bypass. When it's activated, it'll destroy the planet and everything on it.
Krager was the one who gave her the new uniform, and it turns out that he put a tracker and recorder in it, and he's been testing her allegiance this whole time for that reason.
Where did you get this?
From the holocam I planted on her.
Get her out of my sight.
Commander, I hated to be the one to tell you.
But Talok is just done with it and wants this mission over with now, as shown by that punch. The League then gets a full display of what will happen to Earth when the machine is activated.
Ingenious.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Let's go wreck it.
The force field surrounding the generator is inside the command ship in this obvious final boss room. But then, Krager's strike force arrives at Wayne Manor to kill the League. And just look at the imagery in this scene. Listen to the music. Everything here is just perfect. Alright, you mess with Alfred, you gotta go down. There wasn't much to that, but the sight of Alfred running up to Krager like he stands a chance is just a really impactful moment. That's what real courage looks like, and that describes Alfred to a T. The League is now cornered in the Batcave, but after a whole episode of getting beaten, betrayed, and chased down, it's time for the League to kick some ass. This is a scene I rewatched so many times that my original JL Season 2 DVD hardly works anymore because it's so scratched up. So let's watch the pure bliss that is this scene.
They're hiding here somewhere.
All through hiding. Come and get some.
Even these jokes feel right at home. The League has just been through so much today that it feels satisfying. Good fan service too, like Flash pushing these guys into Two-Face's giant coin from Almost Got Him, or Krager trying to use Mr. Freeze's gun only for Superman to blow it back at him. But that was just a quick feel-good scene. We're now approaching the climax. The plan is for Superman, Wonder Woman, and GL to fly to the command ship and shut off the force field, while Batman, Jean, and the Flash will go to the Watchtower and take it back from the Thanagarians, with the perfect way in.
It's crawling with Thanagarian soldiers. How are you planning on getting inside?
With that.
They drag Krager out of the Batcave for instructions on how to fly this thing with time of the essence. Don't forget, that bypass is finished. We're in the final moments before Earth is completely destroyed. Now we actually get a scene of Jean trying to dive into someone's mind, and it serves as a nice break of pace as this episode has been incredibly action-packed thus far, and the climax is no different, so you need a scene like this. Now, I don't think what we're seeing Jean do is actually happening. I think it's just a visual representation of what Jean is experiencing, as this first bit tells us a lot about Krager's motivation. Jean finds this destroyed statue of Shiera with Ro Talok and Krager standing tall, side by side. He has hated Shiera this whole time because of the fact that he wanted to be the one to stand alongside Ro Talok, but instead, Talok devoted all the energy that wasn't being spent on the mission on his love for Shiera. That is why he didn't trust her. That's why he kept testing her loyalty. That's why he wanted to keep pushing her buttons to turn Talok against her. It was all in an effort to be recognized himself. Now, since the Thanagarians have protection against their minds being read, this is represented by Hawks coming out and scratching Jean. This explains what psychic powers blocking actually looks like. I don't think Jean's actually being scratched by Hawks, hence the fact that once the scene ends, the injury goes away. I think what the Hawk scratching him is trying to show us is that the more Jean goes through this man's mind, the more painful it is for the mind reader. The farther you go, the more you risk injury or even death through the mental strain. When he finally finds the info they need, the reverse effect is turning Krager into a vegetable.
I've asked Master Bruce to refrain from leaving trash in the yard.
Now on to the climax we go.
I'm trying to save lives.
So am I. Tens of billions of Thanagarians.
The man I fell in love with would have found another way.
Are you talking about me or Green Lantern?
This is the final note on the Shiera-Talok relationship. All she cares about at this point is saving the lives on Earth, a want she grew to have by being a Justice League member for so long. But did you hear how Talok completely deflected that point? Talok hates Green Lantern because he thinks Shiera is countering him because of GL, even though that's not true. Talok is not lying when he says he's trying to save thousands of Thanagarians from the war, because he is, but he just refuses to even consider how what he's doing is beyond immoral. He does not want to face that reality, so he's projecting all of his guilt about the plan and anger about Shiera's betrayal onto Green Lantern, even though GL obviously hasn't done anything wrong in this whole series. Because of this, Talok has gone completely insane, which started when we first saw the scars under his mask but has reached the ultimate high. Now that he thinks GL is to blame for everything going wrong, not himself. Alright, now it's time for my favorite series of scenes in the entire DCAU. Everything that was great about the Batcave fight is here and accounted for. with excellent cuts, by the way. It's time for the League to save the day, with almost no time left before that weapon activates.
We weren't expecting you, sir. There's been a change in plans.
Pretty bad odds.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance.
A classic cartoon cliche when blowing up planes is right after when it has to cut to the pilot falling with a parachute, or seeing them land safely in the water or in the bush somewhere. It's just because companies don't think kids can see people dying for some reason. However, the climax of Star-Crossed is pulling no punches. Superman, Wonder Woman, and GL are diving through these ships. For a second, I thought that meant they were unmanned, but no! Look at this shot with Wonder Woman. There are Thanagarians piloting these ships and they are being blown up by the heroes. That is how dire the situation is. This is the battle for the Earth that the heroes have to win at any cost. Just to remind you, on the flip side, the battle is equally important for the Thanagarians because if they lose here, they lose the battle with the Gordanians. Real stakes. Batman is of course not going to kill anybody as they put all the troops in the escape pod. Batman brought Flash and Jean for a specific purpose. Jean could fool the troops on board into thinking he was Krager, as Flash would be able to help clear up the Watchtower quickly. Now it's time for Batman's true plan to unfold.
So where's your secret weapon?
You're standing in it.
Wait, you mean we're gonna
Take the Watchtower out of orbit and drop it right on top of their little science project.
Now that they have fulfilled their end of Batman's plan, Flash and Jean don't really have much of a purpose left in this story, so the writers write them out of the plot by having Batman do something incredibly in character.
Yeah, the tower's completely pest-free.
Good.
Hey!
What are you doing? I can't risk having the Watchtower burn up on re-entry. I'll have to guide it in manually. Gentlemen, it's been an honor.
All they can do is just sit and watch in shock and sorrow. Jean could phase out of the pod and try to stop this, but what for? Batman has already realized that in order to make sure the Watchtower crashes into the generator, it needs a pilot. With the little time that's left, there will be no point in going back to fight Batman over it. He's decided to make the sacrifice and suicide bomb the Watchtower into the generator so that nobody else has to. That is just so Batman. You might say, Jay, isn't this like the time in Secret Origins when you complained about Batman's death? Well, it very easily could have been. But the drama here isn't that Batman's going to die. That's obviously not going to happen. The drama is how on earth is Batman going to get out of this? The drama is resonant because of how much of a great character moment it is for Batman to be the one to choose the sacrifice play. Back to the other League members, the music here is just so epic. Listen to this. Alright, now it's time for one of my nitpicky segments. But trust me, it's no joke. I mean every word. Batman evacuating Jean and Flash is an example of how clever this episode is, but the way this ending action scene is framed is the best at that. As you can no doubt tell, this episode has been building towards a big final fight between the love triangle, GL, Shiera, and Pro-Talek. So let's do one of my classic graphs to describe what I'm saying. So let's say this box is the command ship. What, do I look like an artist to you? This dot is the force field control room. That's where everyone wants to be. Let's put our characters on the graph. You see, GL is fighting towards the bottom of the ship, and by entering the ship a lot earlier and from the bottom, GL is the closest to the control room, as Talek is going to be waiting for him. Meanwhile, Superman and Wonder Woman are fighting towards the front. Superman tosses one of the ships into the glass as Wonder Woman flies through it, meaning that her entrance is much further away than GL's and is of course going to be where all the Thanagarians are attacking, as Talek said he wanted to be the one to face GL. Wonder Woman passes by Shiera while battling the soldiers, and damn, she just hates Shiera now. You really feel it.
I should leave you to burn.
With Wonder Woman having to battle the soldiers, it would be easy for Shiera to slip by undetected and reach the control room after GL, but well before Wonder Woman has the chance. I'll get back to Superman in a second though. Now it's time for GL versus Talek, and this atmosphere is on point.
The force field control is over here. That is what you came for, yes? You want it? All you have to do is get by me.
Come to think of it, we haven't seen Talek in a fight before this scene. From the way he looks, you can tell he's pretty strong, but combine that with the insane guilt and rage he's putting on GL, you have a deadly combo. GL gets a deliciously corny one-liner in here, but pay close attention to how the tone and pace of the battle changes when he does.
You can kiss my axe.
GL punches with both hands, but you can tell the ones coming from the ring hand are the stronger punches, which makes sense. All that comes crashing down in a devastating moment as GL tries to shut down the force field protecting the switch.
Mistake.
The lantern ring got destroyed! GL is freaking screwed now as Hro is about to murder him, only interrupted by Shiera.
The fight's over. You're a soldier, not a murderer.
I'm a fool for ever loving you.
Holy shit! That is how deluded he's now become. All of this over Shiera being, quote, stolen from him, but here he is just smacking his would-be wife across the face. That slap honestly shook me even more than Joker and Harley, where there was a lot of other factors at play. But this was once a 100% real romance between the two, but Talok is going to let his mission and the anger and all the emotions I described from his last scene come before everything else. His morality, his love for Shiera, it's really emotional stuff, but damn does it make for an engaging climax. Now, Superman has the power to just speed in and take Talok down in 2 seconds, but the writers find an excellent reason for him to leave the fight altogether. Let's watch.
That's insane. Get out of there.
Negative. I'm staying in.
Batman!
Yeah, that's perfectly in character. Superman thinking GL and Wonder Woman had the competency to take it from here, it makes perfect sense, as he goes off to save Batman from his own plan. Now, can I get some climactic music? There we go. Shiera Hull is one of my favorite characters in the DCAU. This episode alone has plenty of reasons to award her with that title. Throughout this episode, I have faulted her character for making poor decisions throughout the episode, but at the root of it all was a want to be a hero, as shown by her trying to make right in all of her wrongs. Earlier, I said she was going to have to step into the limelight and pick a side, and that moment has come. Shiera wants to save the innocent people of Earth, so much so that she's going to fight a losing battle against the man who's essentially her husband because she knows this is the right thing to do. She's sacrificing the longevity of her people on Thanagar for this. The ultimate betrayal is her people will lose the war back home, but to her that's better than killing everyone on Earth, and because of that, this battle scene is so powerful. I'm getting really emotional just making this. But with Shiera down, it's just Talok and GL with no ring. I wanted you to pay attention to the tone shift when GL made a corny joke before, because it happens again, but the tone shift, let's say, isn't as pleasant.
I was thinking of introducing you to my friend here.
The Thanagarians are leaving Earth, and they activate the machine. Yes, Earth is minutes away from complete and total destruction. Cut back to GL getting his ass kicked. Cut back to Batman and the Burning Watchtower. This really is the darkest hour for the Justice League. But GL, despite being beaten up badly, gets Talok to charge his weapon and dodges at the right time, which overloads the force field and causes it to deactivate. If that seems contrived, let me tell you, a large amount of force shutting down these shields was set up during Batman's fight in the prison ship from Part 2. GL can barely push the button to shut off the force field, but then we get this in another beautiful moment. That still leaves the other part of Batman's plan. With the world saved, Batman and Superman have this great back and forth like the brothers they are.
Always have to be the hero, don't you? Right back at you.
With the generator completely destroyed, Talok just orders the Thanagarians to let the Justice League go. With their plan destroyed, they just leave Earth. They have no reason to be here anymore, which is great characterization since they're not the kind of generic evil villains the Imperium people were. They need to regroup and focus on how to best defeat the Gordanians next with what little chances they have now. And now, it's time for the ending. The Justice League is debating Shiera's future in the group as Alfred brings her some tea. Guys, this is Alfred's very final scene in the DCAU. I am serious. We never see him again after this. Let's have a moment to remember how good his character was. He was witty, he was helpful, he was kind in a fatherly way, but not just for Batman, but for the Robins, for Batgirl, for Hawkgirl here. He would take a bullet for Bruce, and this has been made clear countless times. He's given many speeches as well, Phantasm being one of the best, but honestly, this very final Alfred line is my favorite of all time. He just sums up my thoughts in this episode so eloquently.
Without the great sacrifices you've made, we wouldn't be here to share this nice pot of tea, whatever they decide in that room. In my eyes, you'll always be a hero.
Oh, and before anyone else says it, yes, Alfred said he wasn't a superhero or a soldier. But this contradicts Batman Season 3. They said Alfred was a soldier. Wrong. They said he was a British Secret Service agent. That's not the same thing. But before I go on a tangent about how much I hate that stupid criticism of that scene, we need to talk about this vote. Every League member has their own opinion, like has been said countless times in this video, with this debate showing that off. The results of this vote are unknown as of this season, so I want to dive into what the characters are thinking as the debate is ongoing. The case against Shiera is that she has been spying on Earth for years. She did give the Thanagarians the Watchtower access codes. She gave them their weaknesses, causing the imprisonment of the Justice League, martial law, and near annihilation of the Earth. The last 2 points weren't her fault, but without her they wouldn't have happened to begin with. The case for Shiera is that yes, she did do all of those things, but when given the choice, she chose to help the League and fought against Ro-Taluk, saving the Earth and causing the bloodshed of thousands more Thanagarians. A true hero at the end of the day. Of course, Wonder Woman is fiercely anti-Hawkgirl. It's just a part of her character to have faith in the team unit, and Hawkgirl has done all these terrible things to earn her a permanent banishment. She also probably feels guilty about the whole thing, because remember back to the start of the episode, Wonder Woman was vouching for Hawkgirl and the Thanagarians' help, while everyone else was more skeptical. Batman, well, he just doesn't trust anyone. So if Legacy, something that wasn't even Superman's fault, causes him to carry around kryptonite 24/7, then clearly something on this scale will be enough to get a no from him. GL, I mean, do I even need to talk about him anymore? Flash and John stick up for her because of the case that is made in her favor, but also because now that she's also betrayed her own people, the League is the only family she would have left at this point, with Superman on the fence.
Believe me, Jean, I feel for her. But after everything that's happened, I honestly don't know if I could ever completely trust her again.
I would be inclined to think Superman would, at the end of the day, vote yes, because speaking of legacy, this is a situation Superman can relate to. I know that all the votes are revealed in JLU, but I ask that you keep your knowledge of JLU out of this when I ask the following question. Would you vote to keep Shiera in the League or not? I'm sure most of you would say yes to this in a heartbeat. I mean, that's my vote. But still, I totally think that Batman and Wonder Woman's perspective of no is plenty valid. With the votes cast, Alfred tells Shiera that she's been summoned, and we get this scene.
I've spent the last 5 years torn between my feelings and my duty. I won't ask you to do the same. Therefore, I am resigning from the Justice League, effective immediately.
Oh my, just look at Flash here. He has no corny jokes. He doesn't speed up to her. I'll just watch. At the start of the Savage Time, the Season 1 finale, I talked about the DCAU team's new approach on season finals. Have a spectacular conclusion to feel satisfying, but always leave room for more. Case in point, this scene.
Do we all just walk away?
No, we rebuild, starting today.
Jean's right. Earth still needs us, and we'll never let her down.
What I've not mentioned thus far is the absolutely phenomenal voice acting. I feel like even that's too small an adjective to describe how good the performances are here. Every single actor, whether it be Batman, Superman, Ro-Taluk, Krager, or Alfred, is just on point. This is one of those episodes. One of those episodes being a term I use for episodes like Apocalypse Now. Starcrossed might be the textbook definition of one of those episodes. I love the soundtrack in this episode. The action is great. The animation is spectacular. Everyone wanted this to be a special event, and goddamn was it. Special mention of Maria Canals as Hawkgirl and Phil Lamar as Green Lantern. These two completely stole the show in a way that I hope was clear to everyone watching this review who hasn't seen the episode. Starcrossed, like many other 3-part DCAU episodes, was released as a standalone DVD, and it came with a new intro that listed all the cast as these two got top billing, above Kevin Conroy as Batman or George Newbern as Superman. I love that. It just shows how much respect everyone working on this had for those two in particular. Whether it be the good old days of BTAS or the cast of JL, everyone who voiced in the DCAU had a passion for what they were doing, made clear by the commentary track of Starcrossed Part 3. There have been commentary tracks since the very start of this retrospective, but I never listened to them, even if I should have for added insight. But I did listen to this one when I was a kid, and I was just taken aback what they had to say about Maria Canals and her reaction to this episode.
She came up and said, so, wait a minute, so that's it? So I'm out? And I'm like, at least for a little while. We're going to bring you back, but just not for a while. And she says, I don't think she believed how soon?
That wasn't nearly as emotional as I remembered it being, but the point still stands that everyone wanted to be here. She was genuinely upset at the thought of being removed from the show. Like, people crying in the studio? That's just something I hadn't even considered before hearing that commentary. With that in mind, GL comes to talk to Shiera before she leaves, and the conversation they have is just so natural and human. It just makes you want to cry.
Was it all a lie?
I love you, John. I never lied about that.
And with that, Shiera takes off, GL responding with one simple line to close Starcrossed, the final episode of Justice League Season 2. Justice League as a whole, my favorite episode of the DCAU.
I love you too.
Am I supposed to write a conclusion now? I know I made that joke earlier, but really, Starcrossed is my favorite episode ever made. I don't want to do the usual recap of this was good, that was good, you get it by now. On the subject of Starcrossed, it's obviously my favorite 3-part episode in the DCAU. There are only 5 of them, and this was the 5th. I'd still say The Last Son of Krypton is the most spotless out of them all, but Starcrossed still takes the gold for having the higher highs, meaning that my 3-parter ranking goes Starcrossed, The Last Son of Krypton, World's Finest, The Savage Time, which is very close in quality to WF, and finally, Secret Origins at the bottom. Back to Season 2. Honestly, I don't know what to write for this conclusion. I mean, is Justice League Season 2 better than Season 1?
You serious?
Good take, Jameson. Seriously, I wonder how these 2 seasons could be from the same planet, let alone the same show. Season 2 improved on every single flaw that Season 1 had. The character dynamics were preserved, made even more entertaining, with better villains, better storylines, and so much human emotion. There were laughs, there were tears, and everything in between. This season had the balls to tackle serious ideas that no other cartoon would. Justice League Season 2 is a goddamn masterpiece. This season is home to so many of my favorite DCAU episodes, and I don't mean that lightly. I could end this retrospective here, because this, ladies and gentlemen, is my favorite season of the DCAU. This is the climactic point I've been waiting for this whole time, but I get ahead of myself. This season, it beats Superman Season 3, it beats Batman Season 4 and 3, and all that. Because outside of a stupid episode like Hearts and Minds, this season has no dull moments, no sideshows, no ultimate thrills, no absolute powers here. Just amazing episode after episode. But I'll say this, I never bring the movies into the season rankings, and you might ask why that is. Not because they're movies, but because Phantasm was just better than every season of Batman and Superman in Justice League Season 1, while Sub-Zero and Batwoman were worse than all of those, so there would be literally no point in bringing them up. However, Phantasm, it's time to move over. Because Justice League Season 2 is the best DCAU thing I have ever reviewed. I love Justice League Season 2. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. This season means so much to me, and I'm so glad to have finally done this, because this season really deserved it. I also really don't have much to say on Justice League as a whole. This show is the reason this YouTube page exists at all. What more needs to be said? Sure, Season 1 is just okay, but Season 2 is worthy of all the nostalgia, all the hours spent making this video. And on that note, I think it's time we wrap this up. Next time is the first season of Justice League Unlimited, and I hope you'll all join me for that. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time.